Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over, and we are finally back for week 2 of Valorant here at NECC. It's myself and Kramer who are going to be opening up your day, and we're once again up in the Champions Division, so we've got some good gameplay heading your way.
You're absolutely right. We have got a hell of a match ahead. We have got Purdue Black versus UTM Green. Of course, in a moment we'll look at the veto, which is where I really get excited for this match. We were kind of whispered by our producers before we started this, but this is truly going to be one of the highlight games for today. I'm very happy we get to open the show with it because, honestly, this is going to be a bloodbath. Harry, I'm just saying a bit early. We've seen the players. We've seen the kind of descriptions. If you've got a favorite you're sort of leaning towards before we see the veto, before we see the picks, bans, or anything like that?
I think that it's hard to determine a favourite this early, but what I can tell you, Crommer, is about these teams' records. We've only had a single week thus far, but in our Champions Division, both of these teams are currently 0-1, and they both lost their matches 0-2. So at the moment, they're in a considerably weaker position, because not only did they lose their first match, they got swept in their first match. And this is where we've really got to start separating the top of our division from the lower half of our division. And you've got to get a win here so that you start going up against 1-1 opponents next week, or at least if you are going to lose this, you've got to try and make it close. You don't want to be in a 0-2, 0-4 standing.
You're absolutely right. And of course, we are in the Champions Yellow Division, the absolute top. And what's interesting here is that we have got some very bloody good teams here. To go 0-2 in this bracket, it doesn't mean anything, because they're genuinely some unbelievable teams to watch out for here. And honestly, I suspect that we might see a bit of a comeback from both of these teams. I suspect this is going to be a free mapper purely because they've got all to play for. In a moment, we'll be getting to our veto, so we obviously just where this battleground will be pitched. But for now, Harry, of course, Purdue Black, UTM Green. Is there a map you want to look forward to? I personally haven't seen very much Breeze recently. I think a lot of teams are kind of scared of cracking it. They don't really want to pull it into a veto just yet. So I would love to see a bit of a curveball on Breeze.
I think for a lot of teams, Breeze can be such a risky pick, Kramer, because when it comes to newer teams, especially this early in our season of Collegiate, like, the teams haven't been together that long, they haven't had that much time with a coach. They're relying a lot on these players' intrinsic abilities, and those are going to be at their best where they've been playing the most. Like, they've been playing Bind, they've been playing Haven, they've been playing Split since the beta of the game. So they've got a really good idea of how they want to play those. And then you've got some of these newer maps, like Icebox, like Fracture, in fact, which isn't in our pool just yet, and like Breeze. And sometimes these can come out as curveballs for the more practiced teams that have refined strategies here.
What I really like seeing is the Icebox pick. Of course, it means we're going to see Vipers on the side. But what's interesting is that nowadays we are seeing the Sage thrown into the mix. We see that over on Krober there, and I'm interested to see if we see that same pick over from Purdue, or if they have the opposite.
The Yoru would be it'd be an interesting pick, Kramer. I'll give him that. The Yoru is sometimes unprepared for. I like what I'm seeing over on the side of our red team as well. We've got the classic double duelist setup. This is very popular in North America with players like Shazam, Asuna, Tens, picking up these roles and really inspiring so many people to pick up such effective duelists. And Reyna is like one of the most powerful characters on Icebox. So many narrow walls where you can fire your Leah through and then take an advantageous swing.
Yeah. What it means as well is that when we end up moving to defender's side, it means there's such aggression that comes from these sides. It means that because you have these two duelists, you're always going to see the Jet peeking with an up. You're always going to see the Reyna solo pushing to try and get a bit of control, whether it be to A main, whether it be to B main, sometimes even just straight down mid to get a quick flank onto wherever these attacking sides choose to kind of push. For now, I really want to see how the Sovers play, though, because information is going to be everything because of the double duelist aggression. So the Sovers are going to have to work overtime and try to keep tabs on the positioning, on the rotations, on just where the placement of these characters is going to be. But for now, we head into this pistol round. It's week 2 of the NECC, our first game of the day, UTM Green on Purdue Black. And as we look at our pistol round, it's going to be a fairly standard buy from either side. Armor coming out on most of these players, the scatterment of utility. We do see that Ghost over on Sub-Zero. We'll see if he's able to work it to the precision that's required with it, and we'll see just what they have in store for us.
I wonder what Sub-Zero has bought here in terms of their utility buy as well, because we know that Reynas can be incredibly powerful on these pistol rounds, Asin is going to be going for the kind of same. Remember that when you get the Devour off of someone that you kill from a Reyna in the pistol rounds, you go up to 150 HP potentially, and that makes you a real bruiser in these longer time to kill rounds.
Absolutely right. For now, it's going to be a lot of aggression to this A position from UTM Green. It's using the drone to try and get as much info as possible. Sub-Zero forced all the way back from the ping, but it's like Chroma.
Quick tap there, Sinosa with a nice right click and a headshot to take out FMS. Both the Vipers have gone, the walls are going to be coming down. And a play for mid control here from Purdue Black, but Penguin not going to be swinging off the back of the Jet contact. Instead, they're just going to play it safe. Get the heal off, go a little bit closer. They go up against Plexidus right here, but look at all of these reinforcements that are coming to join them. They abandon the wall, they get the headshot, they get traded as well. Yaga's going to be the one claiming that particular skull. And the spike has been picked up once again. UTM can split through Kitchen here, but they're gonna meet Sub-Zero, who's ready to try and play. Gets a single headshot, but that's a quick trade and a Devourer as well. That's so important.
Instantaneous trade. Kiriza gets the hell out of there. He does have the Sova there to support him, but UTM Green making a bit of noise in their rotation now. K-Dog the next man to full. It does leave Kisra in a 1 versus 2. Unfortunately, because UTM Green had kind of full access to CT4, they could have gone wherever they want. Luckily, Chris was predicted correctly with their foot to B. For the Jets, can he win this 1v2? He's got a angle I doubt is going to be suspected at least just yet. He does have the one-tap potential with the Ghost. And with Yaga on low HP, this is a very doable situation for him. But without armor, he needs to be precise.
Oh, that's not the miss. That's not the hit you wanted, Kramer. Yaga with a quick 90 degree, though. Excellent reactions from the UTM Green Jet. I like how Asin and Yaga decided to play that as a duo. They took so many unfair fights, especially on K-Dog, who ended up in a 1 versus 2. And that meant that they were always basically going to be guaranteed to get that trade. In pistol rounds, we often talk about the high time to kill because people were just, they've got so much more health and you've got so much less offensive power that taking a 2v1 is very, very advantageous. It's much harder to clutch those.
You're absolutely right. And looking at the investment, it's going to be Spectres around the board. But Brosev, who's going to be holding on to that Vandal. Bit of a curveball investment. And, well, the Marshal in the hands of the Jet is going to try and get an early pick. Still nothing, though, as Yaga's the one to draw first blood.
Here's Ra having to back away. Yaga's already burrowed through too and is looking for more. Now with the Ghost out, was unable to outduel FMS here, but with only 10 HP left, I don't think it's going to be easy for FMS. And, well, Brosev isn't going to allow for any of that. 4 Spectres will survive the UTM Green anti-eco. And that's going to keep them in good stead, Chroma, to keep on running through here.
I really like as well, because there's 3 Spectres in circulation, we're going to see a massive bonus from UTM Green here. Bear in mind, this is their map pick. They're the ones who are on their home territory, so of course they're going to have that bit more comfort on this map. But what's going to be interesting now is this round, we're going to see the ult come out on that Jet. Yaga, he's going to be more than happy. He may even bring it out mid-round in the process if he ends up giving that Vandal to Brosev. However, Purdue, they do have their own investment. Rifles at the ready. They're going to try and stop UTM Green as they cascade to the safe side.
All right, that drone taken out before it could gather too much info. Only one person to meet here anyway. Kisra playing up top with a Guardian. They bought the Marshal last time around, so they had limited funds moving into this 3rd round, where usually you'd see a full rifle buy. Sub-Zero doesn't quite have the rounds in the chamber to break through that rule before it solidifies. Kisra's going big with the Guardian. We expect for Purdue to do well here. We need for Purdue to do well here to keep this series competitive. This is supposed to be where they claim themselves their first round, Kremer. Sub-Zero wants to open it. Has a Leah, but doesn't get to use it. Yaga's just gone absolutely massive with that hero rifle. I think so he can try and make something work off the back of a jump shot. It's ambitious. I'll give them that. Yaga just playing trickster right now. People looking towards Catwalk because they heard that updraft. They catch Kisra on the rotation. And what was Purdue Black's buy here? A lot of rifles, a lot of credits. Whoa. What was that? Whoa. Halfway through the flight, it's a fighter jet.
Well, that's definitely a way to end a round in style. He gets the ult up. He's able to deliver for his son. More importantly, he shuts down the investment of Purdue Black, who instantly called for a timeout. Understandably so, because Yaga, he's going to be pretty damn happy with that indeed. Like a fighter jet, as you mentioned, he just have on that defense. And I mean, if that's the way they want to start this series, then Harry, we have got a very entertaining one in store.
I mean, UTM, I can't believe that you managed to just get a mid-air jump kill. What is this, Halo? This is a tech shooter. Who gets those
Incredible.
kills?
Yeah, I mean, he's just abused them, frankly. However, that is only the third round. We are still in the early, and my worry is that while that was flashy, while that was awesome, Yaga, he did have to get an ace there in order to make that retake viable. And so my worry is that for the defenders for Purdue, if they just kill Yaga, can he repeat? Can his teammates repeat that success? And if so, what sort of impact will it have on their economy? I really want to see how this next round, how this next investment pans out, and if it's going to have that same success, at least for UTM.
I wouldn't mind seeing Yaga hand off a weapon here. I think they have actually gone for the looted Guardian, which is the weakest of the available rifles, with its slower fire rate, because, of course, they can just pop out the Bladestorm here. They can take this affirmative action, and hell, if they can get mid-air kills with a Vandal, I'm sure they can do it with the knives, which are pinpoint accurate. Crema, and there it is. Yaga going to pop out that Bladestorm, moving up mid, claiming so much space, and Purdue Black, they're stacking heavily on B long here, mostly with Sheriffs, I believe.
I quite like the thought process from Purdue Black. You're onto pistols, you haven't got much weaponry, just go together, you're rolling the dice anyway. If UTM run into you, then you might actually eco them. If they don't, then you can go for a few exits with your team surviving. So it's quite a nice call. We do have Brosev on a closer angle. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite see the player on the close angle. As UTM realize that a stack's happening, they just get the hell out of there. They head to way to get a bomb plan and just slap a fuse on this round.
Look at this. I haven't seen a blockade this egregious since Naboo in episode 1. Getting into A here is going to be so difficult for the defenders. FMS already caught out there by Yaga, doing some skirmishing off of the cat. Sinosa looking to try and take the swing. It's a little bit dirty, but they get it done. K-Dogman has the penetration with the Sheriff, but unfortunately Yaga's just penetrating deep into the backlines of Purdue Black. And now Kisrael with a classic and a dream. It's a tale as old as time. It's a meme that never stops coming around. And Brosif, that was a nasty little angle they got from the belts. And, well, Yaga got value off the Bladestorm. What more can I say?
That was a solid round from Yaga to get that 3k with the Bladestorm. Bear in mind, that's kind of a well-placed Bladestorm because you're against some ecoing members, so you only have to invest into a pistol yourself. It means that if you do end up dying, you're not dropping anything. It means that Purdue can't really snowball. We look at the ult management. We are going to see the Viper Spit up over on Scopes. So the same will be able to be said for the Res over on Sinosa. Hopefully we should see him come up in sync, but for Kreezer and for Sub-Zero, they're going to be the follow-up, which UTM don't quite have yet. So in terms of ability management, Purdue do have the advantage, and if they don't have it now, they will have it very soon.
12-1 is Yaga at the moment in the beginning of round 5. So that's about how things are going right now for Purdue Black, but they do now have an operator in the hands of their jet, and you can see that FMS here has been a little bit of a cheeky panda up top. Some nice coverage from that Viper's Pit is going to make A little bit less tempting as a morsel to try and snack upon.
He's almost challenging them to peek him, and I tell you what, he may be obliged with it. UTM just backing off from A. They've made a fair bit of noise, but they seem deterred by the Viper's Pit. They just want to leave it. They don't even want to consider running into it, and as they just slowly clear mid, they're being methodical. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to kind of give a bit of flesh that isn't quite warranted, as we do have Skull just having to be the kind of lurking member, the one who buys the time. And yeah, it's a matter of first blood for Brosev.
Oh,
Instant reaction there.
That's such a perfect cover right there. They still have to deal with FMS, but they know as long as this pit is up, the FMS, well, the Viper is at least near, that they need to stay within that. That's a dedication of resources that cannot be ignored. Kisra finally takes out Yaga. That's going to be their second death this match, and it was badly needed. But Kisra with 10 HP needs to be connecting these shots. Penguin for now with a suppressing fire gets Plexidus in the corner just long enough for K-Dogman to be able to take it round the bend. Can they keep this operator alive? It's almost imperative, Kramer. It's a must-win scenario to keep this operator on deck for Kisra. Keep as many people alive as possible because their economy simply can't withstand further hits. But Brosev's going to be delivering them. Runs out of bullets and runs out of HP as Scopes manages to get the execution.
It was fairly well played kind of catastrophe management from Purdue there to make sure that only one player fell. If it wasn't for ammo there, Brosev really could have posed a very serious threat to anyone trying to save. We look at the ults now, and this is where we're going to see a fairly chaotic round. Everyone it has something on their team to work with, both an entry and a defensive ult. So I suspect the op on Kiza is really going to be the power point for Purdue. It's going to be what dictates the tempo. When on the looks of it, he's going mighty aggressive.
I'm happy to see Kizral wakey has taken out multiple people, taken out his counterpart. I see that someone cracked open a generic energy drink and is ready to go again. Doubling down on A is not going to be detected by that recon bolt. I love the double duelist setup here on A. They don't have much utility to stop people getting in, but once they detect presence, they're going to be very difficult to outmaneuver.
Cynosa falling early to the Viper, and well, Yaga just trying to kind of hard clear the angle, just hoping to make a bit of space for his team. The rest of them will join him. There's still 2 players down. They need something to go in their favor, and fairly quickly as well, as they look to push to the site. Bomb plant looks likely here once that smoke fades. However, UTM, they've got the rotation. Unfortunately for Purdue, 5 members ready for the retake. This could be a very messy one indeed.
Remember, Icebox a little bit different now. No longer penetrable is that. Oh, cover from the metal box, but Yaga had no cover. Kizra just took the poke, and it was a nasty little peek on the back of that. There's a second. Make it 3 kills as Brosif goes down. Only Plexidus remains. 1 versus 5 with a Vandal in hand, and the Spike is over on the floor. 2 shot darts to their name, but no aim, unfortunately, in this round. FMS is going to get the killing blow, and that's going to be Purdue Black getting themselves back in the driver's seat and back into Icebox.
As they do try to dictate the pace of the game now. UTM, they don't want to kind of admit that their economy isn't looking too fancy. Instead, we're going to see the judge out on Brosev. Now, it is an investment, and it can be wielded to a pretty good degree. However, Plexus, he too is also really starting to feel it, at least in the wallet for now. Brosev only down to 450 credits. UTM, losing this round, it might not guarantee an eco, but it will guarantee a poor buy in a round after. Purdue, once again, it's Kiza trying to look for an opening. Unable to do so, though. Instead, pinged by the Aldrone, is going to get out of there, hope to the high ground, and hope he can really get another crack at drawing first blood.
Kizra forced to scatter away, and now As in Skull's going to try and take a forward position right here. So many ults already invested from the side of UTM Green. They want to turn around this momentum. They want to choke out any chance Purdue had to bring it on back. That was a quick hit and a dismiss as well into the Viper's pit. The loving safety goo that the Viper provided is a wonderful home for the lurking vampire. And Cynosa now playing Hunter, moving out of the safe area to try and look for any frags that Purdue Black will offer up. An attempt at a wallbang here from K-Dogman's only going to connect with maybe a couple of body shots, as it is going to be the Alpha Rainer coming through from Azin. Gets themselves 3. Brosif found one with the judge when their health was reduced. It's suddenly 1 versus 1. That's going to be a dropping of the Viper's pit, but Kizra is surrounded by duelists and surrounded by pain as well, as UTM get back to where they want to be.
5-2 the score line. They have got money now off the back of the bomb plant as well. More importantly, they're going to have all the utility in the world alongside. They haven't expended that res on Cynosa, something that they've been holding on to for a good 3 or 4 rounds now. Lexus, he's got his ult up over on the Sova, which means that retake circumstances are going to become very difficult for Purdue. Furthermore, Plexus may even just use it to zone Greaser whenever he reveals himself with that op. Either way, Purdue, they do have ults of their own, so it won't be an easy fight for UTM. However, A appears to be the solution for them, and well, why change? Why fix what is so broken? As once again, they prepare their assault.
He was underpopulated here by Purdue Black. They're looking to play for the retake here instead of actively defending it. Blair's going to be expended, and Purdue here, they're counting on a huge amount of utility being used early. That's a nice shock dart, do a little bit of poke damage to the planter, but it's not going to be connecting directly. As in here, very aggressive with their positioning, manages to take the first, doesn't use the devour. Kizra, oh, the speed on this lad, and he hits the ground even faster. Cynosa able to find the trade. Penguin all alone, and well, it may be a natural habitat, but you've just made the apex predator in the battle stage.
I tell you what, right, Harry, bear with me here. Purdue.
All right, I'll bear with you.
Okay, right. So we're gonna get all kind of zoneful here with a metaphor. All right. The defense from Purdue, right? There's a fair few because they have the Rain and the Jet. Right, it's kind of like a Jenga tower. They're relying on their aim. There's not much utility, and yeah, everyone has their own way of beating a Jenga tower. Some people go for a little poke. Some people go for a prod. Right, what UCM have been doing? So they've been taking 5 steps back and then just 2-foot tackling the base of that Jenga tower. And honestly, they've just been swarming the duelists. And while they're good for a one-on-one duel, they've just not been given a fair fight.
Oh, Yaga's opened it up, and just so we're all on the same page, the the aim of Jenga is not to topple the tower.
Yeah, don't two-foot tackle.
It's actually to leave it standing while removing bricks. Yaga's getting pretty aggressive here, and Azin, look at this cheeky little peek right here. It's the length away his wall that will, of course, be devoured in time. That makes fools of us all, whether you are a Sage Wall or a Valorant player. And Yaga's got a nice little sight line. They've managed to at least grab a little bit of FMS right there, and Plexidus was caught trying to take down the casting Sova. Yaga grabs their second of a round with multiple assists actually behind them. So there's been a bit of slowing, there's been a bit of blinding, and then the killing blow delivered. I love how the duelists of UTM are working together. They've picked up all 4 of the kills so far between Yaga and Azin Skull, and now Kisra is all alone.
This whole time as well, they've just been falling back. The Sage has been healing them. They've kind of taken a moment to say thanks, Doc, and then off they go to fight again. For Kisra, he wanted to go for a flank, but because his team was getting pushed so heavily in CT, by the time he was in a position where he could consider committing to it, the team's already dead. There's no point in flanking at that point. You just become the new front, and as he now just hides over in kind of like the Mayoff as well. He said he's to be very careful now, as it looks like we might see a Viper, or Reyna, sorry, on the hunt.
Azin moves through mid quickly. Doesn't want to be exposed from that many angles, Cameron. Right to do so. You don't want to give away anything for free to UTM, or rather to Purdue. As only Kisra will remain. Pretty rifle, but unfortunately the rest of your team may be a little bit more wanting when it comes to that armory.
And it is. And we look at the economy of Purdue. Luckily, it's not taken as much of a beating as you would suspect. They have been drawing blood. They have been getting kills here or there, which means that we do see the Spectre, we do see the Sheriff as the kind of weak points, but there are still Vandals in amongst the mix. They still have the power to kill. For UCM Green, any kind of hesitation, any mention of a economic collapse is sort of laughed at this point. They've got all the money in the world to work with, and for Purdue, it's just a matter of hiding and hoping to catch the player off guard.
Oh, Yaga's got a feeling. Yaga's got a feeling. But no one's going to be pinged by this recon bolt. Sinosa took point. It's always good to see a brave Sage just willing to try and take those doors. And, well, UTM Green have been rewarded from it.
Well, UCM Green, now with the 2-man advantage, they've still got 4 ults ready to be expended. They may not even need it. They've got players flanking in mid, which is going to try and pressure the Reyna. And well, AZN does reveal himself. Let's see what Sub-Zero can do.
Oh, caught Azin moving right there, and now Sub-Zero can just dip out, get a quick reload, get a little bit more health off the back of a Devourer as well, but Kisra caught by Yaga, as Yaga's just going to bring out the knives for show almost at this point. It's 3 versus 2, they're up against the Empress and possibly the Resurrection as well. But Penguin, not in range of any corpses right now. Nobody died on B, save 1 person on long, and they are well out of the effective range right now of that Sage. The updraft is going to alert the Sage as to their presence, and Broseph might go for a plant here, but first reconnaissance has to be done. Yaga's so fast with the knives, just a barrage of 1,000-folded steel that is sent down all of these angles. Brings out the operator to try and go for a longer duel, as Sub-Zero needs to do it alone. The Empress has ran out of steam. The crown has been found. Plexidus. Oh, no, you dare not.
Go on, do it.
The Empress has been absolutely dominated. That's a knife kill. And our first of a tournament, I believe, here, Kremer. We saw an attempt at one last week, but it ended up in a, let's say, a unfortunate round.
With the Empress falling as well, it's our first witness of regicide as well. So I'm very happy with that. You know you love to see some royalty being assassinated. Well, for UTM Green.
Well, hello,
Yaga.
France. When did you enter the chat?
We've got Yaga, the man to watch out for. 18-3 he now sits, Harry. This man, I don't know what they're feeding him, but...
That's a 6-point OKD. Well, yes, I do have a GCSE in maths. Thank you for noticing.
I'm glad you picked up on that. I was worried. Never do maths on stream, kids. It never works.
It's always a risk for up-and-coming casters, as in takes out their counterpart, but it is going to be traded out. A right now is a battlefield, and reinforcements are going to be forthcoming. K-Dogman has finally entered the fray, and that's a lovely bit of spray control. They've run out of bullets, and they can't switch to the sidearm in time. When the dust has cleared, 2 versus 2 between Purdue Black and UTM Green, but the spike hasn't been planted, so the onus is all on UTM to try and make forward progress. Exodus has fallen low. Yaga not in a great position with this weapon to try and make duels work, so they swap out to the Phantom instead, but Scopes has found the angle. Are they going to try and pick up the operator is the question. I believe it is going to be opted into here, and you imagine that's going to be going the way of Kizra.
Right, next time we're spectating Yaga, I want you to look at how high his sensitivity is. Either he has an extremely high sensitivity, or he hyperextends his elbow every time he wants to flick to someone. Because it's just incredible watching him clear angles. He kind of does checks it once, but checks it at like 1,000,000 miles an hour. So anyone who is there is just going to get seen anyway. It's quite a clever way of doing it, and it shows he is lightning fast. But Jet was made for him.
If there's one thing Canada has, it's space in spades, Chroma. Does that extend to desk space? I don't quite know. Plexidus is missed there by Kizra, and now Yaga is able to take a very aggressive angle. They've taken out their counterpart. Operator versus operator goes the way of Yaga. Grabs themselves a second. So much utility has fallen away now. Could they grab a third? Not at this point, it would seem. They go up into the nest. They've got themselves that third that was promised. There's an attempt at a resurrection, but Yaga just will not stop. Moving on through. Plexus will deny the 5k. It wouldn't have been an ace because that was a resurrected target. But still, oh my goodness.
Oh, Harry,
I know they're 0-2, Kremer, but I feel like Yaga's already making a case for MVP.
My worry is, what beats them? Like, what beat these guys? Yaga is having some mind right now.
Who's responsible for this?
What happened? He is truly someone to fear at the moment. And honestly, we talk about a player being on fire, but yeah, he's just ablazed right now. Goes to the sheriff on the pistol round, understandably so, because, well, he just shoots and people die.
Now, I may be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure that Yaga just got out of a ranked match as well. So this guy's
maybe that was it. It was a warm-up.
This guy's coming in pretty damn warm. And you know what? If it works for Yaga, it'll work for you. Who are you to doubt the 22-3 Jet?
Sub-Zero wants to.
Oh my goodness, the din of gunfire just rocks out down the mid lane of Icebox. Yaga's getting a little bit aggressive here. Remember, they've got no utility to play with as their entire buy has been predicated on this sheriff, costing 800 credits.
So I know something. He does get a follow-up, though. Brosev. He's wary of the player being in defender spawn, but he hasn't seen them yet. So, fortunately for him, the suspicion, the paranoia, is going to have to be what keeps him alive here, as Kizra is going to be the catalyst to bring Purdue their equalizer.
Oh, that's a tight little angle that Kizra has, and they found Chroma. Will they be able to get the second? They will. What a performance thus far from a Jet. It has been a tale of two Jets as we've moved through this map, Kremer. But Kizra just being such a little rat in the back. So difficult to try and dislodge until Yaga manages to find the angle. That sheriff won't be lootable at this point. But remember, the spike is down. Now it's on the defenders to try and get on top of this. They have their star player still. Yaga has been pinned. K-Dog-Man trying to take the swing right here. Yaga's fallen so low. A single bullet will do it, and K-Dog is going to deliver. Broseph all alone. Catches their counterpart reloading, but they jam the mag in quicker. They jam the bullets in quicker. FMS is going to bring Purdue Black into this again.
With just 11 HP, he wins that clutch, and by some miracle, it's down to Brosev, who just runs out of ammo, being their saving grace there. But honestly, with ammo being what has to save you, there's not much repeatability in it. We see the almost garage bike come out from Purdue here. We've got Phantoms, Marshals, Spectres thrown into the mix. It's quite a variety here, kind of like spread amongst the zoology of investments. But for UTM Green, we do see another also fairly wild investment with Shorty's being thrown into the mix alongside the Marshal.
You've heard of going sicko mode. Have you gone Diablo mode? Yaga looking to do their best EA impression here with the Marshal. We know that these Jets can be absolutely ludicrous when it comes to this weapon, especially with the capacity to escape. That's the first. No one has shields. Body shots will do. It's a small operator that's in the hands of these Jets, and Kizraz looking to make the most of it. Looking for a second kill now. Plexidus has made an entry, but it's not too graceful. The judges are not best pleased. And Brosif, well, he's got a Shawsy on the flank. This is, I think it's time to go in and see if you can get a sneaky kill. Died of a spike.
I'll level with you, Harry. You know how much I hate being a pessimist. I don't think Brosef has won this. 1 or 2 kills would be great here for him. Even 1 kill saving the weapon. If he can catch it, maybe the Phantom, that would be awesome for him. However,
God, if you could steal the Phantom, that'd be so mad.
Absolutely, and then surviving afterwards would be best case scenario. And he's in a position now where he is actually going to catch out a lot of these members. I think Kira's the one who needs to be careful.
Kizraz not looking, but their teammates are the rescues coming through from Penguin.
That is almost harrowing for him. Unfortunately, Purdue Black, 5 players left standing as they make it 5 now. UTM Green, what was a dominant first half, is slowly losing its kind of bitter taste as they start to recover, as they too hit their attacking side. It's a full buy from either side, though. Bit of a bonus over on Purdue Black, so this is really where we see the kind of fruits of UTM's labour, as we see
might be feeling... Ooh, a Vandal buy. I was wondering if they were going to try and play for like a couple of Volt Orbs here and then maybe go for a late round Blade Storm. But that was a round that Purdue were expected to win, right? It was their buy, it was their anti-eco. Easy as it comes. UTM Green now. They have their weapons back. It's all in. This time everything's for keeps. We're playing for realsies now, Kremer. All the marbles.
So I know he's wary of the hit coming to be, and honestly, Purdue haven't kind of messed around here. They deploy their utility, got to the site. This is where they now commit to the attack. The Sage Wall is going to prevent the run. And with that, Yaga now have to try and lead this defense. Nice opening, though. 4 on 4 now as the retake commences.
As him being down. Very good for Purdue Black. He has been a bit of a battle thus far. Sinosa staying high, though, as Yaga also wants to take advantage of the high ground. Brosif tapping a defuse right here, but Yaga, with the pickup of the Vandal, has done plenty thus far. That's 3. K-Dogman needs to close the distance, but is he even fast enough? He's got the knife out. He's going to get the headshot right here. They did manage to take out Yaga, make it more expensive for UTM to convert this full buy. And that might be what's important. This is going to significantly weaken the financial momentum that UTM can generate off the back of this win.
You're absolutely right. And as Yaga currently sits going 27-7, even if he loses, even if for the rest of the game it goes to overtime and UTM Green lose, Yaga I think would still be top fragging. That's how effective he's been so far. And as they all invest over on the UTM Green, you see a judge come out on Brosef, a bit of a bold pick, and we'll see if it merits him a few kills here. Yaga not buying a weapon he wants to use his knives. Reset doing the same thing here. We'll see just how either jet fares with a game of throwing knives.
All right, Yaga looking to be a hero here for their team, looking to bring back that economic power. They haven't been checked yet. They are going to go up against their counterpart. Kisrad, the blades out too, but a blade to the head is more than enough. Unfortunately, the unwieldiness of the Guardian does not serve as in well in this case, and Purdue Black seem to have a site all to themselves, even with Sinosa and Brosif waiting up on these angles. A judge in hand is not the ideal weapon for a retake, and so FMS picks up their 3rd Kremer, and, well, I've seen more crazy things, but I think Sinosa might be in a touch of trouble.
Makes his way forward. Sub-Zero sends him to a quick little grave there, and Purdue Black a solid entry to that A site. We did see the expenditure of both the Jet ult and the Rainer ult. However, it syncs with the Viper's bit coming up this round, as well as the Sofa ult if he's able to have a successful round as well. Over on UTM, a little bit out of sync, as we will see the Viper bit 1 away, as well as the Sage Res 1 away. We're going to have to see if it is going to pay into effect how they play this Sheriff round, but for the most part, they are just going to stack up on A, hope for a few kills, better still, maybe even retrieving one of these Vandals.
One of the things that I'm very happy about on the side of Purdue thus far is that they're playing quite well off the back of their duelist entries. Whether they're getting kills or not, there's always that second gun, and usually it's FMS. They've done the same thing again. Yaga and Azin are both down. They've been the major playmakers thus far for UTM Green, so their efficiency is going to be somewhat neutered in this 5 versus 3.
To get out of there, Purdue Black just didn't go to B. They'll go plant that bomb. I was really going to be able to stop them, and because of that, UTM Green on a retake now with Sheriffs without utility. there's no way they can use the Sage ult in a round like this, so it is just a matter of taking it, letting the round finish, and then hoping that you don't lose too much momentum as you hit your buy round. Freezer, he slams down that bomb, is going to try and follow up with a quick little kill. Spectus is the first one to try and catch out a overextended attacker.
That's all about it. Got to catch people out. Cynosa has been pinged by that recon, but no one's in a way to try and get them with some kind of wall penetration. Scopes at this range for rifles are so much better, and Plexidus has learned that the hard way. Brosif all alone, unfortunately. Sheriff in hand, but I'm afraid the only law that's going to be laid down here is Murphy's. There we go. Actually, that's probably not the correct law. Is Murphy's the one about, Actually, never mind. Never mind, Kramer.
Murphy's laws win. Murphy has many laws. Murphy's laws, if you expect something to happen, it probably won't happen. It's a sort of Murphy's
Anything
law.
that can go wrong will go wrong.
Yeah,
I almost said
yes,
Moore's
that
law,
sort of
which
thing.
would have been completely inappropriate.
No, that was
Here we're going to start making the processes twice as small.
That's a time and a play. For UTM, they matched the investment of Purdue for the first time in a while. We see rifles round the board. No ops on either side, though. So for Cynosa, we should see a quick wall. They'll head back to B, and they'll have to defend this site once again. Something that really has been quite successful for Purdue in these forthcoming attacking rounds. And once again, UTM not really putting up much of a defense.
Seems like UTM, they're quite retake happy. Hasn't been kind of ostentatious with their leaving. Some stompy stomps as Purdue Black have established a good amount of control here over B long, and they're going to give that away. They're going to force Purdue to potentially invest some of their utility to take back this map control that they've gained.
Let's see how they fare on this attack. Once again, a very, very tough predicament for these defenders. And honestly, UCM Green, now that they've lost these last couple of rounds, we're at the stage where Purdue Black may even consider upsetting this map. And it feels weird to say, considering how effective Yaga was on the attacking side, but we've hit the defense and they've completely stagnated. So the result comes out, Hunter's Fury just almost zoning the A site as the Viper Spit goes down, first blood's drawn, and like that, UCM once again collapse.
Sub-Zero woken up, sipped for caffeine, found everything they wanted. They see exactly where the spike is due to that outline that's in the floor. As in, sends Aaliyah into the Viper's pit. They're going to move on through. What is that? It's an assassination on the ropes. That was nasty from Azin, but Kizra just gives nasty as it gets. Brosif, once again, is all alone. The B site Sentinel is having to look at A with wide eyes filled with tears.
Yeah, he kind of like blinks, rubs his eyes a bit. Thinking, what,
All my friends are dead.
My friends are dead. I'm alone. What's happened?
It's an interesting bit of pre-aim right there.
Yeah, Penguin, he's able to... Fair play to Penguin for hard clearing the angle as well. He's able to deliver the killing blow. Purdue now 2 is what separates them from UTM Green. A incredible attacking half so far. And for UTM Green, considering they're 2 away from securing overtime, it feels like a good 10 rounds away. As Purdue, once again, all the money they could possibly hope for. They're at a point now where they could justify buying secondaries alongside their rifles, and with all of this, they do only have a single ult, that being the Sage res over on Penguin, but considering how well both the Viper and Kizra are doing, would be unjustified just to res them the second they die.
Have a look at those trust funds. In my opinion, Purdue certainly are in the black right now. Moving through this Viper split means that Brosif, or rather Toxic Serene, Brosif's going to be waiting for them with the shorty. The Toxin falls low, but they're moving into so many targets. Yaga grabs one with the Sheriff. And Kizra finds that he has plenty of space now to pick up that orb.
So gonna hard clear this site, slowly making his way through. Sub-Zero is gonna see the rotation. It's execution onto Cynosa there. A wonderful little shot from him, man. The UTM, far-fetched retake once again. We do see the Owl drone get thrown out, just to maybe even scare an opponent.
Those cost money, Kremer.
They do, and
I may sound like your dad, but those cost money.
Yeah, you think the electricity bill pays itself? Like this, isn't it?
Hello. Yaga caught Scope sleeping a little bit and caught Kizra as well. The Sheriff seems to be doing plenty, but there's only one bullet in the chamber. It has to be a headshot, and unfortunately it will not be. You can't throw your melee at them, even if your ult is for knives. And Purdue, despite losing potentially a few too many people against what was a Shiko or an Eco buy from the side of UTM. They are keeping this score rising, and at the end, that's all that matters.
Yep, Yaga, he hits that 30 bomb as well. He's got his knives to play with. We, of course, don't play with knives. Unless you're Yaga, which place we encourage it for Synosa and Brosev as well. Also with ults ready. Penguin still holding on to that ult, not really wanting to use it in the eco. Probably going to be able to expend it here if Yaga draws first blood, as he gets very aggressive indeed.
Speed is the name of the game here for Yaga. Shock and awe tactics. Potentially onto Purdue, but no one's going to be taking that peak too early. Once again, we have a double duelist setup. Been mirrored between both teams. Let's look at these aggressive positions from Kizra and K-Dogman. Some nice jump peaks here. Might get a little bit of information as to where Brosev is playing. Caught in midair, though. I think it might have just been a tiny tap to the leg. He's going to leave Kizra basically alive for now, but having to deal with a Viper's Pit if they so desire. I think at this point, this is the go sign. The Spike this time has been lurking on A, but Azin is so ready. They haven't been that awake in this second half, but potentially it's time for that alarm clock to go off as UTM Green. There's at 4, they have a numbers advantage, and Azin is back alive. That's going to be the first. The dismiss is going to fall away, but they're dismissing right in front of the enemy. You're not as invisible as you are when you're using the Empress. And Brosev here needs to win this duel with Kizra. They need control of mid, but Kizra's got 2 off the back of all of this. The attempt at the defuse, dare they even peek it? I don't know if they've even heard at this point. Oh my goodness, they managed to just hold it down. Pros don't fake Kremer, and Synosa gets the defuse from a seemingly confused Purdue defense because Kizra cleared mid, and that left only Penguin on the site and potentially just didn't even hear the tap.
A wonderful round. That worked out beautifully. However, it was messy to a point, and it looks like Synosa, that round was for UTM Green. It was kind of one of Purdue's mistake rather than their endeavors. And yet they kind of plunged their way into the sticks, and, you know, while they do look like they're relatively strong, I mean, the Achilles heel is still very apparent, and while it hasn't been found yet by Purdue, it's getting very close to being pressured.
Achilles heel. When the leg shot does headshot damage. Yaga going to be using the knives here.
Desync, isn't it?
These knives are going to be so important. It's the only major tool that UTM have in terms of gunplay. They do have that Hunter's Fury, of course, but Yaga needs to go big with this weapon. They need to try and snowball it into multiple kills. Everyone's looking in a different direction, so maybe Yaga could close the gap, but their friends have already died. And that's relieved the pressure on the flanks, so now Yaga just has to move forward. Has to be affirmative with their action, but is trying to be quiet. That they can move a little bit more quickly with these knives out, so they can be a little bit more silent than people may expect. There's going to be a nasty lurk potentially from that Sova. Yep, it's Vanat special, and K-Dogman has taken out the only hope that UTM really had.
I mean, Blexus, we got a classic. It's got a little tag on it. Might help.
Just Hunter's Fury, 5 people.
I mean, he's going to have it next round, which is the silver lining. We'll have that Hunter's Fury to be expanded. However, Purdue Black, 1 round separated them from UTM Green here. And my worry for UTM is that if Purdue Black win this map, we move to Purdue Black's map pick, which I believe is Bind. UTM Green, Yaga can't do this again. At least he shouldn't be able to do this again. Which means that if they have to go into a round against a Purdue Black on their home territory, with all of them pulling their own weight, against the Yaga who's just dropped 30 and still lost, who's probably on tilt, they genuinely look like they're going to be very strong.
Well, Purdue, they can buy all the way to 12 here. They don't have to worry about that economy very much. So much in the back pocket. It is going to be an offensive usage of the Bladestorm here as Kizra goes high, then checks low. Won't be able to fit across that wall here, of course. Unless... Think thin, Kizra. Think thin. Squeeze, damn you, squeeze!
I mean,
wait, he's made it through. What? Did he just carve through it with a knife, or was he actually thin enough? Somehow he's made it into the back line. But Yaga's there waiting. Playing in CT with an op.
See if he can catch out the flaring kitchen, though.
This is not an ideal engagement for an op. Oh, they never see it coming. Although the rifle was seen very much. Brosev now may try and catch FMS as they exit this area, but they're just walking out of a smoke. That gives all the advantage that's needed to FMS, and it was an interesting round, Kremer, but it wasn't a good one for UTM.
Fair play to Kizra, who must have sucked in his gut to get through that wall there. That was so impressive. That must have been a perfect width for a player to get through. Either way, what's more important is we're currently looking at an 11-11 scoreline, Harry. This is a bit what looked like UTM domination has turned into an absolute disaster, as Purdue Black have delivered an incredible attacking side. Now looking to hit this beast site. They've got the Viper's Pit ready for the retake. We've got Empress ready on Skull, as well as Plexus with the Hunter's Fury. The question now is, what damage can it do? The Aldrone's going to have to push straight at the Yaga, but he's timed it perfectly. He gets hit by it anyway, though. Not that it stops him from getting two before Creaser could trade.
All right, the operator in hand now for Kisra. That could be a real game changer. But Yaga lost that rifle. That rifle was so important, as in, dare they try and make this work? They've already been tagged once by the Hunter's Fury. Will they be able to avoid any more, as Plexus is going to send away the Hunter's Fury? No time for that. It's time for gunplay, and Kisra's got it in absolute spades. Grabs the first. Can they get any more than that? The spike is safely behind the wall, but now it's going to be encapsulated. The wall is broken down right here, but they need to move on through this gauntlet. Still, they managed to take down Synosa midway through the defuse, and Purdue Black, off the back of a very shell-shocking half on their defense, have got themselves to match point off the back of an absolutely ferocious, ruthless, and merciless attack.
What on earth has happened, Harry? We saw Purdue Black come back from the absolute depths of despair. Now one away from victory, one away from overtime if UTM Green want to have another crack at their defensive side, but it's not looking pretty for them at all at the moment. And while we do see Purdue Black sort of prepare another hits away, a site which has proven to be successful for them time and time again, UTM do have three players there with the commitment ready to stop them. They've got the Sova roll and the Viper's Pit ready to be expended as our drones both cross each other on the freeway. We'll see just where the attack comes from.
Opening up with the Hunter's Fury, trying to get some pings, but for now it seems unfruitful. They might get a little bit onto Azin, yes. However, Azin has already struck back, taking out their counterpart. The Odin has come through. Will you witness me? Will you join me in Valhalla? Screams the Sova, as K-Dog Man is keen to do so. Gonna get themselves a little bit of a body count to try and make it happen, but off the back of a flawless UTM Green, this is what they needed. It doesn't matter in terms of their economy, it doesn't matter in terms of a ult, but it matters in terms of a momentum.
Harry, we knew this was going to be a good game today. We said so in the pre-game, and well, overtime to start. I couldn't think of a better way to spend this than, well, for Purdue Black. I am really, really looking forward now to seeing if they now hit their defensive side, if they can repeat the success of that initial attacking side. And more importantly, with the UTM Green now on their attacking side, is Yaga going to be able to repeat a monstrous first half, which he had initially?
Exodus has now returned to the Odin. Plenty of penetrable surfaces to try and exploit that, especially down mid. You got to think about that too. It's fully penetrable by the Odin. You catch someone out in there, they are going to be doomed. They open up well here. Already getting a singular ping, and this recon, will it catch Kisra is the question, because if they don't know where this jet is, they are going to be in deep trouble.
On B, it's tickle damage from Scopes. He sees one member, but what he sees looks like a default. Instead, the bomb from UTM Green is now heading to the B site, but look at the rotation of Purdue Black. They don't suspect it at all. Right now, Scopes has to go huge on this defense, while Sub-Zero gets the equalizer. Will they be able to stop this?
FMS, keeping it real for now, staying back, waiting for reinforcements. They know that they'll have a pinch soon. As there is an approach from Arena at the back. That's a beautiful flick from Sub-Zero. Synosa is gone. The dismiss is good to check out the next angle, but will they expect the Viper hiding out in the cubby here? They managed to take out another. Sub-Zero's been on an absolute tear, and Plexus just cannot change their aim quickly enough. Kisra doesn't have to do anything. Penguin's already gone and cleared it, and Purdue Black, they've won on the defense. That's so important because both of these teams have been so much stronger on the offense, and now they're going to have a chance to cement that and somehow bring this map back.
An incredible round from Purdue Black there, and more importantly, Synosa getting caught out on that flank by Sub-Zero. That wonderful flick from him. Kind of pray with me, Synosa, as he attempts to, well, he's going to have to attempt to recover that now on his defensive side. But either way, Purdue Black, the thing is with Purdue Black, which I really like from their side at the moment, is no one's playing badly. No one is really no one's really kind of lacking in the kill count, We look over to UTM. Yaga's definitely doing some heavy lifting right now, whereas Purdue Black, they're all relatively close on the scoreboard. All of them have got the power to kill. And, well, at least for now, on their attacking side, Yaga being very aggressive. That's just trying to compensate for that with a lot of aggression pushing into the stage.
Sometimes you build your team to try and support a superstar, and Yaga is the one who's demanded that, but he's already dead. That was the player that UTM Green would have been counting on so much, and him being lost this early demands that Azin's skull goes big to try and account for it, and that's already a great start for the secondary duelist. No longer will I stand in Yaga's shadow. No longer will I go quietly into this good night, because it's I who brings the night to you.
Hey, Dogman just has to get the hell out of there. He's going to be able to deploy the old scan arrow just to try and get a grasp as to how many players have been positioned away. But the reality is, UTM Green have held fairly firm on their default up until we mentioned that, though. And now as the Jet is going to push straight to B, he's going to hear. Yusra's going to hear that no one is there on the site. It's going to be a free blood.
That recon arrow was such a good fake. Like, guys, they're going to probably recommit here. They're giving it a good old scan. Kisra for now.
30 seconds.
Trying to look through the railings there to see if anyone's going to take that trip, but I don't think that they've currently accounted for the Sova. They've managed to make some inroads here in towards B, but Kisra has got a little bit rogue here. 17 HP, going wide. They do have two players who can easily take care of the spike, though, so it's not a huge deal, and they can just be as noisy as they want, try and turn around UTM Green. The Odin's going to be back here. They need to take out K-Dogman, and wow, you just walked straight into the LMG. Out comes the Blade Storm from the back. Kisra needs to go huge, and the 2 versus 1 is going to try and use the Vandal to do so. There's no wall penetration with the Vandal. Do they have time for the defuse? The ticks are coming, but Plexidus is a little bit fast when it comes to tapping on that pad. And with 5 seconds remaining, where was this defense when we were in regulation time, Kramer? Both these teams are looking pretty slick.
That must be quite sad if you are one of the teams, though, to be desperately trying to find around on your defensive side. You can't do it. You have to go to overtime. And then suddenly both of you can play defense. Once again, we're going to be in another wave of OTs. We'll see if Kisra and Co can hold firm as Purdue Black prepare to defend themselves against the UTM onslaught. Yaga, the man to spearhead said charge. And I'll tell you what, when he is spearheading a charge, it has this nasty knack of finding the chink in your armor.
I mean, Yaga falling down early in our last round. That's the big question about UTM, right? Can they function without their superstar? They proved that they can. They managed to take advantage of that. That's so aggressive over the ropes, but still not going to be forced to pay for it. Sinosa, though, the second they drop Sub-Zero is all over the top. Penguin, for now, playing a more supportive role from behind that toxic screen. Azin's been put so low as they want to try and plant this spike, but they're a little bit too wide when Penguin takes these peaks. FMS trying to keep it calm. This is a nasty double peak on both sides of the catwalk, and FMS is keeping it alive for now. It's 2 versus 2. The Empress is available. Azin's going to pop it there. They take this peak alone. They are going to be spotted out a little bit here by K-Dogman, but that does also reveal the location of this Sova. The operator's not ideal for a retake. You need to be incredibly skilled with it, but we know that Kisra's been going absolutely massive. A dismiss just gets out of the way of the bullets, and then a stray one just hits Kisra's head from far, far away. That's a lovely shot with the Phantom, but time is running short. A little bit of disgusting play here from the side of a Viper could be all that's needed, but they passed each other in the midst of all of this. Kisra goes for the defuse. Brosif takes a swing. That's a miss. They do get it with the right click on the classic, though, and UTM secure their attack.
It all comes down to their defensive half now. It was a very, very messy round there. More of a monkey steam party than an actual defense. However, Castle Madagascar will not be showing up today. Instead, it is going to be a continuation of carnage. And well, for Yaga, 38 kills he now sits up in hand, ready for another defensive round. For Purdue Black, can they force a third overtime? Or are we going to see them topple here in the final hurdle?
Change of default defense right here. Going to be the Sova with the Odin. Operating on A. Usually we see a double duelist here with both the Rainer and the Jet. Oh, a couple of warning shots there. Sent out by Brosif. Might have done a little bit of poke damage over towards the Jet. And for now, a little bit of an ostentatious and noisy push towards B. going to be an interesting little bit of a plant here. It's not quite in the fully obfuscated zone, and they may find themselves within the snake bite. Penguin's forced to run away, but they're vulnerable, so body shots are more than enough to take them out. I'm not sure why they didn't plant it for default, but maybe just trying to get a little bit tricky in these later rounds. UTM now have everything they need for Waller's Hard, and it needs to be burrowed on through. Sub-Zero, that's a lovely little shock dart from K-Dogman. And suddenly UTM, who had such an advantage, find themselves in a 1 versus 3. Broseph can't quite hack it. And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to triple overtime. Kramer and I. Oh, we get the good ones.
Well, this is quite clever, Harry. What they've decided, actually, is they don't like our casting. And so what they're doing is they're going to just try and destroy our voices the first map. That way, they don't have to listen to us for the second.
A substitute call is being broadcast out as we speak.
Tactical. This is tactical, absolute masterful play from the NECC. So, of course, we are already in week 2, so we made a bad impression.
The earliest I've ever been fired from a project.
Of course, this time Yaga actually going for the Phantom here rather than the Op, as we see some aggression from Eastrap. I think he next. No, he doesn't even see him. Instead, he goes back for the high ground and opts for another crack, whoever picks into him.
No return shot just yet. Still at 100 health. Remember, there's not really much of a way of utility either. A singular Cloudburst is in their hands as Plexidus here doesn't opt to ADS with the Odin, just playing it by ear. But they can start to siege in now with the LMG. The rate of fire is so oppressive. It can be so dangerous to try and go up against a weapon that has this much penetration. Aslan's already picked up the first one. UTM have proven to be such monsters on the attack, but Kizra has taken out some of the main threats. Broseph with a cheeky little position on the box, and Sinosa doesn't care that they're nearsighted. When you get that close, they're just going to play in the ratty angle. Kizra with 60 HP, nothing in the chamber of the op has been noted by Broseph. All by themselves at this point. Even with Sinosa taking a cheeky peek, this is going to be so difficult for Kizra.
He's going to have to get this kill quickly. He's out of time.
But no scope! And then
it doesn't matter. Use another.
Oh, they didn't quite spot Yaga, but that was so doable. I gotta take my hat off to Kizra, but Yaga remains cool under pressure.
Match point.
There's a world where that converts. We see Yaga.
That's a 40.
40 kills,
Jesus.
a 40 bomb in
With
a
a
Valorant
2.0
game.
KD.
An insane performance from him so far, and as we look almost longingly to Purdue Black to continue this overtime just to see how many kills Yaga can get.
Can we get a 50? Can we get a double
Yes.
ace?
Try and push him a bit harder, as we've got him a full investment over on Purdue Black of rifles, not an op in play. Kizra, usually the man he holds on to it, is instead going for the rifle setup, as Purdue Black prepares to hit this beast's site. Broseph, the Viper, a man who's proven to be very capable in defending this site alone, is once again going to be called to action.
Yaga's play here just to survive as long as possible, maybe trade out 1 or 2 with them. It's going to potentially be a retake here, but already, this is a huge response from UTM Green to move towards B. We talked about Madagascar, but I don't think King Julian's the only one who likes to move it at this point. I think we're going to take a little bit of damage from that snake bite, and Azin's already picked up 2. Make that 3. The Rain is going absolutely mad, and they don't want to go for another round of overtimes. Quadruple overtime is where Azin draws the line. The potential for an ace is still alive. There's the 4th. Can they find FMS? It's going to be taken away by Plexidus. Come on, my son. That just isn't sporting. But UTM are going to be sporting a big fat dub in the map win column.
Tell you what, decided 40 is enough. Stand it here, boys. We'll force it to a second, and we'll see how we can do on our second map of the series. An incredible performance from both sides there, both of which deserve a bit of a victory. However, it is UTM Green who emerged as the main victors, taking their map pick of Icebox successfully in their favour. It took 3 overtimes to do it, however, after a very long slog, a true game, they were able to be victorious. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return in about 5-10 minutes, we're going to see who's able to win on Purdue Black's map pick of 5.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Sheesh, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Hello, welcome back as we have Purdue Black versus UTM Green. We have got a hell of a match ahead. If that last match on Icebox was anything to go by, it took 3 overtimes. It took 41 kills from Yaga to decide who our victor was. However, UTM Green were just able to inch their way ahead and emerge victorious. We now move to their own map of Bind, which is really going to be an absolute clash of titans. Of course, I'm your Castle Crummer 3. I'm joined by the wonderful Leg Day. Harry, how are you feeling about this one?
I've got to admit, Bind is my favorite map. I love the teleporters. I love it. And I couldn't be more excited to see our teams clash again, especially since this one is actually the pick of Purdue Black. UTM Green, they were the ones who decided to go to Icebox, and well, when it started off, we were like, oh, so that's why. And then we're like, wait a second. Purdue Black are pretty good at attacking this as well. But eventually, they managed to string a couple rounds together and walk away with that dub. But I'm wondering if we see Razes here, because classically, Raze has supplanted Jet as the premier duelist on Bind. But with how Yaga and Kizra have been playing, maybe you stick on that. But does Yaga have the flexibility to try and play off the back of that? No, we're just going to see the Jet again. I mean, if you drop 41, who am I to question you, man?
Yeah, well, you do have the narrow angles. You know, you've got that position in hookah. You do have L block as well, which is just kind of absolute havens for that paint grenade, and of course the bazooka from the Rays. So it's a kind of no-brainer in terms of character selection, but it doesn't take into account player preference. And you know, yeah, I guess you mentioned he drops 41 on Jets. He can play Jets. He's kind of earned that. And I mean, for Purdue Black, Caesar as well also had a great game, so I'm not surprised by the double Jet pick. In any other circumstance, I would be, but both of these players have proven to be very damn good.
Bazooka's a funny word, Kremer. Sounds like
Bazooka.
what you might call a king of a zoo.
So, yeah, so fun fact as well, I didn't know this, but on actual bazookas, I own a bazooka. On actual bazookas, it has little warning stickers with like little kind of like stickman characters on them. Which I thought,
So
yeah.
simple, even an idiot could use it.
Yeah,
Hey, Kremer.
I have an 84 M95 anti-tank rocket launcher, and it has a little stick man warning you for blast back on it. I think it's great. Or back blast on it. It's absolutely amazing. I was looking at the investment for this Mr. Round. We've got two Ghosts of a Frenzy over on Purdue Black. They're here for some gunfights, Harry. Over on UTM Green, it's more of an armament based with Yaga holding on to that Ghost. Of course, understandably so, he had a hell of a game earlier. Max hesitating for a moment, but he does opt for the Ghost. Never mind the Frenzy in the end, as we now see just where UTM Green are going to lay their attack. Setting their eyes over in mid, it looks like the main assault here is going to be to A.
All right. Sub-Zero looking to be the point of a spear here. Remember, that Devour, so useful. Oh, that's a miss during the attempt to claim the orb. We're going to quickly back away. Enough information has been given over now that it may be an A here. And that's going to bring some backup here to rotate on over. The Astra is going to move on. However, the Jet's not going to commit yet. Sub-Zero catches a headshot. And so they're going to be sent scarpering right now. Might be able to get a touch of healing from the Sky, but the Sky's over in Hookah instead, so they're going to be relying on their own gameplay with a Devour to make it work. Following now, after that Owl drone, no one was detected, so it's going to be blind clears, but Yaga doesn't need eyesight where we're going. I've got a Frenzy in a dream. They found Sub-Zero. There was just no call that Yaga was going to be pelting their way through that area. FMS is all alone. Yaga's about to get a little bit of contact here. The Classic's a little bit better at this range, but Yaga's just plain different, baby.
Absolutely does not care. He's still going to use a Frenzy here.
He's running out of ammo, Kremer.
Yeah, has to go to the Classic because ammo appears to be his main problem. Of course, in a kind of interview with Yaga, we asked him, what do you feel when you kill someone? He smiled and said recoil as he's now moving up short. He's going to try and go for the defuse in that smoke. Unfortunately, unable to do so as Success will be the one to deliver the killing blow. UTM Green, they open the pistol round, going 1-0 up.
UTM starting pretty strong right here. Managing to get that spike on down, and Yaga's going to be gifted over the Spectre for their troubles. I'd expect a very aggressive play. Again, it feels like there was a little bit of a communications lapse in Purdue there. We saw someone get picked at the entrance to U-Hall, and then Sub-Zero, despite the wall being up in front of them, so they did not have direct line of sight towards bathrooms, they still were not suspecting that Yaga would just pelt on through there with the Frenzy and get a second kill for free.
Absolutely right. Sino certainly is going to have to weather aggression. It says Yaga's being pressured, and honestly, I think Yaga lives to be rushed like that.
He's simply built different. Same with
Just
Brosif.
built different.
There's been a shorty kill in the midst of all of this from Kizra. I think that might be a looted weapon off the back of this. Yes, it is going to be a Spectre that's now in hand, but not much health to try and use off the back of it. They could be identified here by Brosif. Most of their friends are dead. Do you want to try and save a Spectre is the question in a 1 versus 4. It is tenable, and now with a spike planted on A, Kizra might be a little bit more loud when leaving. But no, they remain quiet. For now, it's all about the stealth. They are going to be met by so many people watching so many... Oh, no. Oh, the timing is just right to try and escape Brosif for now, but let the Jaws theme play in your head. Dum.
You see another knife kill. You see another knife kill, Harry.
It's a shorty. Brosif isn't going to go for that. They see the shorty and they're like, I ain't risking it, bro. That ain't my jam.
Sense of adventure? Where's his sense of adventure? However, 2-0 lead. They do so relatively easily. 4 Spectres to be taken into this round, though, so we're 5 Spectres to be taken into this round. So we're going to see a significant bonus to be played by UTM Green. If they win it, then they're going to be able to pick up weapons with a massive injection into their economy. They lose it, doesn't matter. Rifles go out next round anyway. For Purdue Black, standard default, 3 players over on B, which lets us think there could be a bit of aggression over on long. But it doesn't matter. UTM, they want to hit A.
One real credit to these teams is that we've rarely seen anti-ecos dropped across both of our maps, right? We aren't seeing silly peaks being made. We aren't seeing incredibly reckless gameplay. Managing to keep it together. Oh, K-Dog here. Just going to try and walk the smoke. It'd be very difficult to try and pull off. And especially with that Phantom, you risk losing it. But Kizra just has the Overwatch here, coming in from high ground, able to see everything within their kingdom. The spikes hasn't been planted yet, and the smokes are beginning to dissipate. The paranoia near sights one, and while they're dueling out, Sub-Zero's going to fall. Yaga's dangerous with this, even at range. Oh my goodness, they're a wizard when it comes to the Spectre. Long range, who needs it?
Oh,
Penguin needs it.
Yaga trying to create his own saga. Unfortunately, he can't quite do so, as the rifles do reign supreme. However, killing 3 members on your anti-eco is a very healthy position to be in. It means that Purdue Black have to go for a very heavy reinvestment. Most of them can't even justify the reinvestment. So much so we've only got a Sheriff over on scopes, and we may even see the odd Spectre in the midst of them as well, as they try to defend against a very aggressive buy of UTM, who go for 5 rifles, 4 Phantoms. Now, without having the op, it means that you do have a bit of flexibility on your attack as well. So because of that, let's see if Purdue Black can stop that. Oh, you see a Bulldog in their midst, sort of telltale signs of a broken economy.
Kizra handed off the rifle to get themselves an ultimate orb. Giving them a little bit more to play with here. They've missed the first 2. They need to connect. This is the last knife that's available. Otherwise, it's just going to be a classic. And now Kizra financially is almost down for the count when it comes to this. FMS can't get much done, but that is going to be a rifle handed off through the smoke due to the backblast of that bullet. And now UTM, they can really put their foot on the gas here. They can try and choke out Purdue Black, but we know that these guys aren't overly keen on taking risks. They can just play it safe here. Wait for Purdue to try and retake into them. The Bulldog's already been revealed. Someone's going to surely be checking elbow right here where 2 players are lurking. That's going to come down to Brosit. Someone else needs to try and take this angle. It's going to be Azin who's got the backup. They've taken out Sub-Zero. Now they know where everyone else is remaining. K-Dog still gets one with the spec. He's a bit nasty with it. Come on. Let's connect some body shots. There we go. Azin's going to do it. Pick up a 3K. And UTM get their 3rd on the board.
Once again, Yaga off to a incredible start, and you know what, Harry? We thought it was fluke. Well, I mean, I thought it. Not so much fluke. I thought that he was having a great map on Icebox. I thought there's no way he can repeat that success over on Bind, a map which is played a bit more frequently, a map which, of course, Purdue Black have really shown that they want to play. I was wrong. I rise to it. I was wrong. It looks like Yaga is truly built different, and well, with his own knives to show to Purdue Black, he's going to be supported by the Rain Ult as well, against, of course, the Gamer Squids and the Rain Ult of their own over on Purdue Black.
I'll phone up our boys over at HyperX, see if they can negotiate some kind of MVP. Because Yaga would definitely be a shoo-in for that. Kiara, oh, playing it close right now. Kizra? Are they going to walk the smoke? They're so close here with the classic. A right click could be deadly, but they're walking out in front of it. Walk the wall as well, and that takes away so much of the limited health that Kizra has. There's Valia. It's going to be avoided in terms of line of sight, and this is a very ostentatious stay, you see? They're being very loud in showers, and they want that because, well, the rest of the team, including the Spike, they're on B, boys.
Yeah, and luckily as well, they just get the hell out of there. There is a player on the flank. That is going to be a bit worrisome for now, but once the bomb goes down, that should cause either a mass rush or a mass retreat of Purdue Black. Either way, the flanking Viper is due a bit of a surprise as the Rainer swings into them.
Somehow they've been surrounded here. K-Dogman got around the back, and, well, they have been taken out there by Sinos, who grabs 2, 3 on the lurk. This was just supposed to be the distraction, Kramer. It will give away a couple of rifles, and potentially at this point, Purdue might be like, you know what? We've got rifles. It is a 2 versus 3. It's very doable. But moving into this area, they've got no idea what areas are clear. They have no idea what map control they have. And now they've revealed their locations. Oh, God.
No way.
He's disgustingly good, isn't he?
There's no other way to put it.
Frightening. Of course, I really don't like the play from Skull and Cynosa there. I think that once you saw you were against the Nico and you saw that the B side was clear, I would have really favored them to just gun it back at showers to the attackers spawn and take the long way around. I don't like that they sort of overstayed their welcome to try and get a few extra kills. It really played to their detriment. And now as we look to Purdue Black, they've got that op out on Kisra. We'll see if he can challenge Yaga similarly to how he did over on Icebox in what was an incredible Jets battle.
I mean, it was an incredible jet battle, but it was also an incredible op map. Binds less so. Sure, the op's viable here. It is viable everywhere, but it's not quite as much of a heaven for it as Icebox is. As in for now, trying to play high. Cynosa saw those bullet tracers coming through, but Yaga just skeet shy of the air. Sub-Zero ain't playing around anymore. Scope's going to be nearsighted by that Leah. Here comes Hunter's Fury as well. It's going to do significant amounts of damage, and FMS is going to be the first victim of that. On top of this, we've got the Viper's Pit as well. It seems like it's all in right now from UTM. They want to absolutely destroy any hope that Purdue had of trying to reclaim this round.
I really like the ult usage. They're using it the second they have it. The second the round got close. 3-on-3, we do see the Hawk out from Penguin to try and buy a bit of space. Plexus continuing to shock there. Look at that. The utility
That's so nerdy.
phenomenal. Phenomenal utility usage, and K-Dog now has to recover.
That's beautiful presence of mind. Excellent game sense. K-Dog gets one. Can they get two? Remember, they've got a friend to try and help with a defuse right here. Kisra's just going to start holding it. Plex just cannot connect when it comes to the right clicks. He's losing his spaghetti, and Kiara gets the defuse. Oh, Plex may have walked away with 3, but just not fast enough. Spaghetti has been dropped like there was an earthquake in an Italian restaurant, and Purdue will walk away with a round.
That was really, really messy from Plex there. And I mean, it was like an earthquake in an Italian restaurant, except everyone kind of left for the fire exit and trampled over the spaghetti in the kind of same manner as which to destroy it. And for UTM, I'm really worried for the recovery here, because that was a very tilting round. Phantoms come out. If they convert it, they go 5-2 up, and they do kind of keep the recovery alive. They keep the dignity. That's a waste of white.
What a view Kisra had of their co-duelist being taken on down. There we go. They've seen the hand now. They're not quite fast enough when it comes to the draw. I think that Plex is going to be sort of mentally in the middle, though. Like, that may have been an unfortunate end to the round, but they also got that shock dart kill, which is a real feel-good frag. Brosif now can block off any kinds of rotations as they move through CT, and that's exactly what they've done. FMS is down, even if Cynosa has fallen to their counterpart. Kisra just has such a great oversight here, but how did they not combat Brosif is still here? He's already picked off one, and now he may find another. A Spectre at range. It's labored, but it works.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Okay, not good for another. It all falls down to Yaga. I could think of a better man for the job, but he is on half HP. He is tagging the process. His location's been revealed. Loaded to updraft, so what can we do here?
Alright, changing over the weapon. Fresh mag, fresh dreams. The dog has been thrown out. Here comes the bird as well. It's a good turn away from Yaga. The full blind won't be given. The updraft gets a little bit of information as the heal rolls out. Yaga just gets nailed by the operator. What a great shot there from Penguin, and that's going to be able to be given over once again to Kisra. Purdue Black. They're keeping it even. They're keeping it close. And I think I mean, it's very early to say it, but this does feel like a 3-mapper. Even with Purdue Black currently behind, these teams just seem so close together.
I think it's a 3-mapper, but I'm going to double down on that. I think we're seeing overtime in all 3 maps, Harry. This is... genuinely, this is a marathon, and what's interesting actually in games that are marathons, it's really interesting to see where the consistency comes from, because it truly does become a game of stamina, and to stay concentrated for 3-4 hours straight, it really takes a toll on the psyche. You see some aggression over on B. Looks like UTM are going to try and up the antics here with a faster play up to B.
I remember a lot of these players, it doesn't start when the match starts. They're doing warm-ups, they're doing VOD reviews. They're putting in all the work to be some of the best players that they can be. They're so happy to represent their colleges, their student bodies, their faculties. And they want the results to show that off. FMS begins to open it up, but that's going to be a trade back. As in, finds value from one, and that was a nerdy double shock dart right there to try and dislodge Penguin, but he's fallen victim to those before. That is a bit obscene there from Kisra, but only connects a singular knife, so that is going to be a missing ultimate now. However, the headshot in midair, Kisra's just activated. Who is this who's in my lobby? Ban him right now.
That was an incredible 2K there to get things underway, and he makes it 3!
Oh my goodness.
He must be terrified.
I would be shaking in my booties. Nothing left in my wellies but a little bit of scared wee-wee. That's what Kisra leaves in their wake. A 4K with the op. Oh my goodness.
Can we appreciate that first shot, even though it was a minute, it was still a headshot. What? God, what's that?
Ban him.
he's doing a Yaga. It's not fair. It's okay when UTM do it. It's not okay when Purdue do it. They've still got 2 ults to expend as well. They've got the Viper and the Divide from the Astra. Of course, the Astra kind of being circumvented by UTM as they go for the Omen instead. And while that TP into Defender spawn definitely worked, fortunately, they now have to see what the Astra ult can do against them, as the Empress is ready from Skull, who has actually had a fairly good game so far. We'll see if he can match the levels of Yaga, though, as the game round once again gets underway.
4-4, down to the wire. Can you believe, ladies and gentlemen, but it's only week 2. Brosif can't. They can't believe much as they get caught out during that teleport. That's already a little bit of an advantage here for Purdue Black. A drop through the smoke. Oh, it's a little bit late, but it's a little bit messy, but still FMS is going to be able to take them down. Remember, it's only a bit of an eco here from UTM. They're expected to lose this. The question is, how many can they take down with them?
Looks like a fair few, aren't they? We've got a bit of a rotation as they all just stack up to go to Hookah.
You know what? You're not too unhappy that they use the Viper's bit here, Kramer. Like when you're using an eco?
We're gonna get to that, Harry. We're gonna wait till the end of the round. It was I believe the term's frivolous use of the ult there, and I suspect it may have been a miscom to commit that. As if you have a player in your, if you have the Omen assisting, if you have the Omen keeping to the high ground with a retrieved gun, there's a chance of recovering the round, hence the ink commitment. But
30 seconds left.
In any other circumstance, other than a miscom, I don't know what you want to use it.
Sinestro isn't able to connect with the Marshal there, Kramer, and I think that this is about all that we have. That's a nice little bit of damage there, at least to Sub-Zero. They can't connect the Sheriff rounds afterwards. However, they did take away a little bit of armor, at least, so it's not going to be perfect on the side of Purdue Black, but it is at least flawless.
That's it, is Kisra now with now leading the kill count, which is impressive considering Yaga's in the server. But now he's had that up, now he's got comfortable with it. I tell you what, Harry, he is looking maybe even a bit scarier than Yaga does, as the ults still haven't really been used. There's still that Astral Divide. There is still, this time, the Sova ult over on Plexus to be used as well. UCM Green, they need a round to go their way pretty quickly. Having lost the last 4 on the bounce, they are in danger of kind of collapsing on this attacking side.
Isros found himself that was a leg shot there onto Yaga. The damage has been delivered. Only 30 HP will be remaining until someone can try and ferry over some healing. However, they don't have a Sky, they don't have a Sage. It's going to be unable to do. Yaga's now the entry. Someone's going to try and have to trade off this jet. It's almost untenable that they would survive by themselves. Spam might do it, but they found themselves some hard cover. That's the first coming down from Kisra. Oh, they never stop, do they? They've already got another one low. It's a lovely shot. Yaga takes out Sub-Zero. 4-4, and a dismiss as well allowed for Azin to move across these areas undetected and unperturbed. Kisra moves up high. The ops repositioning. Can it connect the shot that it wants to is the question. They're double peeking right here, and that might lead to some kind of collateral damage if someone gets some good utility up into heaven.
There goes the game, a dog, and how much you'll have to see them, Harry. Unfortunately, not much damage done with them, though, as the Hawk now has a crack. They're getting through this position.
I don't know what sound a penguin makes. Evidently, it's not a death rattle for now. And then Yaga makes sure that it is. K-Dog is just isolated. They're caught in that corner. The call went out. The paranoia came through. That's some really good comms there from UTM to manage to secure that round. Good job from Brosif to be positioned for that.
Absolutely. From Shao's, just paranoia straight to the behind, and it makes it an easy kill for Skull. As UCM Green, they tied up. As mentioned, they needed a round. Round they find. Question now is, can Purdue bounce back? Of course, they have been losing players in the rounds they've been winning, which means their economy isn't in the greatest of positions. Scope's only on 650, about 1.3k on Sub-Zero, 1.4 on Kizra, who is still having to invest stops for every time he loses them. This time here, Gress is on lock.
Oh, you do not test Kizra. This is the classic op spot. And Kizra's been taking advantage of it. This is also a rotation from Kizra as well. They've mostly been playing on A. That's why it was unexpected, and that's why they didn't go for a quick jiggle peek, Kramer. Oh, they're going to do it again. Do not test them again. Oh, they're so close to peeking in. There we go. There's the smoke. Whew. I can breathe again.
He's taking a moment to stop panicking. Elsewhere, Brosev does fall. He was the lurking member for UTM Green. It means that now they just have to straight commit to this fight. Can they catch out Kizra, though? Looks like they're trying to, but Scopes keeps him covered beautifully there.
It was a dirty drop, and they started firing a little bit too early, just seeing so much red on their screen. They just wanted to chew through it all. Here comes the Gamer Dog. I don't think it's going to be able to see Synosa. However, the ring of the teleporter. That's a bell toll for everyone to hear, Kremer and K-Dog. Oh, Din-Dins.
I love your Gamer Dog noise, Harry. It truly is something incredible. And I envision, because I know that it gets quite hot when you have to cast. Envision, bear in mind, it's going about midnight in the UK. Your neighbours hear you, windows wide open, talking a little bit, and kind of going making rabid dog noises, and on quite a regular basis as well.
So convincing. Maybe they think I have a dog. A dog that only comes out on Mondays.
Only comes out on Mondays.
Angry Monday dog.
Yeah. Well, we move into this next round. At UTM Green, they've got 4 rolls to expend in this, so it's going to be a fairly heavy commitment against what will only be a single Astral Divide, which we still haven't seen used from Purdue Black. UTM Green, though, it's Yaga to lead the charge now with some very much deployed knives.
Yaga needs to recapture the imagination of the Valorant public. It's been all Kizra all the time thus far. Oh no, that's going to be some friendly fire there. Just a little bit on Yaga, and Yaga is at least going to see the ping right here. They're going to know where their next target is, but that one-way smoke might be a little bit of trouble. They managed to connect a body shot right here onto Scopes, and there's a little bit of blocking going on. Boys, you don't both need the cubby, trust me. Sub-Zero almost gets taken out by the shock dart, and now Yaga's playing Sentinel. The turret with the knives will play guard over that spike, and now they can just back off to a safe distance. Here's some good post-spike plants, especially considering that there are no flankers coming through from Purdue.
They've committed a lot of equipment to this round. I believe that was 3 of the 4 rolls UTM Green had at their disposal. And as we see the Jet dash straight to sight, K-Dog Man ready to lead the charge for this retake.
K-Dog feeling confident, moves all the way into Hookah, but that's straight into the crosshair of Brosif. So many pings given through. A labored spray will end in a headshot as Brosif just teleports onto site. Unfortunately, you're a touch late. We've already murdered them, friend. And that's going to be a round win there for UTM. And that's about as even as a half gets, Kramer. In fact, that's exactly as even as a half gets. 6-6 across 12 rounds.
It started all UTM Green's way. Purdue Black, they mounted a wonderful recovery, even taking the lead at one point, while UTM Green was able to just snatch back to an equalizer in the latter stages of that first half. For a pistol round, we see a couple of frenzies in circulation. Penguin opts for that little ghost there, and as we see K-Dog Man join him in that endeavor, we'll see what UTM Green can do. With 4 players on armor, they're looking to really be some kind of sentinels as they stand watch, overlooking their bomb sites, carefully making sure that no pesky Purdue members get onto them.
What do you think of a lurking Viper? I think that K-Dog might be able to get plenty done here with the Ghost. They have a good engagement range if they look down A main. That's going to be some very disciplined fighting actually there from Synosa, taking out Sub-Zero. Not intimidated, and then they just managed to combine with Brosif to get plenty done. Penguin with the Ghost in hand is going to be traded out, and well, when I look back, Kremer, bodies have hit the floor, and Kizra just cannot get that frenzy magic on the go that they saw previously.
I mean, it worked it before. Can he work it again?
Oh, they're going to pinch him. Beautiful pinch.
2-on-2 now. Let's see where the follow-up is.
They've got the spike in hand. That needs to be reclaimed. This makes it so much more difficult. Kizra manages to make it work through the smoke. Oh, but where do they go? They know the position of Yaga at least.
There's a bit of damage done. It is going to bait UTM Green into kind of seeing that it's going to be a hit to beat anyway. Instead, that lovely sound of teleporters is going to reassure them as they now
could be
make a mad
intercepted.
dash to B. But also A. But look, the Viper's wall, it's already down. Beautiful position from K-Dog here.
Why haven't they activated the Viper's Wall, Crema?
30 seconds left.
Turn it on!
Enemy
It
remaining.
was so well placed.
Turn on the Viper's Wall! Ah, it's too late.
No. That was a masterful Viper's Wall there. I was gonna be so impressed if that ended up working, but he just didn't use it.
Sometimes in the
That's
heat
quite
of the
sad.
moment, sometimes you just forget things.
The blood goes to your head, and you just I'm actually quite disappointed with that one, Harry. I love that positioning. However, of course,
I figured,
UTM
like, if they have a look at that, they're like, okay, we've got a setup on A here. We may be at a disadvantage in terms of health, but we can really have an advantage if they have to push
Yeah.
through market and through a Viper's Wall. It's
Well,
unfortunate.
perfect. However, we look at UTM Green's investment. We've got 4 Spectres and an Ares. We rarely see these, Harry. I know you like your LMGs, and it looks like we're about to see a rat-a-tat-tat coming.
Rat-a-tat-tat is going to be coming first from Sino, so they've actually moved through Valia here, but they aren't willing to take the swing itself. FMS going to be caught right here, but not before doing significant damage to Sinosa. Come dare, pick up the spike. Come and brave my pit of goo. And it's going to be the Marshal that's going to be tagged there. Sub-0. Taken below 0 when it comes to HP. That's a flawless round from UTM. And once again, these anti-ecos are so clean from these teams.
Really shows it's quite a testament to both teamwork and discipline, actually, as both of them are able to convert them, and it means that UTM Green, with over 5 members staying alive, we're going to see that Ares used again on Brosev, which wasn't even revealed last round, and it's rare we see Ares, Harry. I like the fact
Surprise
of seeing
Ares
one.
is the most effective Ares.
Yeah, it's just when you don't expect them, that's when they get you.
I'm surprised that the Ares is actually in the hands of the Omen instead of in the hands of someone like a Sova who could take advantage of the pings.
Or Jay can get away once you end up getting caught out, but either way, don't question it, Harry. These men are the pros, and as Brosev holds the angle, it's going to be the gamer dog to see a very angry Omen with a very large gun sitting atop his side.
And, oh, there we go. Interesting they didn't actually destroy the gamer dog, knowing that, hey, you can't actually reach me up here on the high ground. So, I guess they were just waiting for someone to peek off the back of it instead and then try and shoot them instead. So, smart threat assessment there from Brosev.
Look at this flank. Mass flank coming. Now, it reveals from Lexitus, but do they expect the other two now?
I mean, trades are good when you're at this economic disadvantage, right? Oh my goodness. Azin is going to try and find Kisra. Oh, they've just shepherded them into the hands of Yaga. It's express delivery on the weapon, Crema. And Sub-Zero. Oh, they are isolated and all alone. They got their back to the teleporter, which is at least something good. They've lost K-Dog. And oh my goodness, this was their buy round. What a performance from UTM. Wow. They have found their stride.
That is a really strong anti-eco round as well, to have the Ares in the hands of the Odin buy time. You wondered why it was on the hands of the Odin. It was to buy time. That's why he didn't kill the dog. It was to let himself be seen, to make them guess where he rotates to, because he was buying time for the 3 Spectres that are already in attacker spawn, flanking this attacking side. A really, really strong testament to their teamwork over on UTM Green. And as we now see them prepare for an actual investment, rivals against every single member of Purdue Black, who have only got some sheriffs to try and stop UTM Green from making it 10.
I think it's worth talking about the next round. We've seen these teams, Crema. One of the points we've made during this series is that they rarely drop these thrifties. They don't drop the anti-ecos. They're very good when it comes to assessing these threats. Oh my goodness, as in. Oh, they're going to find people with their knives out. We're going to find one in the astral form. Oh, my. Oh, they're just being burned through the boxes. It's fallen apart at the seams. It was expected. It's potentially flawless. And this is going to be UTM. Surely going to 10. And there it is.
Solid round from ANZ or AZN Skull there, who just deletes his opposition with that attack. And once again, we talk about UTM Green, and it's almost like the opposite effect from what we saw earlier. Well, earlier, over at Icebox, it was Yaga spearheading the kill count, and no one else was really touching him. Over on Purdue Black, it was a kind of close congregation. The UTM Green, exactly that now. 6 kills to separate their top fragger and their bottom fragger, really showing that every single one of them are pulling their weight. We look at their economy as well. It's pretty much indestructible if they win these remaining 3 rounds. And as we see an instant deployment of the Viper's Pits,
Oh, trying to avoid that dog, and they will manage to. However, they won't be able to avoid Sub-Zero. Kids are already moved through, clearing space with that Blade Storm. Plex has decided to hide in deep, playing within the showers instead, and is yet to be noted as there was no significant effort from the attackers to try and take control of this area, or indeed the orb either. Aston scores for next major threat that needs to be worried about. Playing out of heaven right now, but U-Haul is going to be absolutely cramped and crowded. Everyone's like, where do you put my deliveries? I was in the shower when you knocked.
Oh, man. That little slip. Yaga going to be able to deliver for the first member. Flexes onto the second. UTM Green recovering this round relatively well.
Last player standing.
It's going incredibly well thus far, but a strike back from Purdue here has made it so that UTM are in a bad position. Unable to avoid the flash, Kizra's going to grab the execution, and Purdue Black, they're Purdue back.
Well, they've been destroyed in that round, but UTM Green, the investment comes out, and now, Harry, now it begins the op war between Kizra and Yaga. We saw him not really opt for the op over on the attacking side, but on the defender's side, he's got another thing coming. For Purdue Black, it's a fairly heavy stack two-way. Instead, I should change their mind, gone into a default, a bit of a 3-2 split, the spike over towards the fountain, but with no real, very quick aggression. Looks like Yaga's going to try and draw first blood.
Yaga's been less of an op happy jet, but that's because you expect it less when he finally does bring it out. And FMS is going to be the victim of that, checking on these angles, but even so, I think that was a block of LOS. Unfortunately, from a teammate, it just lined up so well in the blind spot. They did not note Penguin on that cross. What a play there from the flightless bird. But now they're going to be swimming in victory conditions.
It's going to be a straight hit away, and this time, the only two members to stop them is going to be Broseph and his teammate there. Creaser does execute him, but it's down to a 2-on-2 now, and suddenly it's over. We're already with Hunter's Fury. Like, very damn scary to cancel this plant.
Trying to cancel that plant. There could be a ping here. Oh, going through that teleport is just a little bit wide from Plex, but still, damage is damage, and Kizra potentially in a position where they could be one-shot by that knife, but Penguin's going to have plenty to say about that. Quick heal before the spike plant comes on down. It's not going to be in the default position, but potentially could be pinged. They never up against shock darts, so they can't plant where they usually would. They avoid getting hit there. Oh my goodness. Yaga's one out there, and as they duck away while concussed, Plexidus is there for the cover. Excellent teamwork from UTM Green, and they will exacerbate their lead.
Said it beautifully. Excellent teamwork, and that bait and switch was incredible. The jet, the knives get the first. Of course, the op shot that rung out before he switched to the knives meant that almost baited Purdue into fighting him. As he does so, he gets one. He then hides behind the angle, meaning you have to swing wider, giving Plexus an even easier time in securing the final 1v1. However, Brostev with a TP over on Purdue Black. We've got the Astra ult once again up in K-Dog Man, also with the Viper's Pit. But this Astra ult, it's rarely been used from Purdue Black, and it makes me think that Brosev's got a bit more usage out of the ult on the Omen comparative to the Astra, and while the smokes on the Astra have been a bit more effective, the ult usage certainly hasn't.
Oh, Yaga. I didn't doubt for a second, Kramer. If anyone says otherwise, that's propaganda. That's lies. Yeah. Down goes the Viper's Pit.
Fabrication.
Exactly, fabrications. Close cousins of the truth. Plant's going to be in the midst of this Viper's Pit, not even in a default location. Broseph just jumps over to B site. Okay, Synosa? Just grabbed so much while they were up in the Viper's Pit. K-Dog's gone down. This has somehow all gone wrong. This was supposed to be all Purdue. This was supposed to be the round. And now they've just got Kizra, who I think has a judge in U-Haul. Are they just going to try and dash and slash?
I mean, it's an attempt. Sure, he gets the first member. Just do that Vandal, unfortunately. Synosa, a 3k for him there. The 2 kills with that initial retake actually decimated that defense. And while it was a questionable teleport from Brosev, he could justify it as, because of the Viper's Pit, because of the wall and the smokes that had gone up, you didn't quite know what site it was going to. If he did hit the instant teleport to B, he could have cancelled the bomb plant and defused it, with the other team still being on A.
That's true. If you could isolate that fake bomb plant, if you could have a spike in your hands and your team can reposition in a way where not only do the enemies have to plant, but also they have to recover the bomb first, that's such a power position to try and exploit.
You're absolutely right. UCM Green, aggression once again on long now as they try to go for first blood.
Oh, the dog didn't last long, and neither did Penguin. Okay, we're just gonna We're just gonna peek that one again. I wonder what shot him, guys. Oh, I found out.
I was just trying to be as representative of the RSPCA. I was just trying to remember, did they have the RSPCA in America? It doesn't matter. You know what he was trying to do. Either way, as he was finished, UTM found out around the map. There's a bit of a flank from the Viper. Only Synosa quickly stops that.
Synosa's been a nasty lurker. Just
He
having
has
a bit
been.
of a roam here and there, finding people who are looking in the wrong direction.
On a Viper.
Just an ever-present Nat-style bit of gameplay. For those of you who watched Masters Berlin, it's a clean transfer there from Brosif, and a good getaway as well to get themselves out of the danger zone. However, they might try to double dip here. Put down a smoke, a little bit of extra safety. There's the ping on the orb. The paranoia runs out. Brosif's just gonna run and gun here. Do they want to go in behind this?
Well, it looks like the Sova is going to be the only man who can try and stop them here. He's got Scopes trying to assist.
30
As we
seconds
finally see the divide come through, but will be enough to stop the Sova, who might even consider just running through this.
Spike planted.
There's the recon arrow. No pings given. However, a process of elimination will show you exactly where FMS is. Well, unless you take the peak, it was just a little bit too slow. Maybe a little bit more speed, a little bit more courage and ferocity on those peaks was demanded. Now Brosif alone in the 1 versus 2, but there's about enough blood in all the Purdue members to maybe fill a thimble. There's just not enough health remaining to take gunfights without an advantage. That's why we've got this nasty crossfire set up.
What's another
Cap on the defuse. Going to be brought in by the gravity well. Does Kizra want to take the peak? The answer is no. Brosif doesn't really have a way to get away. Neither does FMS, to be honest.
I love that. Just accepts his death. It's going to be a 12-8 differential. Eventually, Purdue do make it their 8th in a bit of a messy fashion. However, in securing it, they're 4 away from the equalizer, 5 away from at least the first round of overtime, which is what they're after here. Unfortunately for UTM Green, they do have money, and so the investment comes. It's going to be another buy versus buy. Kisra does have his ult up, so we should see just a sheriff on him as he whips out those 1,000-folded knives, ready to fling them at some unsuspecting UTM Green members. However, UTM Green have definitely shown in their past that as long as Yaga has an orb, they're relatively comfortable anyway.
Owl drone and peak. Oh, smart play there from the Reyna. Then there's so it's up. No one just sends out an owl drone there randomly. Everything happens for a reason. But have they discerned for a reason? Yaga's got it at head height. But what is that? Beautiful peek from Sub-Zero. The maestro of the operator is off the board. And they know that Sova's here too. The information was given away by the owl drone. Sure, it gathers information, but it also betrays the presence of the hunter. And now they know. There's one less person here. They probably have at most 2 people.
Well, now the Viper has to really deliver on the defense of A, and while Plexus does secure shower control, it's going to be Kreezer instantly there on the trade, keeping the man advantage. There's no follow-up from the Omen, who right now is just having to survive. Beacon to CT, unfortunately means that Kreezer won't quite be able to double down with these knives. 3 at their disposal, so they are still very, very deadly.
All of Purdue Black, they've spilled into the site. Spike is down, and smokes will be replaced to make sure that Elbow is a slightly less dangerous position. Look, it's Spike. It's smokes on smokes over here from the side of Purdue Black, and still knives in hand for Kizra. Exodus getting close to that spike, looking for some wall bangs, trying to do some groundwork here, but will soon have to reload. They take the peak, and that's just the wrong timing for the astral form. Leaves SMS taken down. Brosif tries to get a jump shot with the classic, but the aim isn't quite good enough. A shoulder bear is caught from Penguin, attempting for the right click as Brosif, but they cannot connect. The Spectre's just too good, and Plexus catches a full blind. They've run low on time, they've run low on health, they've run low on friends, and Purdue Black hang on for another round. UTM, they need to grasp that last round, but they just cannot do it.
God, it's tough, isn't it? It takes them a while, and it comes down to an absolute last moment 1v1. But they still survive. They still just tick it through. And for Purdue Black, Vandals come out now, not even considering the op on Kisra or saving any ops. Instead, it's rifles around the board. Same said for UTM Green, who have Phantoms to try and beat the Vandals, bar a little Spectre on process. But size isn't what matters, Harry. It's what you do with it.
Kisra for now. When it comes to size, they want to go big, but they've just launched themselves into another snake bite. They've gone high, but Yaga's playing low, and they take their opponent there too. Plenty of recon gained off the back of that arrow. It's pings on pings on pings, and it's a mad dash for cover as the blinds are headed over. Plexus picked up 3, but one of them was an ally. Another ping as well onto Dogman, who's left so low with only a single point of HP just about, which seems from RUI. He's either full HP or 1 from how it lights up. Plexitus off the back of the man who gets the Hunter's Fury. UTM Green secure it, and they win out 2-0.
What a way to end the game. What a way to deliver from UTM Green there. An incredible match from them and an incredible series. The Hunter's Fury of the ages there. 3 kills, even though one of them was his teammate. The job
3
was
kills,
still
3 kills,
done.
man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you gotta pad those stats somehow. And I mean, what a way to do so. Well, what a way to go 2-0 to win that series. Icebox, it was close, spined a little bit more one-sided, but regardless, UTM revealed themselves as the better team here.
And what a way to begin our day here of Valorant at NECC. We're in a week 2, Kramer, and already the matches are this close. As we get deeper into our season, the teams are going to get more and more evenly matched, so we have more match data to pit them up against each other. But already we are seeing triple overtimes and close scorelines and gunfights that are so impressive. I've loved the duelists that we've seen today, and I can't wait to see some of the best that we have in our league as well.
You're absolutely right. We're going to hand you off to 2 casters who are considerably better than we are, so you can look forward to that. Of course, we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, where the action will continue with our second series of the day.
Hey man, I just can't find a comfortable headset. I mean, I've tried everything. Literally everything.
Jeez, my brother. I got you.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
That is comfortable.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
And welcome here to our second series of the day for NECC Esports. We are coming to you live with what will be another series out of the Champions Division, this time Champions Cyan. My name is Orbital, with me is Fellow, and we will be broadcasting your next two series. Fellow, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm honestly glad to see that one of these two end up getting their first win of the fall season. It's University of Ottawa, the Canadian version, not the Kansas, in case you're wondering, and also the University of Alabama inside of Huntsville. And since it's a bit of a mouthful, we're just going to keep it simple to UAH. Scott is a big fan of him, and he's probably upset that I'm in here casting with you, Orbital, and not him in this current moment.
All right, well, we'll hopefully see a win out of them, so he gets even more jealous. But again, you stated it, and I think it does have to be pointed out. Both teams are currently sitting at a record of 0-1. Not just that, their initial week 1 matches, they lost 0-2. So it wasn't just, a close series or anything like that. These two are hungry for their first game win of this league.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a little bit better for at least one of the two. Maybe we'll finally end up going to overtime. I know that the first matchup of today really did seem strong for that, especially on map number 2, as Yaga wasn't really popping off as much as he did on map 1. That was an honest thrill to see him get so many frags in one map. Maybe we'll see somebody end up replicating that perhaps, but the map selection will not be as exciting as a possible frag fest. It's Bind, Ascent, and Haven in that order, which are all really simplistic and all maps that are pretty well played all the way up inside the tier 1 and all the way down here in collegiate, hence why we're seeing them tonight in this best of 3.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see some clean gameplay, right? That's another thing, right? Yeah. With these maps, when it's been around for so long, when these maps have been, been played on for so long, all the way from the beginning, you expect these players to also have a pretty significant chunk of experience on it. You don't expect them to not check some corners. Now, I understand there are more maps now, so teams tend to only specialize in a few, right? You have, I like to call it the map specialist, where you have one player that quite literally only plays that map, pops off, goes crazy, and the rest of the maps, they're mediocre. But I think the good teams always show up as a squad on that map. So with these three, is there one that you feel might stand out the most, or that maybe you're the most excited to possibly get to?
Bind's always a bit of an interesting map. I feel like it can be a bit compact at certain moments. I know it was either Kremer or Leg mentioned that weapons like the Operator just aren't that good on Bind. It's a good weapon nonetheless, but it's just not used as often. It can be really fun to go for plays like that, especially with Viper. She's been a staple a lot of maps, and Bind is a really good example of that. She can one-man army high site, particularly the one in A, where you can cut off a great sight line leading from showers we're talking. Also main if you have your Viper's Pit in hand. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of ever since she got added in the meta after her buff forever ago. At this point, she has just been an all-time favorite, especially put into the right hands. And there are plenty of other agents that fit a very similar build as that.
Oh yeah, and even paired with say the Sage, I think is one that we've seen come up every so often. Some of those tricky walls that you can pop up, and all of a sudden one of your characters is just quite literally about 3 stories up, and you're just like that. That's not right. But it creates such odd flexibilities, and you have to pair it accordingly. Another one that I would really, really like to see is that Killjoy. That was pretty much the Viper 1.0. With that lockdown, it was able to kind of manage and contain just as well. But like you said, that Viper is now a staple. So if we don't see the Viper, that brings into question what are some of these new metas, which we've seen it, right? Everyone's kind of talking about it. It wasn't that much of a nerf, but the Jet, of course, you got a single fire. You got to be a little bit more accurate than just right click and throw about 5 daggers in someone's chest.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that if that change has finally gone live, and I guess you have answered that for me, but Jet is still a pretty fan favorite pick regardless of that. I think it just makes you a little bit more decisive as to when you want to use a right click. Perhaps you don't throw one out willy-nilly. You're going to go for a right click. It might be to pick up that player's better weapon if you're using it, or you just simply never use it. It might honestly become that agent. Just a little bit of hovering, nothing really confirmed in all the way, but I'm really glad that at least someone is deciding if they want to take a matchup, because I think similar to Viper, she is a lot linked with well. She should be.
It's very, very entertaining if that Astra is to be able to pick up, and it is. We do see Kakarino going ahead and grabbing that one. That one's gonna be quite fun to see if they can pull it out, and what else are they going to pair it with?
Choose your
Sova
agent.
and the Reyna and the Rays. So many of those regular sets. Unfortunately, we don't see that all-important Viper here on Bind.
Sadly not. It definitely can be a very overpowering agent. But like you said, not seeing her today. Seeing plenty of Reynas, those, as Super and also Josiah are rocking that duelist pick in hand, and also a Jet on the side of Trapman, which was formerly known as, I believe it was Nate. Yeah, Explorer Nate. So just an FYI, not a new player, just a new name. Fish is a new player, however, which he might have to go in through some growing pains, perhaps in the team player comp. But I mean, it shouldn't be that big of an issue. It's only one substitute, and I'm hoping that he'll fit in just fine.
Yeah, you want to be able to play pretty well with the player as soon as possible, and I think Valorant, outside of the MOBAs or anything, Valorant and FPS is generally easier to slot a player in, right? It's an FPS, you run and shoot, that's the main core set, and the agent abilities do call into question some of the flexibility. How well are they going to fit in? It's not terribly difficult. The question is can they hold their own in certain scenarios? And with that Sova, we're expecting to see Fish be able to hang tough with some of these pushes, with some of these utility usages, with those shock darts, with those potential echolocation setups. And we do see this first setup as, again, University of Ottawa will be pushing on the attacking side, and of course the first chance is going to be that fake take of the orb. Does bait it out and knows at least one member is in showers, so University of Ottawa gonna try and take a chance elsewhere.
Yeah, any little bit of information can help out. So far, that gunfight not really working out well for Super. His doppelganger of Josiah will get that first entry for UAH. The push in towards Showers not working out, and you might see a bit of a rotation in the process because of that. Everyone just kind of lining up in towards Market, thinking about their next decisive move. They weren't able to get any control on the right side of A. Maybe they'll opt for a 4-man A main push, but that recon bolt will give away their intentions almost off the rip, as although it may have been shot, that's still a dead giveaway that at least one or two players are locked up, and that cyber cage will now be a complete giveaway for UAH to deny this A main push.
Chances are a little bit slim. The question is what are they going to do? Lobos is able to pick up Josiah, so a nice little frag back, and straight through the teleporter they go. So they are off to swap it up.
Left.
Finally, the spike carrier is able to make it through, so they're going to be met with a little bit of the utility. The Killjoy has brought it down, but Zach and Trapman go ahead and quickly dispatch to the rest of University of Ottawa. Are going to hopefully clean it up. Nope, not going to happen. Trapman takes a 3K. UAH Blue close out round 1.
Yeah, great cleanup by UAH. That'll basically force that next round they can go in with rifles to finally get their first win here. It's not impossible though, but they are going up against Spectres now that UAH has ended up winning out round number 1. Spectres across the board except for Zach. Maybe he'll opt completely save perhaps to maybe have better later on, but nonetheless UAH, they will be able to reap the rewards of their first round win. Hey, Zach's on Ares, one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, it's one of the gods, right? One of the two gods that you better bring onto the map. And I mean, sometimes the gods help you, sometimes they don't, right? We've seen some rough times, but Sova is going to be the one to always bring it in. This time we just had the full-on face roll, press W, and Zach says no thank you, takes one before falling to the grave as well. Ascent is going to take a chance. Colt and Fish go ahead and mow down 3. Colt with a 2K. With that, Spectre feels so good, and Super decides that it doesn't really want to play. Josiah closes it out, and that is 4. UAH Blue keep alive.
Well, you got 1 frag to your name on a save round, but normally you need at the very least 3 to really make an impact, so nothing much to really speak about for Ottawa, except now they can end up buying rifles, which will bode quite well for them finally on round number 3. However, if you end up seeing that upset, there might be a couple of more save rounds for Ottawa Grey than what we previously anticipated, and that could just give a great momentum builder for UAH, as their defensive rounds so far have been looking top-notch.
Yeah, they've done pretty well. And again, this is the standard, though. I always like to say the game doesn't start until round 4, right? That's when that's when these big guns actually fully come out. And that seems to be holding true so far. Super goes ahead and takes the first shot in the Mirror Reina matchup. And Fish holding it down, double shock darts is going to go in, doesn't get any damage. But with that Nebula up, it does mean that's a little bit more difficult to push. And with a nice default spread, the only close members we see are the Jet and Astra. They're in the mid, but not going to happen. So Inertia is going to finish off Fish. And again, Mirror goes the way of Ottawa Gray. They go ahead and barge in. And with a 2v1 setup, it should be a pretty easy plant. The retake should be in UAH Blue's hand.
They don't have the spike though, so it'll be a few seconds before they can finally put things in towards the post plant, but it's a quick rush in towards A main. The only one trying to deny is Trapman. Oh, he finds 3! Oh, they just line up for the lone Jet player, and there goes the man advantage down the drain. Trapman looking for 4. Oh! The ace for Trapman! Oh my god, we just saw a masterful upset as UAH take it 3-0.
Oh, rip any headphone users. This is what happens when we get an ace in the freaking 3rd round. Trapman flies off the handle, and you know he was popping off. He was so happy in the comms because there's no way that was planned. They were down. They were down members, and just the lineup into the sweep. That has to be one of the best on-point trigger controls I've seen. So Trapman coming out 8-0 with that Blade Storm available, and forcing University of Ottawa Gray into a secondary save.
They're just down bad at this current moment. They even started out with the entry as well. They were looking so strong, but once they got site control in towards A, they did not have the spike and had to wait for a rotation. But back in round number 4, Josiah starting out with that entry on towards Inertial. He'll get traded out by Super, so we can now have that rifle hands, but I don't think he was actually able to pick it up. I think it's still on the ground inside of Showers, so he'll have to remain wielding with the pistol in hand of that Sheriff, and there'll still be an attempted A take with still a couple players set up in towards Showers, as that Lear will come out trying to at least gather a little bit of map control, and now finally the rifle will go back in towards the hands of Super, and it'll be a bit of a weapon trade as well, as now that Raze, who is on much better for HP in comparison to Super, will try to find those frags, and Little Boz will do just that as Fish goes down, and now things are looking much more reliable here for Ottawa, trying to get that spike down once again.
I mean, listen, it doesn't matter because Trapman's still up, and Trapman is his own one-man army. So as long as Trapman's alive, you're always worried about that little sneaky side. Again, this Jet is so sneaky at point. Not too much utility up, and that's how you flank it. So Super is able to take out Trapman, now down all 2-1. And with Zach in heaven, I'm not sure if you want to take that chance. Might just try and save or try and peek. Comes around the corner. He's going to get spotted by the camera, so immediately has to remove that tracker. And is now going to take the chance to peek once. Is able to spray 1 down to 5 HP. I think that might be the only exit frag that you're going to get this time.
Yeah, 5 HP is not a lot to work off, especially with only that Ares. Yes, it can be great to go for some possible wall bangs, but it's going to be a lot more than just wall bangs and miracles to work out for UAH to win 4 in a row. It'll finally be the first round win for Ottawa, as in the background that spike will fully detonate, and no one ended up dying in the process. They all got out safely. Honestly, a well-needed round for Ottawa, and they kept a fair amount of rifles on the board as well. They are actually looking quite well after losing round number 3, which should have honestly put them in a horrible position.
Yeah, that was actually, I think if the spike hadn't gone down, it would have been called a thrifty, right? With one member still alive, it doesn't call it usually. But that was a thrifty round win. Remember, they won, UAH won that 3rd round, which is technically, in most cases, will go over to the losing side at that time. Instead, they closed 3. University of Ottawa now is sitting on a very large chunk of economy, so it kind of helps them out, actually. So they stack a little bit better. UAH only have this singular secondary buy. If they lose this one, they will not be able to pick up a secondary full, and they'll probably go to a half econ. So you can see University of Ottawa Gray looking at it, and this time attacking that B site, giving themselves a chance, but it's a little slow going.
Fire in the hole!
a ton of action just yet. That showstopper might open things up, though you hear the ultimate in the background. He's so close to possibly finding a frag. That Lear will impair his vision, but not impair the rocket launcher, as he will start off with that damage. It's a constant back and forth, 2-on-2, and now 1v2, and it's just Trapman at the end to finish the last two of Kakarino and Exent. 4-1 for UAH, as they're still on top of things.
Yeah, and the unfortunate scenario there for University of Ottawa Gray is they actually got caught in a pinch, right? One of the big scenarios that I dislike teams to do, and it's nothing on their own fault, I think. They got pinched on both of the entries into B, and you can't allow that to happen on a map like Mind, right? You have to make a decision. Because of that teleporter, it allows those defenders over on A side to rotate very, very quickly, and you saw it collapse down, right? Trapman got behind, the rest of the squad was able to, and that's how that round felt like it ended in about 5 seconds. So if you are University of Ottawa Gray, you have to make a decision a little bit faster. If you are not split default, if you are full pushing, you need to make a decision fast or decide to rotate out.
It never hurts to have someone out on the flank as well, just to make sure that no one's going to come in through TP and shut you down with relatively easy towards Hookah. But speaking of shutdown, Super with the Sheriff. 2 one-taps to the dome. He's looking for a third, but he is vulnerable currently. It could be an easy cleanup, and Trapman will be the one with the mop at hand. He gets 2, 3-on-3. You could try to go for a plan here with the spike. There is some coverage with that cyber cage, but not planting directly inside of it, not that big of a concern. Now in the post-plant situation, things are looking a little bit brighter for Ottawa, but the only issue is UAH. They've got that weapon advantage. It could be just a clean sweep back inside of A, and there really wouldn't be all that much that Ottawa could do, but they're still landing plenty of shots. Kakarino shuts down Trapman. Inertia follows suit onto Zach. It's just the KJ of Colt as he starts off the man count. 1v2, shuts down Exant, looking for another. He'll get it now to 1 versus 1. Kakarino might not be able to clutch, but there it goes. The gravity well will pull Colt's aim away and keep the Astra alive to win their second round for Ottawa.
Ooh, that was a good round to have, and both teams playing it pretty well. But thankfully, UOG, University of Ottawa, Kakarino was actually able to pick up the rifle. That was, again, a 50-round win, I think. So very well done. Ran with the pistol first. So now we're getting to see a situation where UAH are actually on the back foot, right? We see 2 Sheriffs, a Frenzy, and a Classic. And Zach is actually, I want to say, actually gifted in Ares, so that's going to be very, very questionable. I wonder how they're going to play this, and it looks like they're going to play pretty deep. That's actually a very aggressive push from the defenders, and a full attackers on B once again.
Satchel out.
Going to be that immediate dominance here for Ottawa. I don't blame them. They've got the weapon advantage now, man advantage. Your only player with a decent weapon. Zach is now gone. No longer with us, put in the afterlife. And Inertia confirming that plant as the spike will be put down on the ground. It's a 5-on-3 situation. Nothing much you can really do here except try to find exits. You can sit up near Hookah perhaps and just make sure that no one tries to go on that rotate. Maybe have someone in the back of B long. But so far, you're just falling to the wayside like the rest of your dead brethren, leaving Trapman 1 versus 5, very little HP. He's got the Blade Storm, but it will not be enough to win out the round. A flawless victory for Ottawa as they'll take their third.
That one was one of the cleaner ones. Of course, you heard the flawless, but it was surgical, right? As soon as you only hear the pistols come out, yes, there was an Ares. They tried to kind of siphon some of that possibility out. But as soon as they heard the pistols coming out, they pushed hard. You know that you have kind of the clip advantage, the magazine advantage, so why don't you? And that nets them within 1 with 3 ultimates available, right? The Empress on both sides, a lockdown for UAH, but the Hunter's Fury is the one that I really want to keep eyes on, right? How are you going to use it? Are you going to use it to clear the site first, try and get some chip damage? It's all about how you want to utilize these ultimates and pressure into the site, as it's going to be A this time, constantly swapping back and forth. I like their decisions so far.
You can also use it for a possible post-plant situation, all up to Inertia, however he wants to use it. You could have popped it there, maybe getting rid of the jet. It'll opt to save it for just a little while longer. Not going to pop it too early, and honestly, a big fan of that. A lot of Silver players end up utilizing that and just not really making it work. And so far, it's just nothing but net for UAH. 5-on-2 scenario as everyone inside of A main is just no longer with us, all dead on the ground, fully bled out. Leaving a rough predicament here for Ottawa. Very even matchup here. How it could have been on round number 8 is just nothing but, once again, pure dominance, but this time by UAH. We're not going to see a back-to-back flawless for Ottawa.
Nah, and And I love the fact that just off on the edge, we haven't spectated it lately. Trapman just slowly racking up those frags once again. It's very calming if you're a UAH fan right now to have that kind of player on your team, right? For the first map especially. So see if they can do a bit more. Again, the test on A has been made. The question is, do they want to commit again, or are they going to rotate out? You only got 15 seconds, so at this point, you're just looking for the kills, trying to spray through the box, and can't really find Josiah. I think they found a change, a patch or two ago, and Accent is able to pick up one, but around the corner, Trapman comes, and as you see the Trapman, you are dead. 3K to finish it out with some fancy graphics to end it.
Yes, they called the cleanup crew of Trapman once again to steal the last couple of kills for the round. The fact that the Recon Bolt nor the Owl drone was able to find any information on the player sitting inside of Cubby really did spell defeat for Ottawa on that round. And just not having anyone else be able to check, Cypher is a little bit better to play on that defensive side. He can really be a much more quiet agent on the attacking half. He really is best known just for having some kind of trap wire waiting for a possible flank and then Cypher cages for a post plant. But other than that, his camera can be really tricky to set up in certain situations and is either used for some kind of cheeky one-way angle or is used in the post plant. And since it is a post plant, you have to wait for the spike to go down to actually get any real information or any kind of markers of it. But luckily, this time around, a cheeky angle will not favor the way of UAH, and Trapman is already dead in the beginning of round number 9.
Bomb grenade out.
Ooh, that's a big person to take out, and this should afford him an opportunity, right? You get the first frag, you're able to push in, and that's going to be the plan. So B is going to be the attempted retake, and that immediately calls the defender lockdown. But Fish is on the hunt, takes out Accent across the side, and a firing right back says the attacking Hunter Siri is only going to find air. In the meantime, UAH did lose a single member, but in a 3v4, that lockdown already timed out, and no one's really caught, and a nice little shock bolt spreads everyone out. University of Ottawa still dancing this one out, and oh wait, did the spike not go doan? No, the spike didn't actually get planted. That is unfortunate. I heard the timer, and it's not going to happen. Some Fish is going to have an open season, but K-Carino lines him up and knocks him down into a 1v2. Can K-Carino make it happen? 30 bullets in the chamber. Only need 2 really to close it out. And are you going to check? No, you're not. And Josiah picks it up. That was one of the more unfortunate scenarios. I think Accent was actually the one that fell. And that was actually the spikes planter. So that defending Hunter's Fury was the one that sealed the 6th round for UAH Blue.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. That was a masterful Hunter's Fury. You get that call, hey, someone's going for the plant. Just try shooting near default and hope for the best, and it worked out. It forced Ottawa Gray in a really rough predicament, and they couldn't recover from it in the slightest. And then out of nowhere, Fish with another set of frags as well. With the DMR out of all weapons, just a perfect recovery by UAH, and that round loss has got to sting for Ottawa.
Definitely hurts there. The chances that they have now are slowly going to be dwindling as we see a very aggressive push here coming in for that Jet. Deciding they want to rotate all the way through spawn. So this is one of the longer chances. They're betting on the fact that University of Ottawa are not chancing it to push in almost automatically. And did Trapman see it? Trapman spotted. This could be big. Looks left, looks right, and is now going to spray. Gets a sweep. That is a sweep to get the kill, but Super inside of B is going to mow them down. Super gets 3. That is 3 dead. All defenders in B are gone, but the spike is down in mid. So this is going to be a hard collapse from the last 2 defenders, it looks like. Around the corner they go. Who is going to get picked? Trapman wins it. That puts it in 2v3. B site is going to be the option. The raise for the attackers is going to rotate long through the defender's spawn. It's all going to be down to the Reyna and Jet. Who is going to come out with victory? Gets a couple shots. Trapman makes it 3. Is he going to get an ace again? He did it once. He's looking for it again. But with the Empress, Josiah says, no, I want a piece of the cake. Right? Checks the corner. Little Boss isn't able to pick up one. Josiah comes around. No! Can't find it. Accent gets some revenge from the previous round. University of Ottawa Gray net their 4th.
Perfect trade for Ottawa to secure their 4th round win, but that honestly was incredibly close. Trapman put up a great fight, and he is just killing it right now, quite literally in the frag department. 18-5. The man is doing a ton for his team, but sadly, him and Josiah, although they had the Empress at hand and almost the man advantage at a certain point, it just was not enough in the post-plant position. You had both your players on the flank, no one working around in towards Garden as well. It was both a double who could take. It just was a bit of a funnel in towards the last two players for Ottawa, and they just had a great cross peek and were able to trade in that situation to give themselves the victory.
Very, very solid. And now with only 2 rounds left in this half, the question is how much of a dent do you want to make, right? UAH, if they win 2, they move to 8-4. It's a solid placement. You only need 5 to win. For University of Ottawa Grey, you're praying that you can tie it up 6-6 and nullify this first half. Trapman getting tagged down by that recon bolt means that it's open, and Colt on the far side. Trapman as well. 2 heads are clipped, and Lil Boss takes out Trapman. So all heads are being clicked. That's going to be Showstopper being used. Doesn't really find anyone, but around the corner comes Zach, and that's going to be the raise down. University of Alabama Huntsville going ahead and cleaning up 3v1 now. It's all down to Kate Carino. Can't make it happen. They put the 7th on the board.
Recovering it.
Yeah, great cleanup by UAH, especially since they didn't really have much but pistols in that current moment, and also the Blade Storm, which actually landed some vital shots by Trapman. Last time he used it, he was in a really tight spot in 1v5. That time around, it actually boded quite well for them. Last round till the half, you can really just utilize everything that you can. Maybe it won't be that much of an ultimate game for UAH so far, but they do have that Cosmic Divide, which way of stalling to stop a plant perhaps, or a great way to retake once that goes down. But other than that, in the ultimate department, Ottawa is definitely reigning supreme, but I can't say that when it comes to weaponry.
And I think we do have a technical pause here, if I'm not mistaken. Just 1 second left before the round started. So we'll take a look at what's going on there, but of course you were saying, right, the ultimates are there. However, the weapons aren't. We saw 2 sheriffs actually be open, and that was something that I really wanted to point out. It's going to be the ultimates versus the full-on weaponry. That's the options that we're looking at, and we are underway now, so that was just a little glitch in the matrix, if you will. Options are available, though, and it looks like they're taking their final chances with this A site once again.
Definitely had a little bit more success on the A site, especially when they do not get entry fragged in towards showers, and so far it's not going to be that. It's not a very big overextension by UAH. They're just giving themselves room to breathe, and a big point of contention as well is not just showers, but also U-Haul. If Josiah can remain dominant in that current position, then this might not be a very successful push. You get that intel, though, trying to stop a player right outside of Shower's door, but so far it will not be successful. Trapman with 2, stopping the Shower's push, can now rotate around in towards A main. He'll get taken care of, though, by Little Boss. 3-on-3 confrontation. Ooh. Josiah with 1, make it a second. It's just K Carino, and in a 1v3, it might not be winnable. You've got 40 seconds to think about this, but UAH has the exact whereabouts of your current location. You try to go on a bit of a rotation, but someone is there watching near B, so it's all for nothing. But Josiah finding 3, making an 8-4 split going into the second half.
Switching sides.
That's how you want to close it out. Be able to get double digits, as well as push your own team up to that 8-4 standing, right? And Trapman, of course, already breaking that 20 bomb side. So questions abound, of course, if the 30 bomb will drop. For the side of University Ottawa Grey, though, right? You racked up for, I would say, a nice spot is a 7-5, right? So just 1 below it isn't terrible. Options, of course, though, if you lose this opening pistol round, it does bring into question, you know, how well are you going to fall back on? And it looks like they're taking those chances, right? Super is actually going out, actually went for that shorty, and is going to stay with the classic first, and then once he hears the footsteps, he's going to swap into the shorty. No? All right. So decides with the shorty. Okay, so shorty first, and now we get to see UAH. They're the ones to test out this B site. First question is will they go in guns blazing, just put that skill to the test, or are they going to go slow?
Here comes the true beneficial reasoning for bringing out the Cypher. Now you have all that information to know when the push is coming in through, and also where. Now you're set up in a great way to deny this mostly B-sided affairs. You've got 3 players stacked up inside a hookah, 1 lurking around near the teleporter, also near garden, not fully decisive as to how they want to push this one and through. The only one who is not going with them in towards B is currently the Jet. And he's just watching flank currently in their showers. Really nothing much else to discuss about that. It's a very slow, methodical take, but the fact that there's so much intel you have to worry about and you don't have all that much information in your back pocket as well, it's probably best to really take your time in for this push. But finally, that take is going underway, and Colt will start it with that aggression. But can it be another one as Xcent is just getting rushed by Josiah? It'll work out in his way. Post-plant situation soon to happen as we're in that 4-on-3. You've lost your flank watch, but you have full sight coverage.
And you'll take that, right? That is a trade that you're happy to take. You lose your flanker, but you get all the information, so you know exactly where they're coming from. Teleporter just pops, so they're coming in from the same direction, straight out of hookah, and they're immediately punctured. Immediately stopped right in the window, but that's around the corner to go, and Josiah and Zach go ahead and knock them out. One more left alive. Lil Boss able to take one more headshot. No, has to reload. That could have been it. Timer ticking down though, so you got to go for the chance, and Josiah makes it a 3K. Fun times as UAH Blue one step away from double-digit rounds.
And you talked about if UAH just take that first round, they basically have a second one guaranteed. That is true, and you also need to take into account as well if they get a good momentum after the bye round on the third for the second half as well, because that happened. They did win 3 in a row against a round they weren't supposed to. Then they would only have to win 2 more after that. It would be a very steep hill for Ottawa to try to climb out, and this round, although they are buying a couple of different pieces of utility and also a few sheriffs at hand as well, this is still looking to be another round win favoring UAH, as even though they have some very heavy hitting pistols, it is still a pistol up against SMGs. And here comes the rush, but not inside of B this time. No. It'll be an A take, and there's only the Rays sitting inside of showers and a possible flank coming around by the Reyna as well of Super heading in towards A main. He might be able to catch out 1 or 2 players here in this current moment. He'll do that. A nice one tap on a trap man. He might be expecting 2. Wow! What a fading kill on the Colt. Bye-bye, Killjoy. You've got that man advantage. You're on the flank. You have the SMG, and there's even backup. Super with 3 onto the round. It won't be him to secure the last one. Inertia is there with a shockful. What an impressive, thrifty round. It's swinging on the screen for you, Orbital, as Ottawa take their 5th round.
Super scared the crap out of, I think Trapman came around the corner and ate a share shot straight to the head. And I mean, that is a way to do it. You flank around, you get the picks, and then the snap, right? If you didn't get that snap headshot, that was going to be a rough time. That's what secured the round for them. And they win a round where they absolutely shouldn't have. And this is going to force UAH into their own defense and setup. So University of Ottawa have a chance to collect 2 in a row, push it to 6 and 9. If they don't get caught out, right? They just had a flawless round. They don't want to have it done to them.
I have the spike.
I like to call the Sheriff a pocket operator, especially if you could hit those headshots in close quarters, because the kill potential, when that happens, it can really tip the tide in your favor. And that was a great example of that, as Ottawa secured a thrifty round that should not have went their way in the slightest, but no flank watch proved to be the demise of UAH. They'll go in for a push in towards B. So far, really not experiencing all that much success before Trapman can finally find one, but it's Inertia and Cake Areno to give them a taste of their own medicine. UAH only having Colt to rely on, and Inertia will force him to go down 6 feet under, put him in his own grave, and Ottawa are trying to look to make this second half much more double-sided than it was in the first.
Yeah, this is the play that they've wanted, right? And in a lot of scenarios, the teams will always favor either the defensive or offensive. It's very rare to have a team that can excel on both, right? Yes, you can get rounds. Yes, it can be pretty dominating from a certain standpoint. But when teams are, in my opinion, pretty even, as in right now, both these teams feel like they're on a relatively same skill level, the kind of underlying feelings of, hey, we play better on defense, or hey, we play better on attack, will come out. And so far, University of Ottawa Gray, they do look better on the defense. They're those picks, but Fish finds a sleeping Lil Boss and is now caught reloading. That has to work. Gets one. Josiah picks up one right before that smoke goes up, and so that is going to give them a 2-1 advantage.
Got that Empress as well. Might
Oh,
not need to utilize it,
no!
and he won't be able to. What a spray through the smoke. Exit
You
manages
should
to make it
run.
that 3-on-3. The spike was put down, though, by Colt, and so will the lockdown. Now, a rough predicament here, as you're not in a great spot to try to wall bang it and destroy it. So now you have to
One
waste a
enemy
little bit
remaining.
of your own time. Still trying to find some success, though, for Ottawa. It's not going to be enough, though, as Trapman and Colt will shut out the chance of a third-round win in a row for Ottawa. UAH only bring us to double digits on the round count.
Oh, Xsense, that's just mean, right? Anytime I see a kill come through the smoke, it's 60% probably luck, right? They just spray and prayed. It doesn't have the traces that you sometimes see like in CSGO. That's what a lot of people talk about. The other 40% is that's where they're probably shooting from, so you're taking your chance. And it feels so bad if you're on the receiving end, so I love it. Getting some revenge from earlier times. And that is still, though, UAH coming out with the round win. Now they have 3 ultimates. Blade Storm, Empress, and Cosmic Divide are all 3 great ultimates to be able to utilize against just the Empress and that Neural Theft. Not much to work with if you're University of Ottawa Grey, so you're relying on that initial frag, that first blood that you want to manage, but super going with the operator. I think that's the first one we've seen this game.
Yeah, definitely not as powerful as it can be on other maps. So the fact that it can still one-shot no matter what, it could be super effective, but super definitely testing out his luck and going a bit too far into it. He'll lose that op off the rip, and so will that man count. Trapman doubling down on it as well as he gets rid of Cakerino. Spike being put fully confirmed as well for UAH. It's looking to be an already hopeless round for Ottawa as Little Boz falls to the ground as well. Zach responds onto Inertia with a quick kill, and it's just Exit 1v5. Can't even use the Neural Theft, but I would not blame him if he doesn't want to. It'd be a bit of a waste of an ultimate ability here as you're up against the entire roster of UAH, and you try to go for a save perhaps, he'll end up doing that and just has to kind of run for the hills, to say the least, as Ottawa cannot fully catch up to him. Trapman right to try to find that first frag on towards him, and he actually does. Some vital shots missed out will not allow an exit frag to go in through, and UAH just bring us closer and closer to match point.
You wanted so hard to get at least one on the back end, so trying to bait it out and just couldn't have it. So very well done, though. UAH, once again, on their prerogative, right? They are the ones dictating the pace of this half, and that's the advantage that you get on the attacking side. Whereas defenders, they have that chance to kind of prep all that material, right? Especially if you have a Cypher. What you're looking at on the attackers is you dictate how fast the rounds should move. Are you going to aggress very quickly? Are you going to take it slow? Are you going to look at those peaks? And Exant goes ahead and takes out Fish. That still means that they know that it's probably a 2-defender setup for the B site, so might as well push if you have that main advantage. They're going to take their chances.
Ooh, Cam gathering some great intel on towards Colt. We're trying to set up for other kind of intel as well. Maybe a possible shock bolt lineup by Inertia. He's just waiting for the right call. Not going to do any fancy lineups. He'll just toss one right in towards Hookah, which might have tagged Josiah just slightly, but not enough to really prove that much of an impact on the round. Still that man advantage, but no more as Colt finds a very vital kill on towards Little Boz. This could be the round of match point as Trapman gets rid of Exit. Only one player left inside of B. It'll be Inertia and Zach with the backup as Trapman was missing some critical shots, but nonetheless, that teamwork allowing the spike to go down as well. It's a 4-on-2 situation, Orbital, and I don't think that Ottawa Grey have a fighting chance. Super falls down to the ground as well, leaving just the lone Astra of Cake. He'll get one for his troubles, but not another before Trapman steps up, finding another third to his name, and puts his team in match point.
And a solid match point, right? You're looking at the econ, it's very, very helpful. So no matter what, it feels like they're going to have at least 2 more buy rounds out of this if they so decide. Whereas Ottawa Grey got very, very lucky. I have to say that their econ matched up with this final round, right? You're seeing all 5 Phantoms come online along with the heavy armor. And 4 ultimates. 4 full ultimates with Lil Boss sitting with 6 out of 8 should be 1 orb and a frag to be able to force it over. So if there's any time to try and run it back, Ottawa Grey, this is honestly probably one of the more ideal scenarios if you're facing down match point.
Yeah, you're in match point Orbital. Do not be afraid of a couple of ults. Not all the way in through the wind, obviously. Don't just start wasting them willy-nilly, as you'll still have a few more rounds to fight if you end up winning out this one. But not being afraid, you're at the point of no return. you need to actually make a name for yourself on map. You want to just go right to the lovely map of perhaps, or actually Haven, I think might be map number 2. But so far, it'll be a little bit of success for Ottawa. It's that first frag favor, and then Little Boz is just 1 point closer to getting that showstopper. And if he had it at this very moment, he could metric frag inside of Hookah. Sadly, not on the shots. He'll start getting frag for UAH. Empress on the bell. No watching flank. Vicious gets shut down instantly. This could be massive for them. Super with 2. Down goes Colt. This could be winnable just because of that flank. Super looking for a 3rd. He gets it. What's stopping him from 4th? It'll be inertia to stop him, but it won't matter. A 7th round for Ottawa when they need it most.
They only use 2 ultimates. Now with the showstopper available, they've given themselves even more breathing room. So very well done to maintain with 3, 7-12. Options not in their favor though, right? The Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, Empress, and Cosmic Divider all available. So UAH now have that fighting ultimate chance. It now comes down to, I want to say, the gun duels. How are Ottawa Grey going to be able to pull this one out? Might want to open with a showstopper, but with an A site push, has been one of their more suboptimal defensive areas. Where can they go with it?
Ooh, great Cosmic Divide, cutting off plenty of sight lines, maybe allowing for a very seamless plan. You've got control of showers. Everything already starting off strong for UAH, but the fact that Ottawa Grey still has plenty of their own ultimates could still give them a veritable chance of trying to actually bring back this round. Icarino in that astral form, trying to look for something, just popping down some smokes. Ember's ability comes in through by Josiah, but he's just in the background. Boss is trying to make a name for himself here. Some intel being gathered, constant trades back and forth. His exit is there with the backup in the hands alongside Little Boss. 2 versus 3. Zach, some massive frags before being taken down. Forces Josiah 1v2. He'll get 1, but not another. The trade is perfect by Little Boz, and he'll have just enough time to secure that defuse. An absolute bloodbath to keep Ottawa Grey alive for a few more rounds longer.
Little Boss coming in so clutch, because I mean, I gotta say, Josiah had one of the better flanks that we've seen, right? Came around the corner, had the Empress available, so was running through most of them and just couldn't get the snap onto Little Boss's head. So staving off death once again means that they're fresh out of ultimates. Ottawa Grey with nothing in the tank. They gotta be working with their own setups, and again, they have honestly nothing else, right? No one even close to getting back. No one picked up 3 or 4 in that last round. So you're facing down a Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, and your spread. UAH deciding. They are going to open up with that Hunter's Fury and take a couple shots, gets 1 tag, maybe gets a 2nd, and that's the snipe that you want. Inertia is down.
Fantastic entry here for UAH, no longer having all that information for Ottawa. They still got the Cypher though. That could be very impactful moving forward. But speaking of UAH, they're just holding W into the site. Colt going for a plant. He's got coverage denying a U-Haul rotation by Icarino. 3, make it 5-on-2 as Trapman is there in on the action as well. Little Boss from Heaven will put Trapman with the Angels on 2-on-4. You gotta worry about the lockdown, but there's also the flank. Once again, no one's watching it. It's a super show, but Fish will shut him down before he can find another one. Little Boss still up, and lockdown is no longer around, but Zach is still there, ready to swing, and he'll connect the shots. 13-8 favoring UAH as they're ready for map 2 orbital.
UAH coming out with a victory, but it was not easy by any stretch of the imagination, right? It was actually much closer than I think they probably would have liked. They came out of it, I think it was 8-4, and they ran one of the rounds. So it was 9-4 at one point, and then it crawled back. So definitely not as clean as they were hoping for. Maybe a little bit later they'll be able to clean it up because we are going over to that ascent. But my gosh, Trapman and Josiah, these two popped off. Trapman had a phenomenal first half. Second half, I want to say Ottawa Grey kind of got wind of where it was going, but still very much a huge key player in why UAH were able to win this game.
Yeah, I think maybe if Trapman wasn't on flank watch as much as he would have had a lot more success. But when they did lose on that flank watch, there were a lot of rounds that were aimed for Ottawa that simply should not have been. That's always why I really stress about having multiple different pushes and not a full commit into one site directly. Always having at least one person sitting near mid or the other site, it can really go a long way, especially when you do get in that. But before we keep theorizing about what both teams need to improve on, let's go into a short little break, get map number 2 set up for all of your viewing pleasures, and return very shortly as we will finally go on that break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a few short minutes.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting. At no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC for its second matchup of today between UAH and Ottawa, where UAH managed to steal away map number 1. It did get a lot closer in the second half, which is why I'm thinking we might end up seeing a third map, especially if Ottawa really kicks it into full gear. But hey, there is still that chance, especially now heading in towards Ascent, that might not be the case. We may be another 2-0, as I don't think we've seen that many, if not overtime so far in NECC.
Yeah, and that's not to say that teams aren't trying or it's just been complete washes. It's just that's kind of how it falls out. And there's a reason to saying don't look at the overall series. Like the series score didn't do that do that series justice, right? Like there are some series where I would say that a 2-0 was way more competitive than a 2-1 or a 3-game best of 3, or even in some cases, you know, a 3-0, different than a 3-2 and a best of 5, right? Some of these games get down to the freaking wire, and it just causes so much momentum building, and that's something that I really, really want to see here. Is it going to be close, or is it going to be UAH steamrolling it through, like you said? And we do have some interesting agents coming out here. On the flip side, right, there was a hover over the Yoru in the agent select. Obviously that's not going to come through, but Trapman swapping up from a duelist with that jet, and was hovering, I believe that was
Select
the
your
Brimstone
agent.
and now hopping to the Phoenix, one that we haven't seen a whole lot of lately.
No, definitely can be very strong though on Ascent. He is also quite good on Haven, so it'll be a bit of a warm-up for map number 3. Who really knows? The only thing that we aren't fully confirmed on is what Colt wants to pick, but I think he'll select for the Kill. He did very good on that role map, and I think Killjoy definitely fits a lot more comfortably on a map like Ascent. I think he'll have some at least lockdowns or anything along the lines. He'll just be playing a lot better raw in comparison, just simply because his agent are free flowing on Ascent. And I was going to make that exact same point for the University of Ottawa. I thought personally that their lineup would much better on a map like Ascent instead of the first map of Bind, and I'm really hoping if that theory can be proved, we're finally here for map 2.
Yeah, little bit longer ways to pick at. Mid obviously a huge priority for either of these teams. With the full stack over to A, I'm liking this potential test. UAH have been the team that's been, I think, a lot more aggressive off the kickboard, right? Right off the starting line, they like to aggress early, and this is going to be kind of that skill check is what I call it. I'm not sure what anyone else calls it, but I like it. You put 5 pistols, you rush it down, and pray basically a 5-pellet shotgun is going to land in someone's chest for first blood.
Yeah, it will be just a complete bombardment into the A site. At least on the pistol round, it's not that frowned upon, as now you have complete map control. The only thing you have to worry about is a retake. Your first entry, but Trapman will deny Exent from finding another. Zach getting that plant done as well, but no one's watching Heaven. And Colt will reconfirm that man count once again. There's some hot hands stuff coming in back towards Heaven for a little while. It'll delay that inevitable retake up above, and that's where the key factor comes in. Once again, I said it once and I'll repeat myself, it's gonna be that retake game, and this is where UAH fall but could secure round 1.
Are going down a little bit slim. Super goes ahead, opens up, but that's still a 1-for-1 trade. UAH down 2-2. That's just a spray down inertia. Going ahead, getting few, and Zach! Oh, Zach immediately turns it around with a 4K of his own, and that is the clutch you want. Yes, you didn't save 4 members, but no one cares. The Astra coming out strong in the first round.
Well, Zach will just find them all, apparently. No retake for you today, Ottawa. We're going to secure round number 1 just off of our own backside. Or at least Zach, he's doing all the heavy lifting currently, at least in terms of kills. And I think he'll be fully saving for a really shiny weapon much later on, maybe for a rifle. He's still got that Sheriff in his hand instead. UAH looking to maybe go for another push in towards A. This time not a full 5-man rush in towards main. They'll have a little bit of coverage leading in towards mid from that catwalk area. But other than that, they're still looking for the site that fit them very well from the get-go.
It's never a bad thing, but it feels like Ottawa Gray have kind of sniffed it out, right? You can see the defenders already rotating over, and that's a spray. Fish wins the first firefight of this game. Around the corner comes Cypher, and the jump in spray nets a second. That puts it into a 3v5. Through the smoke they go, and Super is going to come around the corner, meet Trap's barrel straight to the dome.
One
it's all
enemy
left
remaining.
to the Jet and Sova. Nope, just to the Sova, as Trapman makes it a 3K to try and match Zach here in the opening stages.
I mean, Inertia probably wouldn't be that upset if he was at least in a good spot to maybe find a couple of exits here and there. It's not a round you're expected to win, but at least a round you're expected to worsen the eco just a tad bit. Inertia will find 1 for shovels. He'll get that Spectre in hand, but not for that long, as Cole is there once the opens up leading into tree. 2-0 for UAH, but it was pretty well expected.
Yeah, this is something that I'm very much noticing is UAH just feel, I want to say a tad cleaner on a lot of those micro skills, right? The aim, the trigger, everything of their own, it feels just a little bit cleaner, a little bit faster, you know, a little bit quicker on that hair trigger. Whereas Ottawa Gray, a lot of their wins, a lot of their rounds have been coming from those macro plays and from that team coordination, right? Can they match up properly? Can they manage to position in the right spot to get very nice crossfires and where they're not taking 1v1s all the time? And that's going to be the run it back. Accent, though, goes ahead and stuffs that one real quick. With the information, they're going to go ahead and sprint right in, close the door as quickly as possible, but it's broken before it closes. And that means it's sprayed through. Xant is looking for a few more, but has to bounce right out of there, but no one's looking in the rafters in heaven. And Little Boss says, thank you very much. Kate Carino takes a second. Trapman is down. Shooting through those floorboards means the wipe is going good. Ottawa Gray nullify all of them for a flawless round.
And yeah, like you said, flawless, not a single player lost. That's huge after fully buying, because at that point, you would have had a very weak link, but now everyone is fully beefed up going into round number 4, at least outside of Ottawa. UAH probably is not that far behind either, especially Zach, who can probably buy for one of his teammates if need be, but it's not looking to be the case maybe. And also having that Cosmic Divide as well, it's looking to be another resurgence round possibly for UAH, just simply because losing out on that last round, again, it was standard, it was expected, they were anticipating it. It's really not going to be that much of an issue. The only issue now is that Ottawa, they still have all of those fine weapons that they just had last round because they didn't lose a single soul, and now they're amped up and prepared to go in for another complete bloodbath in either A or B.
Oh, and that was aggressive. Lil Boss roaming straight through B main, taking a peek into lobby, and is rewarded for his efforts.
Yeah, that was a massive entry frag.
Yeah, just straight up walk through. And it was covered by the recon bolt. Still, though, taking that chance and going for it was a big deal, like you said. Though, cheating around the corner, and Colt nullifies it. So, back to even 4v4. 3 members deep into the B main. A nice little snipe into the mid courtyard is going to net UAH a main advantage. They're gonna go ahead and try and push it, and they do find it. Inertia, lone defender on the back end, is not going to be allowed to play that.
You mentioned that earlier, Orbital, that UAH, they just seem a little bit better in terms of mechanical skill. So far, that's being proven directly in round number 4, as they're in a 4-on-2 post plant, complete coverage in towards site. You have to worry about the defender lobby and also market, as Xent will find that first retake kill, possibly allowing Neural Theft to go into play, gathering a metric ton of intel. Kakarino will market off of that, no longer having to worry about a player near fish. Now you can just start trying to bombard the bomb site, at least force the other players to just sit there to die, as the timer is still ticking on that spike. Pull with 3 though, in just the nick of time, it'll allow for that quick escape, and just like map number 1, it'll be 3-1 for UAH.
3-1 with a little different setup, right? Last time it was 3 in a row and then 1 out of kind of nowhere for Ottawa. This time around, it's a little bit more even, and we get to see the operator coming out very, very quickly. Lil Boss is going to pick that one up. And I have to say I like it, right? You talked about it, right? Bind was the map where you can't really pull it out as well. And on Ascent here, you have way longer hallways, right? You have a lot longer corridors that you can play it. Instead, it's going to play it on the main side instead, and is rewarded once again. Lil Boss, second first blood here in the first half. Always being that aggressive player, you like to see it, and it immediately makes UAH think twice or 3 times about how they want to enter.
That curveball just did not land the way that UAH wanted it to, especially Trapman blinding his own teammates, and Little Boss just peeked at the very first chance he could, found that entry. And now UAH, they're having second thoughts. They're wondering, well, maybe running into an operator in a single line might not be the best idea. So we'll try our efforts in a different approach. Maybe going in towards B, maybe having someone watch near mid perhaps as well, or just sitting around like a rat waiting for someone to flank around. That might be the best avenue here, as now Little Boss has to go on a very big rotation with probably one of the better weapons here that Ottawa has, and that'll at least try to give UH the upper hand when they're already down the man count 4-5, as they'll try to work their way in towards B main.
You should run. 30 seconds left.
It's very much there. I like this choice, using that and then opening up with that running back. A dual ultimate entry nets a huge win for UAH, but they're losing members pretty rapidly. They're able to make their way along the backside of B, and they're going to net 2 in the back end, so they are going to get flanked pretty heavily. Spike is still not down. Finally getting to plant it, and Lil Boss is ready with those blades. Available Blade Storm ready and charging. They go around the corner. Super is gonna find Trap Man, and one above. 2 knives have been thrown. No one really gets a win.
Enemy remains.
That's gonna be a couple more throws. Lil Boss gets a reset and a right click to end it. Lil Boss showing up, and that's a 3K. Ottawa Gray go ahead and put it within 1, 3-2 here in the first 5 rounds.
Surprised Little Boss did not get jebaited by the Valorant gods, and that right click is completely whiffing. I'm not gonna lie, I've seen right clicks in closer proximities just not even hit a single piece of your opponent at all. Luckily it did though, and that was the perfect time to use the right click. You had a full lineup of the body. You only had to worry about that one player in boat. Why the heck not? Just throw it out all at once. Nothing much you can really do there. And Ottawa starting off and ending off quite strongly. Little Boss still having that operator. It is going to definitely force UAA to play a little more methodically, and we're already seeing that. They're not going for a full team setup in one direction. They are spreading themselves out. That way they can gather a little more intel across the entire map and know what they're getting themselves into. And oh, that dirty little peek. I think it spotted out Little Boss, and it was quick enough. That way you couldn't find that first frag. So that's actually some great intel being gathered by UAH, and that might force them to actually make their play finally and see how they want to approach this.
And most notably is that the op is now in that mid instead of over on the A side, so it's a little bit more the default setup if you're playing with the one op scenario. That still leaves the entry in though, so that's Accent underneath that, underneath those rafters, and Colt goes ahead and takes out Inertia. That's the only defender there, as everyone else is on the other side, so UAH go ahead and mow down in that A-bombs, A spike zone. Super though is going to take one before falling to the grave. 4v2, all that left, and with the molly going out, Icarino has to take a chance somewhere else, but Colt was waiting. Colt with a very nice setup is gonna walk in, take a bullet to the head. He's gonna hear the weapon drop, and Kikarino is gonna get the heck out of dodge.
Grabbing the operator as well. He's quick enough on the retreat, so he can actually save that for a Little Boss, which is massive. That was one of the key factors of Ottawa actually having a lot of success on their previous round wins, and at least they still found a couple of exit kills as well. Maybe not 3, which is probably the golden number, if not more than that, especially in a post-1 situation, but still getting 2 is definitely better than nothing at all. And once again, still having that operator saved up, you can think about how you want to reveal that to give your team a really good advantage once again. And they still have some ultimates to play around, so although their eco isn't looking that strong, they still have a fighting chance to maybe make this a 3-4 split rather than the opposite way around of 2-5.
I would agree. However, the ultimates that they have aren't really like the big damage dealing ultimates, right?
That is true.
Empress kind of needs a big weapon. I'm surprised that they... I don't think it's going to be popped, right? This is not the Blade Storm. This isn't the Showstopper, so it might not have as big as an impact as they might like. The threat, though. The threat is always going to be a big chance, so I got to hard agree with that. And Inertia hiding off in the corner, listening to the shots be popped off, as it looks like B main is going to be a questionable onslaught around the corner. They go. Peek is one. Crossfire is good. UAH taking a page out of Ottawa and pulling some nice team coordination, but Low Boss going for the reversal as well. It's a great op shot into fish.
Don't know if he'll be able to find another one. That Asher smoke impairing his vision. He'll throw out a smoke of his own and now just try to hold down mid. No one's approaching from that way. They're a little bit wiser of that. They're not going to risk it at all, especially since things could turn into a 3-on-3 sooner than expected. And that could once again give Ottawa a little bit of breathing room, just enough space to where they could actually make this a very viable play. Post-plant and UAH, they're not looking to try to throw this round away. They're playing very conservatively, all just stacking up, making sure that Ottawa has to come to them, and that is going to be their downfall. The other one left alive is Little Boss. It'll be Trap Man. Once again, the cleanup crew is in full effect as he sweeps away the last 3 and just takes care of the trash.
It's getting to that point where you can definitely feel UAH coming back online, right? It probably took them a little bit longer than they would have liked, dropping 2 rounds in the early stages, but it's not bad at all, right? 5 rounds in, Trapman now back on the top of the leaderboard, and with that run it back, should be a little bit more aggressive to follow. Ottawa Gray have slowly got to manage how they're going to play. Last round, of course, was that eco. Now they have the weapons in hand. Now they get their own chance to kind of make a play, and the running back immediately called. Low boss, though, every single time. But the spray through is good. Trapman, can he find another? No, Kakarino is going to nullify that. So Kakarino gets an actual kill this time. Fish is not allowed in. He is filleted in the back there. So a 3v4. Ottawa Gray looking pretty strong here in the 8th round. Can they manage, though? Again, Trapman, I feel, counts for about 3 people. So questions are up.
You did remove little balls with the operator. I don't know if it's been picked up yet by anyone. It's just kind of being teetered around. Great intel being gathered. It'll force Trapman back a little bit. He's got to remove that dart from the spy cam. So now it appears that Ottawa Gray is well aware of UAH's current intentions. Push from behind, not going to work out entirely. Trapman missing out on a very important fight up against Kakarino. He'll win that engagement. Super from behind as well. Just secures the last 2. Ottawa, they may have lost that operator off the bat. Which had already been done from Little Boz, and there wasn't much that UAH could really do.
Not just that, Ottawa Gray are allowed to pick it right back up. Right, Little Boss has it. That was a nice gift back. And they're slowly closing in. Right, they're feeling confident here. Again, ultimates are up though. UAH feeling good, feeling okay. They only lost to run it back. So you have the lockdown, Cosmic Divide, everything, and the kitchen sink. Where do you use it though? If I see all the ultimates saved over into the next round, I will not be as happy as I seem right now. I want to see at least 1 or 2 drop to try and get an early advantage here.
Yeah, expend a couple, especially since things have not been looking all that well for you. Especially when Little Boz can just one-shot you from any real distance, and you might not always have the pinpoint location of him currently. Appears to be a mid-push being attempted by UAH, but so far denied by Super. They're able to backpedal just a little bit, but still meet the same fate that he managed to deal in the first player of UAH. So Colt finding that refrag. It'll make it a 4-on-4, but it's still a minute left on the board. So this is really in any team's ball game currently. Not a fully decisive push coming in through. They just want to make sure that UAH can gather enough intel before they fully commit to this, but it's looking to be an A take, and at this point, a rotation would be pretty rough, to say the least. Yep, they'll be fully committing into it, but they're just running into gunfire at this point. Kakarino waiting patiently. It will work out for him so far. Exant is there as well. He's lost that man count, and Exant's still in the bomb site, just wreaking havoc from the middle ground, and Inertia up above will get the last one.
Man, I said UAH were feeling it a little bit, getting into the momentum, and immediately Ottawa Gray shut it down. So both these teams feeling a little bit more that they're a defensive squad, are good at kind of reading some of those picks. Question is how are UAH going to feel about that, right? How are UAH going to be able to come back and be able to manage their way through? 9 ultimates are available, though. 9 ultimates are ready across these 2 teams. It's only Trapman that doesn't have his. I want to see these ultimates, fellow. I want to see a little bit of craziness come out, because it's just kind of wasted utility, right? At that point, you are wasting the utility round. Unfortunately, Super doesn't even get the chance to pop the Empress, so, you know, I won't be upset at that.
Speaking of utility, great recon bolt and then following up with the wall bang. Just perfect for UAH. And Super did have the operator at the beginning of the buy phase. Little Boss does not. So you did remove that superpower from this current fight, unless someone wraps around and picks it on up, which could be very doable, obviously. But you no longer have that man advantage now. It's got a minute on the clock, though. Empress ability comes in through. That could definitely make a ton of space, or at least make Josiah's job 10 times easier when trying to find those entries. So far, hasn't ran into anyone, but there is a Cypher just sitting up inside of Hell. Location revealed by a recon bolt. Inertia will be able to back it up with some utility. Gunfire of his own. Josiah, though, removes the first player inside of Heaven. Gets rid of Hell as well. This new player taking his space above, but Zach is there into Little Boss. And Josiah, utilizing the Empress ability, Orbital, we finally saw some ultimates coming through, and it worked wonders for UAH in the post plan.
We saw
just
one.
That one. Just that one.
We saw one. We didn't see a few. We saw one. It still made for an amazing round win, though. I will say, right? The Empress play I will say the only thing that could have made it better, which I really would have liked, is to see Josiah, if you know that you're going to be running the spike, hand it over to someone else, right? Try and hand it over or anything of the sort, because you want to utilize the Empress to your full extent. You don't want to waste time trying to get the plant, but it worked, right? No matter what, it worked and you won. Xant, though, saying we are so done with this, going and trading right back, gets the first frag of the game, and that is, again, the second win, more or less, for UAH, right? No run it back to enter into these sites.
You should run.
At least they'll have a lockdown to allow for something to come their way. Ottawa will start responding.
Oh, what the
on
heck?
their own. Super with 3 in the back line. Make it 4. All back to back with the Empress ability. Anything you can do, I can do better, UAH. And Josiah just got put in the dirt. Wow.
We heard the Hunter Siri come off, and I was like, I saw the kill feed spread out, and I was like, oh, great, the Hunter Siri went off. Not a single shot had been shot yet, and there were like 3 or 4 deaths in there. And I think it was the fact that Super came around the corner and just held down left click and mowed them all down. A phenomenal way to do it. It was so fast, so clean, and Little Boss on their own side. Trapman now says, thank you very much. We're getting the returns all the way through it. Xant on something else is now going to snap up quite a few. He was ready and waiting for that running back to run it out. And with 3K in the bank, Colt only gets 1 more. A nice little tag means that this should be a round for Ottawa Gray as they net themselves their 6th. And hopefully we'll tie things up.
Oh, no one checking if anyone was sitting in wine. I think it's the first time we've seen anyone for Ottawa actually sit in that position, which probably explains why UH was so comfortable after they got rid of Little Boz, which was the only thing deterring them from getting a push in towards A main. And Colt is not able to deter the victory for Ottawa. It's a clean split of 6-6 going into the second half. Wow, what a hold by Exit. But again, you've got hot hands, you've got a nano swarm, you've got recons or an owl drone. It doesn't hurt to look at all, and that was a really rough predicament for UAH, just because they didn't have any idea that Cypher was sitting there.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Checking the corners, not checking corners. You have to take your chances where they go, and it worked in favor of Ottawa Gray. So now on the flip side, UAH are going to be on the receiving end, right? This should give them a little bit easier time, right? The Cypher not as strong. Question is going to be, I think, where the Omen is going to kind of fly off to, because we didn't get to point it out. The Omen is great at manipulating where you want to go and how well you utilize some of these flanks and picks. If for some reason the flanker all the way on A is able to get a couple good frags, is able to open up that site, you might as well go ahead and try and teleport over or try and rotate as quickly as possible. That is the Omen's tried and true style, and that's why we see the spike on this player. Options are abound, though. Ottawa Gray taking things a little bit slower and saying, hey, you skill checked us last time, we'll hold off.
It's that difference between macro and micro, really, like you mentioned. But UAH will still be good at their macro skills, finding the first pick, or micro, I should say. I mixed up your own one-liner there, but that's okay. That's why I have you here to make up for all my mistakes. But so far, we're not seeing any more mistakes by Ottawa. They'll clap back, essentially, finding plenty of picks, forcing us in a 2-on-4 predicament here. Trapman tries to find one in towards lever. He'll manage to do that, looking for another. He gets
it.
Why
are
you double peeking him? Trapman just got the easiest 2K of his career, and even having backup for Zach forces inertia in a crossfire, and he'll meet the same fate as his own teammates. I mean, why did you not try to go for a double push onto him? There was a player in defender lobby, but other than that, I mean, you could have at least found Trapman.
You know, fellow, I've been on TikTok a little bit too much because all I could hear was weave over and over again right there. He shouldn't have been allowed to live for that long, right? You run in, you're taking fire from at least 3, and you come out alive. A fantastic job by UAH to be able to pull off that defense out of nowhere. And if it's one thing that I've learned about this squad, it's they're able to manage their defensive stances in unpredictable scenarios. Trapman this time, of course, netting himself an open frag, is going to bum rush Super with and just mow him down.
Yeah, just fully committing to this. He's playing here to die, but so far he has not been eliminated by anyone. Lil Boz will test his luck, try to secure that trade, but nope, he'll just meet the same fate. Fish will annihilate him with Spectre at hand, even having a little bit of help from Trapman as well. 2-on-5 predicament here. At least last round, Ottawa, they were in the advantage at the beginning and then lost it. Now they are just in a completely losing predicament as Josiah removes the head off of Inertia's body, forcing Kakarino inside of A main. And there isn't really much he can do. He's getting just collapsed upon. It'll be a 3K for Trapman. Yeah, it was a rush into him. There wasn't anything he could do.
That was a little bit unfortunate. We heard the full clip unload to keep him in the back corner and then just got surgically removed. So very well done. The standard 2 rounds have went in UAH's favor. Question is, will Ottawa Gray have the same advantage? Will they be able to match it up? They do run the Phantoms, a single Vandal on Little Boss, who so far has done very, very well. Looks like he completely zeroed out, was hoping for that op, or maybe hoping for that, I want to say, Marshall.
Standing ahead.
Not going to happen, though. So, running with that Vandal, giving it his best shot to hit. Those 1 taps and a spray through means the Eris has run its course, and Zach is going to back right up.
Not finding a couple wall bangs here and there, but not enough to eliminate Super. He'll be on about 50 HP, and now Zach doesn't have a lot of ammo left in his back pocket, but because Super was so lit up, Fish will get an easy cleanup onto him. Still getting that first entry, denying the B push. Now it's a rotation in towards mid, where maybe we'll try to see a little bit of resurgence in towards market, perhaps. Trapman just running around blindly, spraying and praying with the run it back, trying to maybe gather some information at the very least. Wasn't really able to do just that. Still that man advantage though, and you are looking quite comfortable, but just having that sheer overwhelming presence inside of me, that might give UAH a run for their money order.
That's actually a great shock bolt. That's gonna net Josiah's life. Bolt on the other side was able to pick up 1. Trapman was ready for him though, the Spectre. Now the flashbang is gonna catch 1. Kakarino is gonna go down. Xant on the back end is gonna take Cold's life, but it's a 1v3, and it looks like UAH might be able to take 3 in a row. However, that Vandal is deep. Trapman with the sheriff to the head says the spy is gone. 6-9 is the score as UAH take 3 in a row.
I guess being the best comparison to a pirate from TF2, even having fire as his ability, too. What a hard counter. Unlucky. Anywho, UH still looking on top of things. 3 in a row. A lot more rememberable of map number 1. I did mention that earlier of the 3-1 split, but now it was a clean and crisp 3-0. That's going to force Ottawa on the back burner once again, opting for all sheriffs and a little bit of armor, and not a single soul having any type of ultimate abilities. It's just kind of a, well, maybe we'll find some really nice 1-taps here and there, but that's really it. If they can manage to start out with that aggressive opening, then they might be able to think and try to strangle around how they want to maybe win out this round. But other than that, it's already a round for their losses, as no one has any ultimates and they're just reliant on their pistol.
All right, well, they got a little bit scared there and unloaded, I think, a clip each into the walls. That's all we heard right there in that main. So you can see they're a little bit jumpy, and I think that was the right test by UAH. So they know at least 3 or 4 members are fully stacked over there. This means Josiah's job is that much more important, right? This lurker who's now been spotted is going to be the cutoff for them. If the Arena is able to find 1 or 2, maybe out a few more, that could be a chance. But Trapman comes around the corner, notices that it's a catwalk, and that's going to be the flames going up. Can they manage a section? Oh, this could be a fantastic peek if they can make it work. But Xant goes ahead and eats a little bit of damage, and Colt with a roundabout.
30 seconds left.
And nothing much you can really do here. I mentioned earlier, it's a round for the loss, and it's just a clean kill feed for Trapman. Little Boz will cut the feed in half, but that will not stop Trapman in the slightest, as he'll get a quick trade, forcing Inertia 1v4. Your team has gotten 1 exit frag. You can maybe try to swing up the blow, or soften it, I should say, by maybe making it a second one. You have plenty of intel in your back pocket and plenty of great aim as well. You pick up 1, not another though, as Colt will manage to spray you down and give UAH their 10th round, back to double digits once again.
Solid stuff here. 4 in a round so far, and it's going to be on Ottawa Gray to try and stop this, right? If they lose this one, the ping pong economy should set UAH at 12. That is what you're looking at. You're looking at that match point if you're not careful. Good news, though. Good news, right? Little Boss is sitting with that Blade Storm. Almost every single other member is sitting one away from their ultimate, except for Kakarino, so Kakarino's probably going to be lagging behind. Everyone else, though, going for that orb should net them a second ultimate to use. Super, though, goes ahead and opens up with a little bit of a hard shot, and that's a great blind right there. So Zach is a little bit blind right now, gonna swing around. Rest of Ottawa Gray gonna come around the corner, and Zach was ready. Fish is ready as well. Ooh. 2 defenders take on the world, and Xant can't make Xant is gonna make it happen. Nursa is gonna follow through. 3-3. Who's gonna win? That's gonna be Ottawa Gray coming out massively in the lead. 3 members still alive. It's on Trapman. We've seen Trapman do it, but can he do it against these 3 specifically? Cypher is going to use the neural test, is going to be spotted, so it's going to be that much harder. Might just be a round for the books. Throw up the wall. Chances are a little bit slim. He's going to sprint right through. Picks up the camera, takes out that tripwire, and is going to use every utility piece in the book. Can't find it. Inertia with the collapse is going to find that pinch.
Yeah, that neural theft really adding insult to injury, really. Yeah. It was at the point of no return, really, for Trapman. But hey, for his shovels, he'll get a nice shiny operator, so maybe he'll pad his stats up a little bit more. I was going to talk about how explosive the round was turning out to be, but before I could even get the handoff gifted towards me, it already turned into sheer chaos, and I thought it would have had to have done a lot more. The fact that everyone was so close to their ultimates, no, it turned into more or less just the gunfights boding one side a little bit more than the other. We did see that neural theft at the very end, but that was really it. Nonetheless, though, still a very explosive round, giving Ottawa another fighting chance moving forward, but now we get to see that ultimate ability of that Blade Storm really shining through on round 18. Hope to, at least.
Yep. Operator in hand. No one to shoot at, though. Ottawa Gray taking a few chances here with that camera taking a peek, and no one's really there, so UAH playing this one much, much safer. Saying they don't want to take any chances. The long roundabout play means no one's really shooting each other yet. Oh, that's going to be the first one. Josiah gifted first blood.
Nice little start, to say the least. Spy cam gaining off some intel as well, leading in towards mid. Little rotate around in towards market as well. Nothing really working out for Ottawa in the slightest. They've wasted a fair amount of time just kind of going back and forth. Now they're deciding in on an A main push. Look at that trade in towards the player sitting right outside of garden in that little connector area and towards mid. That's really it. And now you've got to run up against an operator as well. We could see that player above and towards middle. There'll be a quick reposition though. Still finding a frag nonetheless. He'll get spotted out though by that Hunter's Fury, but only one of those arrows will actually hit Trapman. He'll still be alive, just sitting comfortably. Cyber Cage will impair his vision. He'll have to play close quarters, goes for the no-scope, but it will miss. Inertia will manage to punish him because of that. Holt will find a quick trade, though, and now a second one, forcing just a lone player of Exant. 1 versus 2 now. He gets one on a Colt, another on to Fish. He could win this one out, but the clock's midnight, and we're down to 0-0. He can't do anything. It's just a clock bleed out, and Exant, although he found some massive frags, will not be gifted the victory.
That one hurts. Trying to make the play and can't finish it off. Thankfully, very much thankfully, Zach was able to bounce away, but a little bit of a question mark there because I think UAH Blue could have come away with 3 still alive. You know the timer's already counting down. Colt had already stalled it out long enough. Still, though, very nicely done to realize that you don't have to take that firefight, don't have to take that gun duel. You're now 1 round away from putting yourself at match point. Strong scenario with that round win. Questions abound. Who is going to get that opening frag? These last few ones have come very, very slowly. And looking like a default spread by both means that it could go anyone's way.
It has been a back and forth throughout most of these rounds, and this time Ottawa will jump in on the action first and foremost. Josiah not having as much impact on the round like he did last time. Kakarino scoring one on a Trapman. Wallbang headshot out of all things. Little Boz steps up as well. now getting a little bit more control inside of B, only having to worry about the lone Sova player currently. So it's looking to be a really successful round for them. Fish will get that frag on a little pause, but Exant is there onto Colt. A great shot, might I add. From the shadows comes into play as well. Now Kikarina can go for a very seamless plant. It's just Fish, and he'll get eradicated by Super.
Well done by Ottawa Gray, netting 5 with 4 still alive. Means plenty to work with here, and Ottawa are showing themselves up here to be a pretty strong team. They had the weapon advantage, right? It's a full save coming out from UAH. So they should be able to put themselves at 9, especially with the operator in hand. Lil Boss, whenever he has the operator, you know first blood is most likely going his way. He's done it, I think, 3 times coming out of A so far. And this time around, pushing forward, it's going to be a little bit harder on the attacking side, but still going to be a huge chunk. Good damage when you find it.
I'm really wondering if Super's going to want to pop the Empress. I hope he doesn't. It's probably not going to be needed, especially since you're just going up against all pistols, but it would honestly be hilarious for him just to mop the entire A bomb site with just a couple of swift kills. He's not going to need that Empress, though. He'll still find impact on the round regardless of that. Kakarina joins in on the fun as well. Down goes Trapman. The plant now being put on forward by Kakarino. Spike fully committed here. UAH, I mean, they were expecting to lose this round anyways. Pistols against rifles. It's a pretty simple equation as to who's going to win that engagement. But hey, finding a nice one-tap here or there wouldn't really hurt the soul all that much. So far, it's not going to happen at all. And Josiah, he's just by himself. Can't really do much except think about, all right, fellas, how are we going to recover now that we are going to have rifles and get ourselves into match point and at least get overtime perhaps, as we are pretty neck and neck in terms of the round differentials, unlike map number 1 where it's a little bit more one-sided. This could be a really good situation for Ottawa, especially if they win out this next round, as UAH would have no money to play with yet again.
Yeah, this is a scary scenario for both, right? If UAH win this one, that will put them into that final buy scenario. If Ottawa Gray win this one, that will mean that they should tie it up at 11. Again, I say should. This is something that I just kind of take a look at, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, because we've seen thrifty victories all the way through for both these squads. So where they decide to place their momentum is going to be a question on its own. So far, it is going to be towards that B side with a 4-man stack. A singular Sova is going to manage that A side, and it's going to look to try and play a little bit cheater side. And maybe even have, is this going to be the first attempt at a full mid push?
Not looking to be it. There's a little bit of remorse coming in by Ottawa. I think they're just waiting to see if anyone decides to peek them. I think they're just looking for some kind of frag. We'll see. Yeah, they're just kind of backpedaling. Finally, we'll see a bit of a push coming through by Exen, but it's just him trying to make ends meet. For the rest of it, it's just looking to be a mostly B-sided affair. If you do get control of market, though, that could be massive, but Josiah is there waiting patiently, and even finding that first frag on an exit that completely denies market control. And now you might have second thoughts. Maybe, oh, we do have control of mid. Maybe we could rotate around. Maybe get up in towards Catwalk and go into the tree. It's not going to be that case, though. It's still looking to be a B-sided aggressive stance by Ottawa, but they are spread quite thin, and they are down on time as well. This could be a very easy round win for UAH. They just have to burn through the seconds for a little while longer and just keep playing in these power positions, and that would force Ottawa in a basically losing predicament here. Super will find one note on his Zach. That could open things up. Operator shot will miss, though, by little balls, but the second one connects, and all of a sudden, it's just an ocean of red as the spike now going down as well. Trapman is there and towards defender lobby. Run it back well. You can maybe find more success. He knows that there is one inside of market, but he'll get taken out from boats by Kakarina. You know, that intel quite valuable, but the kill would have been so much better here. Trapman going up for another push. It could be a tag team here, but the timing is just off slightly. Colt will find that frag, but not in time to make it a 2-on-2. He'll get another one towards boat. He knows the last one is lurking around near default, perhaps. It's an aggressive push. His position is known, and Inertia, with the recon bolt in hand, will win the 1v1 clutch in the post plant. Ottawa completely shutting out UAH at the very end, and their buy situation, UAH, it's looking quite down bad.
Oh man, that was a close one. They do pull it out, and That means, of course, that UAH now on the save. Trapman has put up 25. Got to put up a few more, right? It's going to be tied at 11. It means that, you know, there's a high chance of going to overtime, but at the same time, you can still win by 2 or still move into that win side. So, question marks, right? Who is going to step up? Number 1 is Inertia, right? Gets a tag on Trapman, drops him down to about 50%. He is quickly going to try and heal himself up for the ensuing fight.
Throwing down a hot hand or something. That way he's a little bit more healthy for the next engagement and just does not get pumped full of lead to force him dead. It probably the best option, to be honest. Still looking to be a B-sided affair though for Ottawa. They're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I think they just want to overwhelm UAH since they're pretty well aware that their weaponry is not going to be that strong in the slightest, unless Fish could perhaps find a one-tap maybe onto someone like Super who just rushes him in, especially having that information. But oh no, it gets shot out. He doesn't have the pinpoint location, and that will be his demise. He doesn't back up in time. Super with 2 as he downs Zach as well. It's a 5-on-2 scenario as Little Boz shuts down Josiah. Inertia sticking down that plant as well. It's pretty much an 11th round win for Ottawa already. The real question could be, though, will we see any type of exit kills by UAH? The question being probably not, as at least Colt's position is well known, and so is Trapman as he has to shoot down that market doorway. He can't even fully break it down with the Sheriff, and it forces him to backpedal and meet his maker in the process from the hands of Kekarino. A flawless victory for Ottawa. They're really looking on top of things now, Orbital.
Oh, they're looking great. They are happy about the current stance, and again, they have plenty of money to work with. Yes, that's going to buy the op for Lil Boss. He has a Blade Storm up. Empress is available on the attacking side. And on the flip, though, so UAH going with the full-on Odin this time. Fish is going to maintain that one as usual, as Asova does over on B. And if the tags can work, that could be a huge win for them, but who's going to take that chance? Right, who is going to walk through? No one. You hear the roar of Odin and you say stay away, and Inertia instead finds Trapman in that mid, I think, or that was actually A. Josiah takes out Kekarino. That's a 1-for-1 so far. Ottawa Gray and UAH trading back kills, so in a 4v4, who's going to take that first step towards their 12th round victory?
Here comes the Blade Storm by Boz. He's questioning if he wants to use it yet or not. Still some long angles he can approach upon. Oh, but there goes the Odin by Fish. Just lining it up. Not that much recoil to worry about as well. Just holding down right and left click the exact same time. A perfect frag onto Exant. Someone who has been doing quite well throughout most of the rounds. Not just gathering information or really allowing sightlines to be denied with a cyber cage, but also finding frags. He's very good with his mechanical aim. Lost that man advantage. UAH, a very risky idea of going for the full buy, but they needed to here, and so far it will try to make ends meet. They've got that man advantage. Only need to stall for about 30 more seconds, but it's a bit of a slow reposition by Ottawa, and in such just a normal spot of D main. Emperor's ability comes in through as well. They're going to try to just rush into sight and really hope for the best here. Just overwhelm once again with that man count, as there is only Sova player of Fish who's just waiting inside of boat. He's on such little HP, doesn't check the corner, but he's just one shot, and that right click will somehow finish him off. Inertia getting that plant down as well. You may have lost that man advantage, but now you've got time back on your side, and it doesn't matter all of your players because you don't have the worst eco here. That's the side of UAH. But because Josiah is just rushing Little Boss, he'll get a freebie, and that's going to be the end of the round. Colt, plenty of time left to defuse, and a well-needed round victory as well for UAH, but they are still not looking all that hot just because of the fact that they lost so many players on that round.
Match point.
Yeah, that was Josiah coming in clutch, right? A 4K for the Reyna. And the big thing to take away is that only a few ultimates were expended in that scenario. It feels a little bit more like Ottawa Gray. We're kind of like, okay, we can take the loss possibly because we'll run it back. Zach now sitting with armor, had 2K left, is going to pick up that Ares of their own. So, full weapon buys for everyone. This should be that kind of last round effort. If UAH win it, they're good. If not, they're going to sit with an eco for it. Or no, they'll go into overtime. Never mind, I lied. I can't do math. It's hard. I'm done.
Well, I can't read, so it's okay. I think that makes it even feud. I was gonna make that joke earlier, and I'm like, too late now. I'm not gonna bother. Hey, you let me do it again. There we go. I am illiterate. I like to tell Scott I'm biliterate because it makes him so mad. It literally makes his blood boil. I hope you're listening to the broadcast now, buddy. He's probably not there. He's probably asleep, taking a fat nap or something. I don't know. All I know is that this is make or break for UAH. Either they're forced into overtime, which is something they do not want to go in, especially since Ottawa have been playing phenomenally on Ascent, or they just take away the last round. And they've got some very important weapons like that operator. Trapman is just waiting for someone to try to overpeak him. He'll miss that first shot, though, and he'll get punished for it. Not dead outright, though. He'll still be alive, and he'll be able to use a hot hand to heal himself. But now he's incredibly low on HP, and now Ottawa is well aware that, hey, Trapman, he's sitting around near window. He's sitting near the garden area with an operator. Don't overextend yourself, or you will die to that operator. Zach overextending, though, gets one on a super, but quickly that neural theft in a trade by exit will come into full effect. Now they have plenty of intel to work off of and site coverage. A second for Exant. Josiah was able to get one on a Kakarina at the exact same time, though, but that plant still going down nonetheless does put Ottawa in a great position.
Does, and especially since that the lockdown was actually used over on A site, they don't have it for this retake. That is one thing that I really think might be their ruin here. Mysterio goes out, is going to take a snipe, gets two. Oh, that's a great collateral, but can't finish him off. But the HP is going to be even up. They're going to sprint right in, can't get the shot. Exant with three, and that's going to be the finisher. Three in the blink of an eye. Ottawa Gray go ahead and push it into overtime. UAH going to battle for two in a row here. All for the series point. That was a rough one to have. Ottawa Gray, though, keep their dreams alive.
And this overtime could really go either way. You've got completely evened economies, and no team really was over-dominating on one side or the other. It was two 6-6 splits, and the only main reason why Ottawa got such a great lead on UAH is because they just kept forcing them in ecos time and time again. And now on overtime, where you're always guaranteed a certain amount of credits, a certain amount of ultimate, a certain amount of everything, this might be exactly what they need.
Hard agree with that. Very much agreeable, as they're going to take that chance on the attacking side. They're going to bait it out, and they're rewarded with two. The orb bait is good, and Ottawa Gray are caught off with that offensive push. Kakarina, though, ends right back, takes out Trapman. And remember, Trapman, one of the key fraggers for the team of UAH, is going to be all in on this attempted retake 3v4. Oh, Inertia evens it up 3v3 with that shock.
Wow. What a perfect lineup. You love to see it. Sova main up in the caster booth. That was just some clean lineups, to say the least. It's not going to be enough, though. Josiah gets rid of super. Downtown once again. Time is still ticking. You lose your player up in heaven as Josiah will bring him down. It's just Kakarino. Not much time left on their side. The information is there that he's just waiting near door. He's on 20 HP as well. He's just...
What's another death?
Give it a shot.
Contest him, that could be in, but no. Yeah. It's just going to be a quick... and there we go. Match point. Back in the hands of UAH.
Match point.
Happy about it. It was pretty good, pretty clean. No one's close to their ultimate charges, though, of course, so it is just going to be up to the squad to be able to pull this one out. And in this chance, UAH do have that momentum, as we do go to a very quick pause real quick, making sure everything's good and clean for this final round, because, of course, it is overtime. That chance is going to be great, but on the attacking side, I mean, who do we want to watch for? On the side of Ottawa Gray, there have been so many great plays, so many great teams, but who do you want to keep your eyes on for this potentially final round?
Well, I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Exant, I'm going to be honest. He's just, he's had some rounds where he goes really huge. Then Exant is there. I mean, just the clip of him sitting in line, just getting freebies. That was such a great example. Not just sitting in awkward or off angles, though. He's done the job just fine, just swinging people. As a Cypher out of all agents, too, you won't think of that. You'll think of him as a much more reclusive kind of player. He will play back when needed to, when he's just like, all right, I'm going to gather intel for you guys, and you can try to make ends meet with those Cypher cams and maybe some trap wires as well. But he's also had moments where he steps up huge. But honestly, everyone's playing really well on the side of Ottawa. I'm not going to kid you. Everyone is playing their part. And I mean, the kill feed is honestly a really good proof of it right there. A single weak link at all. The lowest amount of kills is 15, a completely evened up 1 KD. I mean, they're all doing really well, but the kills already coming out between both sides. I mean, it is only the very beginning of the round, so it could still go either way. It's a bit of a coin flip as you lose 2 of your main duelists of the Reyna and Phoenix.
One little gripe, though, is it's been Ottawa so far that has had that trouble of getting into sight in a timely manner, right? There's been 2 or 3 rounds where they've run out the clock, they've had issues, they come in and only 5 seconds left, and 5 or 10 seconds left to get the plant down. So if they want a chance here, they have got to pick a site to move to, and to effectively move in, clear the corners that you want, you need about, I would say, 35 to 40 seconds to do it at a slow pace. That's what they're going to do, though. Low Boss able to find a second, so in a 4v3, they can be a little bit more aggressive if they wish. A little bit of a dash. Low Boss, I think, walked straight into the wall, so that PC utility is gone, but, I mean, you're okay extending that for right now.
30 seconds left.
Recon Bolt comes in through as well, and here's the push. You don't have much time left. You got to hope for the best here, really. Fish not wanting that to happen, though. Zegson goes for the plant. It'll be confirmed now. Spike on the ground, fully positioned once again. This retake could be massive, but so far it's being by Ottawa. Zach will get a wallbang, though, on a Cake Reno. Back in an even man, things are equalized, but now unequalizes. There's Exxon yet again. It's a buddy ace for him, and they'll manage to keep us in overtime for a little while longer. It'll be just a game of tug-of-war between these 2 teams.
It was looking a bit dicey there. I was questioning how low it was going on the timer, but they made it in clean, right? And UAH weren't able to gamble against it. So now it's all down, and Trapman still at the top of the leaderboard has kind of stalled out, right? He's had a difficult time trying to chance it in some of those positions. So need to maybe see him step up. Last time they had a good bull rush and they baited out 2 frags here. So is it going to happen again? Little Boss wondering if he needs to. This time, though, they're not going to try and bait it out. Instead, they're just going to try to put together. And with 3 around, that was a great blind. Little Boss gets 1 where, honestly, he should have gotten none. Trade of 1 for 1 means they know it's a full stack over on A. Are they going to pull the rotate over to B?
What a masterful paranoia as well by Cake Arena, but that is honestly the bigger question, Orbital. You're absolutely right. Are we going to see a rotation? Because you're like, all right, Ottawa knows that the jig is up. We got time to rotate. Should we do it? It's looking to be that. A very somewhat almost guaranteed push. I'll be attempting possibly in towards B. It's not fully confirmed to make sure no one flanks around from their own son. I think the balls there is still a coverage. You've got Cake in main and also Garden if Cake or Reed more passively, which currently he isn't. He's still sitting up quite comfortably near that area. And everyone's just watching any kind of direction that UAH could push from quite perfectly, and that's forcing UAH just to kind of twiddle their thumbs and wait till the very last second. They are procrastinating this push in towards the bomb site, and so far, it's going to give them a failing grade. Cake Arena gets rid of Josiah. They still have perfect coverage regardless of those Astra smokes. Zach going for the plant. Could be confirmed here, but time is ticking. You have to stick it at this point, and Zach will finally do that. Shotgun tries to come through connect, but does not find a single soul. Zach with 2, though. Massive frags here, but inertia will give them a taste of their own medicine. Forced inside of hell in a 1 versus 2 situation. Everything on the line here is if you lose this round, Ottawa Gray just need to win another. They'll get this victory and bring it to map 3. Colt with 1, but can it be 2? It's not gonna be. Inertia with 3 and just enough time to stick it. The defuse will be confirmed for Ottawa, and they'll be back in the front seat, 14-13.
All right, for the first time, I think, in this series, Ottawa Gray are in a winning position. They've never really been in the lead game-wise, or round-wise, I should say, so having that chance now is going to feel pretty good. And Lil Boss right back on his stuff. Operator in hand with no armor is going to go full. Nope. Okay, so swapped it up, said that's a little bit too risky of a gamble. instead opted for the safer route with the Vandal. He's now going to take that chance over onto the Ace. A or B split two ways, and with all the utility by the Killjoy locking down that side, it's going to be a difficult entry.
I think if Ottawa's on the defense this round, I think the op would have been a lot better, but they are not. So, like you mentioned, it's a lot more risky. You are committing a lot just to maybe die off of the rip. And if that happens, UAH, they're not going to throw away the round. They're going to want to try to test their own and really try to make sure that they don't go to Haven for map number 3.
I don't think anyone really likes
Ottawa, they're still deciding as to how. I don't think they want to. I disconnected? What? Orbital, you can't hear me?
Yeah, they're having some fun here. Having some chances, move all the way through as Lil Boss is going to go ahead, take out Trapman. So a nice little frag is going to tag it in. Fractions are made as mid is going to be the play. It looks like Ottawa chancing back and forth, throwing a few shots, but UAH does take a chance. Josiah can't find the frag. Gets second on the back end. Low boss is down. That's going to be the healing. Gets the second. Josiah might be the savior here, but Inertia and Extant take out to a piece. So down into a 2v2. Cole moves it nicely, and Fish gets a blind pick. Oh, that is going to be Ottawa's possible downfall, but Inertia could make a hero play. Snaps up the spike and is going to try and run away. No, going to take the frag. Can't find it. Fish is going to find a second frag, and we welcome back Fellow as we go to overtime 3.
Well, apparently I didn't miss much, as we're still in overtime, apparently, Orbital.
Yeah.
Fun. Yeah, I apologize for the minor internet kerfuffle. I guess it's a good word to say. Not said a lot.
Yeah.
It sounds bad, though. It just does not sound like a fun word. Anyways, though. As our producer liked to mention it here, just for stats, it's the 3rd time we are in an overtime. We're just in a constant cycle at this point, as each defensive team has been doing quite well so far. These constant back and forths, like I said earlier, it's just been a game of tug of war where no one has lost their grip on the rope yet. No one's fallen into the mud, and I mean, we still need to see 2 consistent round wins. So to be honest, Orbital, this could continue going longer and longer unless we see some massive mistake by somebody. And honestly, I don't think it's going to be the case. Both these teams are playing super well together.
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes to win tug of war, you got to run forward to get the upper hand, right? And that's going to be a question for UAH. Are they going to go a little bit more aggressive? Are they going to take that chance this time? Their position in mid, they know someone always likes to hide here, but I mean, Ottawa are not taking that chance. They're willing to fall back a little bit more. They're willing to take it a little bit safer. And that's put UAH on edge. These guys are right down the clock without seeing a single member, but that's going to be a trade. Josiah finds one, but it's not enough information. You found the frag, but it's only the lurker. Reno going to take his own chance.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be a complete rush into A. They've got the man count by so much here. And B-Take, it's been a constant talking point throughout this match, and this could again be a chance for Ottawa to overshine UAH. They're already down on that man count. Exxon, though, will come down out of this fight right behind the tree. Josiah is waiting for the push by Cake Arena. Will be a victory for Josiah, but Little Boss is there on the frag to Colt, and Exxon still stepping up huge as well. The diffuser now being confirmed. Josiah has to deny. He gets one onto Exxon. Fishes from behind. It's just Little Boss. They have perfect cover.
Oh!
Ensuring that they take the boss one, but he has to back. Josiah will keep you alive.
Match point.
This is getting ridiculous. We're gonna run out of sound bites in a little bit with how crazy these are getting. Little Boss with the op, I love it so much, and yet it feels like a little bit of a letdown that he's not almost rewarded for a lot of these plays, right? He's the last one standing, almost gets a sweep, but a very nice timely peek by Josiah is able to net that win. So very well done to maintain their advantage, but now it's on the defensive side, right? You have to be the ones to play it smart. You ran forward. You got that round win. Now tug it back when Ottawa are on that back foot, when they're a little bit slipped up. The chance is there. All the pieces are in place. Just don't trip up yourself.
Enemy down.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Not going to start out your round that you need to win to make sure you can try to map number 2, Orbital. This is already a great start for UAH, getting that first exit there on Trap Man. Still losing out. Gainer is to put you in a rough stance. Currently, you've got control of mid, but that is it, as you're still deciding, do we want to go for a market take? I think that's going to be the case, as they are starting to smoke off near the defender part of mid. And get coverage of places like tree, like garden, and then go near the main part of the map. And you've now regained that man advantage, as well as Super is dominating the kill feed. It might just be a full blitzkrieg into A. It'll be that case. Kakarino even just planning it out in the open, as he knows there's no one up in. This is going to be a key position now for Ottawa.
Perfect positioning. Can they get the spray down? Zach has to break the door. Everyone around. They know one's in long. That's going to be the eye taken out, and the spray Super makes it 3. Gets one spray down. Can't find the second or the third. We're right back to it. 4th overtime now is going to be kicking up. These teams really don't want to give this one up. 15, 15, 30 rounds here. It's getting a bit ridiculous.
Well, I was wondering if we'd finally see a little more overtime action in NECC, and I guess my wish has been painfully granted. 30 rounds back to back. Yes, my internet does hate me. It's getting a little bit better, though. Oh, well. Hey, this is perfect stalling material, Orbital. Now I don't have to talk about any coloring, but what is there to color? It's a constant back and forth between the two teams, really.
It is, and I mean, both these squads have yet to really yield over on their strong points, right? They've been able to fight back and forth, but this might be the spread that you want. Zach opens up with 2. UAH again. Their offense is looking so clean. They take 2 with low HP, but Ottawa, right? They don't have Super. Super was one of the members that fell down. Can anyone else step up? Can anyone else manage this? Or else it might be another match point. Josiah annihilates a 3rd. With all 5 members up, they're going to sprint towards Catwalk and are going to be met by the Sova. Can Sova net anything? Nope. Inertia does go down. 1v5, and all hopes and prayers sent to Kakarino.
Yeah, this is not looking all that good for the lone player of Omen. Just waiting around in heaven. And I mean, exits are not required, Orbital. It's not. Your current set. My internet reached back to 9K ping. That's always fun, too. And there he goes. Flawless for UAH. But hey, they could lose it again.
Switching sides. Match point.
Why are you jinxing it? Why are you jinxing it, fellow? Come on. Come on.
I'm not jinxing
why we gotta
it.
Jinx this?
Just starts lagging. It doesn't go through all the way until like 3 seconds later. So I could say it, and it sounds like I'm premonishing it. It's really funny, but also still annoying because I'm still lagging.
Yeah, you know who's lagging as well is Trapman sitting on 130 ping, which is why he's only gotten, I think, 2 kills in the entirety of this overtime, right? It's a rough patch to go through when your top fragger is sitting with a ping issue, so we'll see if it can work. Oh, Trapman, a wrong bounce means he actually flashes himself now. The door going down, he ends up actually shooting it out, decides, hey, you don't want that to happen. The full stack of
Oh, it wasn't my internet this time. Let's go! Orbital no longer with us, sadly. Let's just hope. Oh no, it's my internet now! Come on, man. All the way in overtime. I'm back now. That's good. Hopefully Orbital.
So am I. We're good. We're good.
Yep. Hey, the tag team of poor Wi-Fi connection. You hate to see it, but apparently Ottawa, they want to keep the overtime going. They get the first entry and the plant down as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I really had my 16 scoreline unless the retake game is super strong, but the retakes by both teams have just not been looking all that good in overtime. That entry by Josiah might make ends meet, but other than that, it's going to be more than just that. Hope will step up as well. Looking for a second, he won't get it, but Josiah is there, and so it's 2v1 up to the boss inside of hell. He'll pick up the first one, but not the second. The cycle has finally been broken as it'll be 17 to 15 with Zach clutching up Q to end out our misery 2-0 for UAH.
I wouldn't call it misery. I'd call it a fantastic way to end and cap a series off. 17 to 15 is a fantastic score, and I think that highlights it, right? 2-0 for both these series so far in the day. Don't read just the game count. You need to go back and watch these because these have been so close. Yes, these are 0-1 teams. Don't disregard that. But it still shows a massive improvement. We saw the movements. We saw the macro game in the micro, right? We saw Trapman step up when his internet wasn't lagging out like ours. And we saw Josiah also step up. We saw Little Boss absolutely pop off with the op. There's so many key players, and I'm so excited to see the rest of these guys continue their play and improve over the rest of the regular season.
I think it was only miserable for me because once we got into overtime, my Wi-Fi was like, "All right, this is beyond my limits. I need a break. I need a break." And we all need a break too. Match number 3, seeing us twice in a lineup as well. So we'll be returning to you guys in a few short moments as we will be back to get things underway. As it's already 9 o'clock, you don't have to wait for that. So it'll be probably a quick break of 5 minutes to get all the new players set up. So don't go anywhere. We still got plenty of Valorant action left in the tank, and hopefully my internet still has enough data for it to not completely fry.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
Welcome everyone to the third matchup here for the NECC. It's going to be another UAH team, but this time a different division, up against UBC, which is the University of British Columbia. My name is Phil, also joined here by Orbital if you weren't able to catch up on match number 2. But we're back here for some interesting matchups here for the third one, and I think some slightly different maps. Well, Orbital.
Yeah, we have a little bit of fun time here down in the Challengers division, and we'll be bringing it out for the first one. It will be Ice.
Oh, it wasn't me. Yeah, we had Icebox on map number 1. Hey, Michael, can you tell me the other two? Oh, never mind, he's back. He can finish.
Yeah, this is
The suspense is huge.
You are crushing me here because you had some fun. You're like, oh yeah, my internet's fine, and it just bounced me. So we're ping ponging it back and forth. But it is Icebox Ascent Split, having a little bit of a change up there. So 2 new maps that we will hopefully get to see. I'm very interested for Icebox, as that's the one where that Viper likes to play, right? That is the quite literally, I would say, the staple agent if you are running Icebox. If you don't take Viper, I don't know what you're gonna bring that can top that level of urgency or agency that that agent has.
Split's a really good example too. But like you mentioned, Icebox, that's where she was introduced to be actually a viable agent once she received her initial buff, which I mean, I think it just changed the timings and maybe the currency of some of her abilities. It made, I think, her Viper's Pit a little bit stronger as well, but that really went a huge distance. And it's just, it's a great zoning ultimate. You can completely shut out a push coming in for a retake, or just you're trying to set up to go for the spike. But some other agents you do tend to see on a map like Icebox, Sage, great example, because you can either deny a plant from going down in default, or you can just have just the slightest amount of space to actually get that plant down. And because of how aggressive it can be on Icebox, we're probably bound to see a lot of what we saw on UAH's first attacking rounds on both Ascent and Bind. Just 5-man rushes into one site, immediate map control, immediate spike plant in the post. That's what we're going to probably see on map number 1 for Icebox. And I think we're almost ready to get into that matchup as well.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get the agent selection soon, and we'll get to see what they're paired with. I really want to see Sage actually come out. It's one of the agents that I personally like. I am a little bit in favor of the utility being brought out. I like the fact that having the heal in the back pocket, the resurrection, it allows for a little bit cheekier play outside of having the run it back, where run it back is more just that timing factor, right? It's very much you're set on a clock of about 10 to 15 seconds that you get to utilize, so you have to go very, very quickly. Difference is, and actually I did get word, I think we're actually going Ascent first, not Icebox. I don't know if you mentioned that, but
no, it's Icebox.
Never
just
mind.
Kidding.
I'm going
Got you there.
Again. Internet is pinging me off, but again, I want to see the Sage because Icebox is again one of the few maps that I think has some of the more crazy levels that you can utilize, and it actually allows you to do some of those funkier things that you're not used to. So if if they can pull it off.
Yeah, some really funny Viper walls. I'm also shocked we haven't seen a Sky in play at all either. She might not be incredibly strong in Icebox, but Sky in general is a strong agent, so maybe seeing her in play wouldn't be all that shocking. So far, it doesn't look like anyone's opting to bring her out. Sadly, just a lot of similar picks to what we had last match. Jets across the board, both Retrograde and also Maxi. Sergio on the Omen. We've got a Reyna in pick as well, but a KO by Chillers. That's something I have not seen at all. And correct me if I'm wrong, anyone up here in the booth with me, this might be a precedented pick, actually. This might be a first-timer.
Yeah, this is getting a bit interesting here, and KO is one that I have some reservations about. It's a little bit difficult to pull off, and because of the fact that it's still relatively new and how they want to chance it, question marks are going to be about as we do see Chillers, Sea Chillers, going to be bringing that one into the map. So here we go. Here we go. Options are available, and we do see the Sage Viper combo, I think, for the defenders kicking off here. And then on the flip, there is no Viper. Are you kidding me? All right, so
what?
The attackers are not having a Viper. Fellow, you are just rolling over here. I love it so much.
I love Viper too, man. She's just such a great agent in most situations. She isn't a stable pick on a couple of maps, don't get me wrong, but a majority of them she is. She's really good on Breeze. She's good on Icebox. She's good on Split. I think one of my favorite team comps in Split, and I hope we see if we end up going there, is like, I call it triple smoke, which is like you bring out the Jet, you bring out Asher, you bring out Viper, sometimes a Cypher if you really want to get frisky with it, and it's just nothing but immediate smokes being thrown down, then followed up by a Sky throwing out guiding lights as well. It's just instant aggression, and you have no idea what you're looking at because you're either being blinded by smokes or blinded by stuns. It's so much to handle at one time, but my god, when it's done perfectly, it's a masterpiece to watch.
It reminds me of all the memes that you would see when Sky first came out. It's just like constant blinds over and over, and you're like, you don't get to play the game. You just sit there, you have sunglasses on, and you take a couple sips of water, right? And I have to agree. I like that fact. The question is how well will the KO play? With a Viper not in play, it does mean that, like you said, there are possibly going to be a couple other options available, right? Some of those kind of crazy, the crazy setups that you wanted, right? Maybe the combination skills that we don't get to see as often means that, and I believe it is actually going to be UBC Teal on the attacking side first. They have to make those plays possible. Not only that, though, this is something that I like to harp on a lot of the time, is the abilities are only an added bonus. here in Valorant. With a KO, that becomes even more pronounced, meaning that there are going to be scenarios where you are relying specifically on your own micro mechanics, and that's all you have, right? You don't have some of those heals, you don't have some of those walls that go up. It is a straight firefight, and if you are not confident in that, you have got to track that KO wherever he goes.
Yeah, managing to suppress multiple players if they all kind of group up is honestly a great thing. His ultimate is super strong, just paralyzing you essentially. He is a really good agent, but he is very new into the mix. I feel like he kind of fits the same bill as an Astra, not in terms of playstyle, but how they kind of slowly grew their way into the meta. For a while, no one picked Astra, but everyone knew her fullest potential if you knew how to master her. And once she got mastered, she is, and still currently is now, a staple pick with almost any team, just depending on the map. Maybe KO will fit that bill, but if not, he is still a really good pick to, select every now and again. And he is kind of annoying to play with, especially if you're the one getting suppressed all the time. And then you're just like, well, I guess I'm sticking with my guns. And then you get headshotted. And you're like, well, guess I'm sitting on the bench for a minute 20.
Yeah, you don't get to do anything. But the second part of the ultimate, I think, is something that's even crazier, right? On that ultimate, you get basically a free knockdown, you get that free revive, and a lot of people would call that overpowered in the current sense of Valorant, right? You are essentially taking two different ultimates, one from the Sage and, even from the Phoenix, and being able to combine that with the secondary component means that if you play it right,
That's where we'll leave off. I'll let him know when he gets back. Because that was a really good talking point. If you play it right, it basically ensures you get a second life. I think that's what he was building up to do. Everyone's having technical issues, by the way. Our observer's computer is not having it either. I guess her PC was mad that we didn't see Viper either. But hey, Orbital's back. Welcome back, man. You left off at if you play it right in terms of talking about when you go down as KO.
oh man, and I had a whole spiel. I was going for another 30 seconds. My monologue was all set. I was ready to take center stage for Act 2, and I couldn't do it. But yes, and I tend to monologue, which is terrible, but I love it so much because KO, all these new characters have brought so much to the table, and again, it takes a couple months for players to kind of figure out how to use it. Next one on the board, of course, is Yoru. We've seen it once or twice in the pro leagues, and maybe we get to see a Yoru come out.
He's good at a couple close quarter maps. I don't know if close quarters for Icebox though would fit him all that well. I think he can play really good on Haven, but it's just the fact there's just better picks you can have, There isn't a single agent that's horrible in the current things for Valorant, which is honestly something I'm a huge fan of in a game like Rainbow Six, or I know you come from League of Legends. There are characters you can pick that are just a horrible idea. You're essentially throwing if you pick them, unless you are just really good at just that one trick player. In Valorant, that's not the case because very minimal amount of agents on the board currently for the comp pool, and also they're all really good in their own unique way. But I think due to the fact that we are experiencing a handful of technical issues, we're going to go on a short little break, come back to our whole monologuing situation, and hopefully we'll have some gameplay in the background of that talking. But currently, like I said, break until we get technical issues solved. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few short minutes. All right, well, we're back. Hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, no more technical errors. I mean, we've all been experiencing them this evening, and also some of the players as well. As Trapman was having some problems with ping. But now with a new roster lineup and a whole new map of Icebox, hopefully match number 3 will not have the same fate. I'm hoping that's going to be the case, but, surprises happen all the time, especially in the esports industry. So maybe someone's router being unplugged by another roommate would not shock me, to be honest.
It reminds me, there was a show match for League of Legends, and I forgot what time it was. It might have been back closer to 2014, 2015. It was with some of the old school names, Reginald. You have Hotshot GG. One of the main selling points of it, which I thought was absolutely hilarious, is it was playing in ARAM. For those of you that don't know, it's all random, all mid. You run it down one lane, and you just fight with League of Legends characters. Whenever one of the players died, they could run over and mess with their opponent's computers, mice, keyboards, and everything, and it was probably the funniest spectacle. They didn't do it as much as I wish, but definitely messing with the mice and keyboards. And that's all that reminded me of. So hopefully we don't get any of that, right? Unintentional or intentional, one or the other, because I want to see Icebox. I want to see this map played out, and especially with the agents that were selected, they were hardline not what we were thinking, right? There were some questions about it, right? Yeah. No Viper going in for the attacker's side, which was UBC Teal, and then a KO coming out on the other side. And most notably, I think as well, over the course of 2 games, now 3, we've yet to see a Sky come out. It's almost like Sky has been kind of dropped out of that tier list.
It really is odd that we are seeing so many unorthodox picks. Because I mentioned it earlier, yes, every agent is good, especially put in the right hands. But there are still better agents to pick. Sky has been in the meta for quite some time. She's been a powerhouse. Ashra's over the top as well. I mean, the list can go on to a certain extent. And it's weird that we are in a little bit of a drought, I suppose, from really meta picks. We still have that Sage, though, which is something that we talked about as well, you and I, Orbital. She's really good on Icebox. But in unison with a Viper, that's where the ante gets stepped up by a whole lot.
Yeah, and so with all that in mind, though, I'm curious to see if the KO will be an improvement or an added bonus, or if it'll actually be a detriment, right? One of the star things about a KO, in my opinion, is the ability to take those face-on fights, whereas a Viper actually wants to nullify that. A Viper actually wants to kind of section everyone out and not give those clear line of sights, which, again, can hurt your actual teammates. So I want to see how they utilize this. Are they going to split it into a straight 3-2, not try and group up, not try and do those retakes together? And if they're just going to allow these two kind of squads to try and kind of do their own things separately, actually looks like UAH White are seceding and backing away from this A site, realizing this is a 5-man push, and are going to regroup for a full retake, completely against whatever I was thinking was going to happen.
And the game of Valorant, it just happens. Sometimes you make a theoretical idea pop up and say it aloud, and then the exact opposite happens. Such is life. It's a very fast-paced game, especially in comparison to games like League and Rainbow Six, and games you and I have come across them. So definitely a big change of pace. And finally, the pace will be stepped up. 4 agents suppressed by Chillers on the KO. That is a ton of just utility, a ton of intel being gathered as well. That is so much. And now having the Viper walls, the toxic screen step up as well, it is going to just make this last-ditch attempt by UBC just 10 times more difficult. A wall will finally come up that could allow for a plant. Chillers will try to stop it, but so far the gunfires are just, the gunfights are not being won at all. FD will finally have a trade for his team here. The retake game is definitely possible as Retrograde gets one onto a Sergio. 3-on-3 situation, but time is still ticking against you. But FD with a great right click onto Athena's will shut her down, and Mage, the last one onto Gargalon. I mean, they've got plenty of time left to defuse. That KO was able to suppress so much from happening, and it stalled UBC to a point where they could not set themselves up properly for the post plant. They just had to try to get the spike down in a last ditch attempt.
Yeah, that's something that, many people might feel is not the right, or not as effective, right? You get a 4-man suppression, but you don't really get anything out of it, right? We saw the entirety of UBC feel free to keep moving. No one was tagged down, right? They didn't take the firefights, but it's all about the momentum shift. They were pushing in real quickly to A, and all of a sudden that was nullified, and they were left with only about 20 seconds. stuff like that weighs on players extremely heavily. And
Eyes up.
Oh, so sad. Scanning ahead. This will be a recurring thing from both Orbital and I. We'll trade having the bad connection to the vMix call and our internet in general. That's always a big upset. You know, that's the one nice thing about in-person things is you don't ever have to worry about that at a LAN. It's a whole lot different. Unless the LAN center just decides to lose power, then that becomes a problem. But hopefully that's not going to be an issue for that much longer. Mage not losing any power in their gun skills, like with Gargalon. Retrograde responds onto Sergio, and, well, Spectre Buy is really working wonders for them. It's just Maxi and Hellcat shut them down. Phenomenal round for them, making it 2-0.
Surgical precision, cleaning it out. UBC going ahead, falling down to the wayside. They are going to take their chances now, though, of course, right? They have the money for it. They're going to push for the entire set. Maxi is the only one, though, that's set on a little bit of a rough time, right? No armor, whereas someone like Athena, she has a full buy set. So, going to be a little bit rougher, and Maxi might actually take some of those less optimal trades, especially, never mind, I lied. Had money in the bank. I was kind of curious about that. Full armor, everything's a go.
Yeah, full equipment by UBC. That is what they need, though, to make sure they don't get 3-0'd, and that would really, that would put themselves in a tough swing for the momentum. They would be falling down the hill, tumbling, and not able to catch themselves. 40 major damage comes in through. UBC being halted by all of the venomous smoke from both the toxic screen and the cloud. It's going to force them back, waste a little bit of time. It's not going to deter them completely, though, as they'll still attempt to rush in towards B, but it's a lot more quiet and a much more methodical approach. And once again, Viper, she's got that recharge back in full effect. The screen and the cloud comes back again, and it's just forcing UBC back once again.
Yeah, they're taking their chances, and again, that is a rough one to go into. Once you know that Viper's on that edge, it kind of deters you, right? You don't want to take that chance, you don't want to force it, and double use of the utility completely zones it out. It was kind of a wasted gamble there, so that's not going to be there. And again, KO throwing down some of the utilities, so all 5 of UBC are going to rotate, or 4 I should say, with the Lurker, are going to take their chances. 25 seconds, plenty of time to get in position after the plant.
Once again, a last-second plant being attempted. It worked out for them for the very beginning. Athena's, she'll stick down the spike fully. This could be the chance for success. Still have all of your players left alive, and now you don't have to worry about time anymore. This could be their fighting chance here. A shot missed out, though, by Maxi. He's not going to be able to get a second chance, that, too, as it'll be a quick rotation all back in towards the defender's side of A. It'll just be a complete bloodbath as everyone's trying to get in on the action. It's so neck and neck right now to come down to that first entry. Maxi shuts down Chillers. Mage is there, though, on towards basically. Maxi was one, though, on a Mage. 4 versus 3 situation. Time still ticking. This is looking phenomenal for UBC. They just have to make sure they can deny that spike from being diffused. 1 versus 2. Hellcat will give it their all, but not enough, as Athena's will get the last one. Finally, the first round being winning for UBC. Did lose a lot of blood in that round, but hey, they still got the victory.
That's all they need, right? And in that scenario, you're happy about the trade that you got. Yes, you're pretty much zeroed out across a few members, but you know, you'll take it. You didn't go 3-0 in the opening round. You won the round that you're supposed to, and now the real game starts. And chances are UAH should have a better handle, right? This, I'm feeling so far in the first 2 rounds, they looked really, really clean. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for UAH to actually take a really convincing 3rd round here and be able to kind of stifle UBC before they can get off the ground.
Yeah, this is a very important round. Momentum building. We talked about that on match number 2. This is where everything really goes up a notch, because now you're going up against 2 full buys. This is any man's game, I guess, or any man or woman's game, since we have a mix of both here. It's always nice to see. A little bit of diversity never hurt anybody, to say the least. And the team comps being so diverse, that actually might hurt UBC a little bit. They have been having a lot of problems with actually trying to get inside of the objective room, unless it's been the A site. Resurrection comes in through, brings back the man advantage in the way of UBC. Things are looking great before FD steps up and finds 3 into the round. Looking for another one. His teammate will get taken down by Gar. Maybe not enough to slow things down, though, as FD is still alive, and Mage will help out in the action. A 4K for FD. Mage stealing the ace, but UAH overall stealing the victory from UBC's hands.
You know what? FD may have gotten the spotlight, but Chillers was the one that made it light up in the first place. That was a 4-man again. I think a 4-man suppression that was laid out. You saw him kind of scrambling. They were wondering where they could go, and FD just picked them up left, right, and center. Phenomenal cooperation play right there. So UAH with a solid win. Now it's a save round for UBC. And they're going to run a little bit of a dangerous game, right? We saw 2 light armors into the Blade Storms, so they are going to take the chances. Usually a Blade Storm would come out with a little bit of weaponry behind it, but actually might be really, really confident that this Blade Storm will pay off.
If they get that pick and remove a rifle, though, that could allow for UBC to have much more of a chance on winning round number 5. If that does not work out, though, then it's just going to be a waste of an ult, essentially, especially going up against Retrograde. Just needs to land one vital shot, and that will seal the deal. He's going to miss out on it, though. He'll receive a little bit of damage towards him as well because of that. Not that big of a deal. What is a big deal, though, is that Sergio gets rid of Hellcat from the mix. So now you have that man advantage. You can maybe pick up that rifle, but the fact that Sage is just so deep into A, that's probably not going to happen. At least you start off with that man advantage, though. This could easily be turned around, though, but Mage having a bad spray in towards mid will keep it in the 5-on-4. 40 seconds left here. Still have a great grasp in towards A, but what if they just go B?
What if they do? Mage goes ahead, gets revenge, and that's a 4v4. And with only 30 seconds, you're kind of questioning where is UBC going to go? Where are they going to take their chances? And the lineup is good. They take out Mage and pick up a few more. Retrograde, though, gets one shot into Sergio. 2v3 here, UBC are trying to make the far rotate with 10 seconds left. There's plenty of time to get the spike down.
10 seconds
It's going to
left.
be the retake attempt. Retrograde up above. He's going to find anyone, gets it, but doesn't see basically down below. 1v2 Chillers. Got to make a clutch play.
Definitely doable. It's not completely hopeless for UAH. We are down that man count, and time is not on your side either. You don't have that intel. You see Garl's weapon, though. An easy pickup for him. But he needs to find one more. The op shot misses, and the flash does blind him. A second one comes in through. Wow, Chills! What a play to secure a 4th round win. He's a mastered the KO pick, apparently. That's why he brought him out, and it's an easy 1v2 clutch as he isolates both of the players on UBC.
That was a very, very clean solo play coming out of Chillers right there, right? One was the snap on the first shot right around the box, right? You saw the gun, you get the information. But second was the 2 flashbangs, right? You throw one, and that's the first blind. Second one was just a bait. Second one was just to kind of throw him off the trail, and he knew it. Chillers knew. He had him dead right to center. And a beautiful, beautiful play means that they're coming into this with 5 fresh ultimates, everything in the bank, and so much utility to continue pushing their round advantage.
Yeah, it's been looking phenomenal for UAH. Both the KO and the Viper have been really pushing back UBC. But when they don't have to worry about it, they are doing good on the kill count, as Garl will get that first entry for his team. Sova no longer in play, and it's a bit of a bout in between mid and also the back area of B and near the nest area. And Hellcat not having a lot of pressure put towards her. She'll be able to get that resurrection underway. So we're back in a 5-on-5 essentially, so not too much damage being done. Just a little bit of intel trading between both UBC and UAH, as finally, with about 50 seconds remaining on the board, it appears UBC will attempt to go for a B-sided push. That recon bolt not spotting out a single bit of information, though, will make this very difficult. Hunter's Fury comes in full effect as well by basically only tagging up one slightly. It'll finish off Hellcat, so now you've evened up that man count once again. It's a 4-on-4 equalized position. You can try to go for this plant, but once again, the Viper abilities are still meeting current criteria here. They're just filling up that quota of burning through time, and now Hunter's Fury in response as well. It allows Mage to step up huge as everyone's just lit up to high hell. 3-on-2 situation, not much time left as well. Chill's getting ready for a lineup as well with the suppression. Not really much you can do anymore. You have no abilities left. It's about to land on the ground, fully connects. Basically an FD finding kills of their own, and there's information on Maxi. Only 1 second left. It's a guaranteed victory.
No reason to chase when you already won the round, and a great play from UAH means that they are able to keep 2 full sets alive, right? That is what you want. You want to contain your economy. And the worst feeling as well was for Maxi. That is the one kind of drawback to staying alive, is you're still stuck with almost no econ, right? You don't get that death bonus. You don't get any of that sort. So now you're still stuck at 1050 left in the bank. You have to try and kind of sift through that to maintain your armor. And it's going to be a difficult time, right? They've done both A and B so far. A feels like it's been rewarded a little bit more. So far, UAH have played this so well here in the first half. It is going to be that A side, once again, a little bit more, a little bit better probability for how well it goes.
I think it's just better utilization of just your abilities that you have on the agents, because UBC, they've been hitting some nasty shots. Not enough, though, to secure them more than 1 round win currently. They'll try their luck in towards A rather than going in towards mostly mid and B. They still have the rain lurking about, but this might be an easy pickup for Hellcat. Beautiful shots being landed on the head of Garl. Got that rifle in hand now, which makes things a whole lot better for you rather than just having the classic pistol. And you have so many frags favoring you. Operator in hand as well, shutting down Athena. Sergio will get 1. Can he get another one, though? He has a chance. His Shores has to reload, but he's in a bit of a crossfire between him and Retrograde. 6 now for UAH, as UBC, they are just remaining silent on their attacking side of Icebox, which in and of itself, Orbital, Icebox is typically attacker favorited, but they're just getting shut out round after round after round.
Yeah, these aren't just on the site fights either, right? That was one of the first times that we actually saw Hellcat. She was able to get a beautiful flank off in mid, so there are a couple question marks, right? UBC are starting to get a little bit scared. There are times where you're looking where you expect players to be, but in a scenario where you're 6-1 and you know the opponents are pretty good, you start kind of questioning your own guesses. You know, where is the opponent going to be? Where are they going to appear from? And that causes some problems, but drop down into a little bit of a slowing field. Gar is going to easily pick up Retrograde, so that might be the freebie that UBC need.
Most definitely. Starting out with that entry, there is definitely great abilities, though, to alter that. I think the Viper's pick got activated as well, which could be a bit of a blunder, but it won't matter so far. As we turn things 4-on-3 position, UAH, they're well aware that A is being attempted. Perfect flash by Chills. Throw out a second one now as well. Not seeming to land its mark enough, though, as to where he can actually secure any kind of kills. Still not a big deal, though, as you did slow down UBC, and that allows for the rest of UH to get a smidge closer to the bombs. I try to stop a plant from coming in down. Basically, a great shot onto FD. He gets rid of his doppelganger, but Chills is still there, just waiting patiently. Gets rid of Athena's, basically picking back up that spike. He'll now attempt for the plant, and no one up in heaven will allow for him to plant in a little bit of a more open area. Now they can have a very keen eye onto that spike. Gotta watch out for the flank, though, as Mage gets 1. Maxi will respond with a quick refrag, but now they're set 1v2 on about 50 HP and a dream here, really. It will just come down to a double peek by UAH, and they will secure their 7th round win, and Maxi is aware of that. He'll back up instead, forcing for this to be a full commitment. The diffuser now on half. Gotta go for the rush here. He's being suppressed. Great shot onto Hellcat, but can he find another? He's not gonna be able to. Chillers managing to stick it. Pros don't fake, and neither does Chills, as he's looking like a pro on the KO pick, and gives his team a 7th round win.
Oh man, Chillers has basically skyrocketed himself from the bottom of the kill board straight to the top, right? There was a point where he was at the very bottom, and now he's sitting at 9-3-5, a beautiful spread for him. But I want to point out how well this team, UAH White, is actually coordinating for the macro plays, right? They're willing to sacrifice a few members just to get the defuse off. Most teams would have gone for the 2v1 and tried to split focus, you know, a pincer attack on both sides. Instead, you use one for bait, the other one goes for that defuse, and that's how you win the round. That's something that not a lot of teams would take, and I really like to see that.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better to go for the full commit too, especially when you have that information. He probably can't wallbang me. Why not just stick it? He did it and it worked out for him, so great work. And, oh no. Oh no! Yes! Instant karma, FD! You should have just went for it. Why'd you go for the... Oh, he went for the BM on stage. She had no clue. But, oh man, that's even worse. Like I said, instant karma. UBC, they'll get that first entry off the bat because of FD's lack of a trigger finger. Hellcat gets one on Garl, but it won't be enough to really slow down this defensive hold at all. They're just upping the ante, essentially. The ultimate ability by KO not working out at all either, getting downed and fully finished off. The 4v2 predicament, this actually might be a great round win for UBC, but I mean, it is Mage and Hellcat. They've got a great chance at winning this, but they are down on the man count severely. They don't really have that much intel either. They're expecting one to be playing underneath near Hell. It's Sergio, but he's playing close to a doorway. A push comes in through by Hellcat. She gets the first one, but she needs to find 3 more. That's not going to happen as Maxi is there to deny a clutch.
Oh my gosh, fellow. That round, yes, it's a win for UBC. But the highlight of that was the fail play of the day. FTC, I feel so bad, right? But that is one of the moments that I just have to say, you can't BM in some of those scenarios, right? Trying to dance it out, trying to look funny, and got caught on the side. Basically, High said, yeah, we're not playing that today. And it gifted the round over, so it would have been 8-1 so far. Instead, it's just 7-2. UAH still in a phenomenal lead situation, but there are some slip-ups that I am kind of curious about, because that slip-up can mean huge momentum advantages for the other team.
Also, a really good point to talk about as well is that this is UAH on their defensive half too. I can only imagine how well they're going to be playing on their attacking half. Yes, that last round had a lot more to be desired from, but that was only their second loss. Imagine if they didn't throw that. This would be 8-1, which would be a really rough spot for them. FD will slightly make up for his past round mistakes, getting one onto basically returning the favor, I suppose. Not enough. Luckily, Chillers is there, but Maxi from behind, 2 massive picks up near Cafeteria, trying to find another one, whips at the Blade Storm and gets immediately shut down by a Retrograde. In the background, though, and towards A, Spike would put on the ground. 2-on-2, turn 2-on-3 as Athena's. She'll get that resurrection on towards basically. Alir will blind out the Sova player, but it is not enough, apparently. I don't know how it did the blind animation on his face when the Reyna is his own teammate, but it won't deter him that much afterwards, as basically he gets rid of Chillers. It's just Retrograde 1v3 turned 1-on-2. He lights up Gator, but I don't think it'll be enough, or pardon Gaw, sorry. A third for him on 5 HP. I mean, he's got to stick it, but I think there's a Shock Bolt lineup coming in through. It does not land directly on Retrograde. It will meet its mark, though, but does he have another one? He will. And even the Hunter's Fury to confirm. Might have been a bit overkill, but hey, better safe than sorry. Oh no. He'll be back in a minute. That's okay. Yeah, though, better safe than sorry. It could have been winnable for sure, but enough pressure was definitely alleviated by Maxi. And hey, Orbital, you're back. You didn't miss much.
Yeah. I didn't miss much, and basically was just making me very, very happy there. So, well, nice round win. And now 7-3. I mean, you're making your way slowly back into the game, and we'll see if the momentum continues into UAH's side, or it's going to be UBC kind of evening out the score.
Especially the question here, especially on the weaker half. And oh man, close quarters combat with the Bucky. It just simply works out for you. UAH gets that first frag. Sergio responds on a Retrograde and a little bit of anger, to say the least. Maybe we could see Viper switch out from the Bucky onto a full-fledged rifle. That'd be a great essential eco, I suppose. But hey, if they're not aware of you having that weapon, then sometimes it just works out. That was a great example of that. But will we see it twice in a row? I think not. Plant will be going down though by Athena's. That is what we will be seeing currently. A shock bolt will tag her up slightly. Not enough to get her off the plant. So in time, FD, great shot onto Athena's though as she's looking way too high up. Sergio is there from behind though, leading in towards mid. You go on a bit of a flank to at least make sure that the spike does not get defused. The manpower is not really that much in their favor until basically manages to find two. Hellcat though finishes off basically, but only having the pistol at hand. It'll have to come down to a quick one tap. That paranoia not finding her though, but Sergio will in the end. It does not matter. A 3K of his own will make it 4-7. Now we're one round away from going into the second half.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid play overall, I would say, from UBC. Yes, it was down to one member, but you saw the glimmers of light in terms of those micro. They were able to pick off some of those fights. Most notably, I want to give it to basically High for those 2 kills at the very end, or close to the end, right? That's what kind of secured that round for them. And if they can continue to find those marks, they should be okay. And that was on the B site. That was on a site that is pretty notoriously rough if you don't have a Viper. So they're gonna chance it out. Chillers goes ahead and throws on a bit of utility, and since no one's going that way, it's just gonna sit there for a while.
Yeah, tries to nullify anybody that steps in that direction. Will not though. Missed shot as well by Retrograde. Bit of a slower round, just as UBC is going to just creep their way into A. Not a lot of coverage though, and that will be punished by the side of UBC. They'll just continue on that aggression here. There's a bit of fight back though. Mage steps up onto Gaw. Some op shots missing as well is allowing for UAH just to keep themselves alive a little while longer. Hunter's Fury comes in through, tags up Athena's, and will finish her off in the process. Great kill by FD, and all of a sudden they have a fighting chance. Viper's Pit comes in through, but no, it gets immediately shut down as basically wins out that gunfight. This could actually be winnable once again for UBC. It'll be a battle between operators here until Retrograde will switch onto a Phantom Fort instead. Basically High gets rid of FD. It's now just Retrograde 1 versus 1 situation, but he gets on the spike rather than confirming the kill. And although it looked promising at the beginning for UAH, we're seeing a bit of a resurgence by UBC.
Oh, that one actually hurts, right? As soon as you go for the fuse, you get spotted out. And like you said, it's now 7-5, swapping up the sides. UAH now in control. You said it before all the way at the beginning, right? This is an attacker-sided map. You get to dictate the pace. You get to say where the fights happen. And again, with that Viper, that's the whole point. If you can get the plant down and Viper's still alive, you pretty much have an 80% chance, I would say, of keeping that spike planted. There's no chance, really, of anyone getting away from that. So it's going to be all hands on deck for UBC. They need to find that Viper first, or they need to clean house. They cannot afford to take a chance at a retake.
Yeah, Viper will be allowed to really crack down on all the weaker parts of these defense builds, cutting off plenty of sightlines with Toxic Screen, and just making so many people vulnerable with that decaying effect as well. And off the bat, 2 hostile suppressed for Chillers. Great spot to be in currently. Hellcat goes for that plant. Nah will get the first frag, but it's being confirmed by Hellcat, and they do have to worry about a flank still. There goes the smoke coming in through. It actually helps out Sergio quite nicely. He finds himself 1. Not enough, though, to stop out the suppression by UAH. Down to a 2-on-3 situation. The retake is in full effect, but Retrograde, he has a chance to win this one out. But no, he's missing some important shots onto Maxi, and it's just him as Athena's gets rid of Mage. And there it is, a double kill for Athena's. Maxi finishing off that defuse on the spike. Oh, those shots, if they landed, that could have been all right for UAH, but the potato, it didn't work out for him.
Rough time, and this is something that teams do work on over time, right? Taking those picks and working well under pressure. So yes, you miss once, you have plenty of chances to get back into it. They'll take it, right? They will go ahead and take that chance. This next round, I think, should go in the way of UBC Blue. Should even up to 7-7, as they do have those Spectres in hand, and then follow through with UAH White. Should be an 8-7 score lead by the end of those next 2 rounds.
They're making a fantastic comeback, really, and the world is against them at the moment because they are on the defensive side of Icebox, but at least they got the weapon advantage. Maxi with 3 on the round. Can't find any more as Chillers will finally remove him from the equation. But once again, damage pretty much already being done. You are down, once again, 2v3 situation. Picking up some Spectres, though, from the dead bodies of UBC will soften the blow a little bit. And you've got a minute on the board to think about, all right, do we want to rotate around? Do we want to go commit B still or go to A? But currently, UBC, they are making sure that either decision has some kind of counterpart. Athena's waiting quite patiently. She could step up huge, but she's too wide opened up. Retrograde will punish it because of that, but basically overextends as well. Retrograde will be able to pick back up that spike, but is once again man disadvantage by his lonesome currently. And it's just out in the open. He's still near the attacker spawn and deciding, should I go back to B or should I make the long haul into A? It'll be a B push essentially, but just by himself. Once that spike gets put down, it could be a very seamless retake by UBC, and especially because of the fact that Retrograde is on very low HP.
Yeah, and they don't hear anything, so this is going to be a jump back around the corner. Do they light up? No, they almost do. Retrograde is able to finish off one more. You'll call that a win, though. It's a round you weren't supposed to win, and yet you take out 4. We see Blue are going to try and buy up here. Teal, I'm very sorry. Once again, they're actually going to pitch in for those Spectres once again. They're actually going to take the chance, and I'm not sure if I like this as much, right? Because if they lose this one again, I think they might have a light buy with at least the full weapons. I have some concerns, but we'll see what happens. UAH White, of course, with the full inventory, are gonna give it their best chance. Be able to move in and take a round in the second half.
Yeah, a little bit questionable for UBC, especially since they know that this round is technically for their loss. An upset would be massive, but it is very much not in as big of their own possibilities as you would like. It's doable, not very likely though. And UAH, they kind of know they can get this round in the books for them so long as they start that entry, and they are playing super safe to make sure that that entry is ensured favoring them rather than UAH getting entried and forcing them in another losing position like they've been in countless times, especially when players like Maxi have been just stepping up huge and finding 3Ks left, right, and center. The push finally being all the way committed though. Maxi gets one on a Mage. Retrograde responds on a Maxi before he can find another 3K. They're in a 4-on-3 position. UBC not doing half bad, but Hellcat, a nice shot on towards Gaw. Make things 3-on-3. They can go for a plant possibly, but there is coverage from every which way by UBC. They even have Sergio on the plant. FD missing out on a vital kill. Athena somehow wins that. 2-on-2. Athena's with another one with the pistol. Out of all weapons, it's just Retrograde as he finds one on Athena's, but another one needs to be confirmed. Sergio, we don't have the complete information, but neither does Sergio. It's a 3K clutch for Retrograde on a well-needed round. Rico might not be the best of shape, but hey, you got the round victory regardless.
Again, they'll take it, right? In a scenario where you feel like they should have come out without many kills, they do it again. And here we see kind of the complication with their buy, right? A few members are having some trouble kind of deciding how they want to purchase, and Maxi, I think, does have a full weapon in hand, but has a Blade Storm, right? You're not worried about that. It's going to be okay, and honestly, Athena's almost pulled out a very clutch moment right there that could have been their round back. But UAH, with the round up, are looking for a second Blade Storm, has been pulled out. Where is Retrograde going to go? They're going to go straight on the offensive.
Yeah, wasting no time at all. Wants to try to find some kind of entry and just make a ton of space for his team, but he will be a little bit patient to allow the Owl drone to actually find some information before he fully sweeps on in like an eagle, and is not able to get the first landing properly, and oh no! Gaw will immediately mark it off of that. You've lost on the Blade Storm and now have to worry about an Empress ability as well. This could be nothing but net for UBC as they are in the perfect position to go for a retake. They even have the Omen smokes as well. Athena's a perfect shot onto Chillers. You have to worry about the Viper Cloud, but if no one's there to shoot, then you're not going to end up dying. there's a lineup going in through, but I don't know if Mage will be able to fully stick onto it completely. She might have just, or pardon, he might have to just end up going for the gun kill perhaps. FD lands a shot bolt on towards Sergio, but Gaw will still stick the defuse, and no one is here to deny quickly enough. At the very last second, he'll get it confirmed, the spike being defused, even though UAH confirmed the kill. It was just a tenth of a second too slow.
All I can think about, yes, that was very close. All I want to say is there was a Marshall that fired off 4 shots in I think half a second. That's all I heard, and only one of them hit. So it was just that close, right? You said it. It was 0.5 seconds, just a tenth of a second, whatever you want to say. It was so close to being around for UAH, but again, Econ kind of rough on the side of UBC. They got the round, it's tied up. Now they have to battle for their spot, moving in and battle for a chance at going into the lead in the round score.
Yeah, this could be the make or break for them. Losing out on your first player basically might not be a great way to get that round lead up. And UAH, they're not playing any more games. They want to start winning their attacking rounds. This is what's supposed to happen when playing Icebox. We'll manage to get rid of the Feelers and also basically Mage with 1 on a Gaw and FD with 3, forcing Maxi to try to clutch out with the Judge. He's a little bit too far away to have it actually have any kind of success, so might just try to play this one back. The play it now being allowed basically as Maxi kind of just trapped under near container. Kind of a lost cause at this point, and there we go. He ends up meeting the same fate as the rest of his teammates. UAH, like I said, they're tired of playing games, and they'll get their first round win, and Retro actually picks up the Judge. Well, I want to see how that plays out.
I love it so much because this is the other style of Jet that we've seen come to chance sometimes. So it was first popularized, I think, on the Raze, the bounce through. You just take the Judge, you run straight forward, W key all the way, and see how many kills you can get. It's worked on the Jet before as well. If you don't want to purchase up that operator, you don't want to take that huge chance, you just send it, right? You dash in, you updraft as many times as you want. How they're going to play it, though, is the question. And FD, again, opens up with Annihilation on Gaw.
And the fact that UBC was anticipating a mid-push, they only had 1 player set up in A, and now that will allow for the spike to go down with relative ease. You have to worry about a retake, of course. There's obviously always that you have to worry about, especially since the man count is so close. But now you gotta worry about a Viper, not a Viper's pit, but just a Viper's toxic screen. It looked like a Viper's wall from that angle, but it will finally fade away. Sergio gets 1 on the FD, but Chillers will get 1 on the Sergio and another, and from behind, there it is, the Judge executing countless lives at the very end. What a giant way to stop out. Way to go out with a bang.
I love it, right? It's such a change up from the natural aggression that a Jet will have into hyper aggression, right? It's a style where you specifically want to boost and move as quickly as possible to get behind the enemy or get as close as you can. So it surprises a lot of people, and that's exactly what happened. So UBC now down 2 and back into a save round. You hate to see this, and I think this is just kind of I want to say a little bit poor Econ management here, as we are going to get a nice frag opening from Retrograde.
Some great hops as well. Just getting ready to just continue on holding W, checking every nook and cranny, making sure no one's hiding in any off angles. UAH, they're just about ready to go for the B plants. They've got a Viper wall to cover it as well. Some stuns, or pardon, some nullifiers coming through by the KO. Not finding anyone. I think some stuns also came in through as well, but it does not change the end game of this round. It's just nothing but net for UAH. Flawlessly done. I mean, it was expected because it was an eco, but the fact that not a single soul died by UAH, that just adds even more bang to your buck.
Yeah, they're starting to hit their stride a little bit more. And last time I said this, it was the Castler curse. So we went straight into the overtime, I think, is after that. But it means that UAH, which, again, they won their week 1 matchup. I do want to point this out, so they're a little bit more on the ball than most of the rest of the teams, right? And of course, UBC Teal are kind of having a rough time. They went 0-2 in the first match, so we can see it. UAH White feeling a bit more confident here, maybe on this Icebox map. We'll have to wait and see for the rest of them. With 4 ultimates here, and with, or 3, I should say, you have the Resurrection. The KO can get a little bit more aggressive. That's basically a 7v5, depending on how you take it, but the Hunter series looking to eat that up.
Yeah, trying to find some kind of tag, some shots. He had the recon bolt, but it got shot too quickly, and it was just a really great fallback as well. Kind of a waste of an ultimate, I suppose. Doesn't really matter that much, as you still have 3 other ultimates, and also 1 away. I think it was just Retrograde who was missing out on his, and now that he found that single frag, that basically leaves it up to a complete open field for UAH. Possibilities are endless. The sky is really the limit here. Great suppression by the KO, and a stun comes in through as well, lining up a second one. Not finding anyone, though, as it's going to be mostly just a heaven take coming in through by UBC, but they are kind of locked out of the bomb set, essentially, as a lot of time is being wasted here, Orbital.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they just try and save a weapon here.
That's probably the best idea.
Might not be a bad call, right? Get yourself a match point setup. And then get some exit frags here, right? Retrograde is one that got first blood at the beginning. If Maxi can hit this shot, that'll actually be a big win. And it is. So Athena's also helps out. They change it up a little bit. Who else is possibly going to die? It shouldn't be anyone. They should be fine. But that's what you want to do, right? You survive with 3 kits of it. Three kits available. And you give yourself a bit more of a fighting chance, because now the other 2 0 out. And you look at Maxi, Gar, and Athena's, yeah, they would have had a tough time. They give themselves a fighting chance. They're working with full inventory. It's gonna be all or nothing for this potential final round.
Especially when the bomb site was just so well fortified, there was no weak place to approach from. You were literally locked out, and it kind of started formulating in my mind, and you notice it too off the bat. It's like, yeah, maybe just saving because, you know, you didn't expect to win out that round fully. Better call, most likely, and it was, but a lot of players remaining alive in that round will still give a pretty good advantage for UH. That does not mean that there isn't any fighting chance, any sign of hope for UBC, that they can at least let this go on down for a little while longer. But there it goes, the ultimate by Chillers. Gonna try to suppress as much as he can here, allowing the site to be opened up a little bit more. But what a shot by Gaw. He downs Chillers instantly. Hellcat is there, though, onto Gaw, and there goes the Blade Storm. Just the amount of ultimates being utilized here is perfect. A revive by Hellcat onto Chillers. So does the remaining coming through as well, but it might be too late. It's a 3-on-1 situation as Spike is down. It's just Athena's. She had some impact on the round, but sadly not enough to keep her team alive. Map 1 goes the way of UAH in a glamorous fashion at the very end.
Yeah. UAH coming out with a victory, and it was a solid all the way through, I want to say. It was a little bit here and there, right? A little bit of flaunting of their round difference. And I talk about it a lot, and I don't know if it's felt a lot of the time, but I always feel it's there, right? If you start flaunting, if you get a little bit overexcited about some of those, it can come back to bite you a bit. You can start to lose that momentum, and I'm not saying that was the worst thing in the world. Just, I like players to be a bit more careful on my side, clean it up. It looks, you know, having some of those highlight moments, it looks great, but to me, it looks even cleaner if you can close it out 13-1, 13-2 if you have that chance.
Yeah, I think it really did come down to more or less just team composition, what you were bringing, because there were a lot of attacking round wins that could have easily been won if there was just a different agent on the board, like the Viper. We keep stressing it and mentioning it, but that's probably her best map to play. It just seems dumb not to bring her, even if you aren't that experienced on her. It's better to bring her than just not to at all, even if I do like to, you know, talk about personal preference being key. Maybe around that should not have been the case. But with the fact that although they did have a bit of a weaker team composition, they still gave a run for their money, we could possibly see a third map come in underway. I know I talked about that last matchup and it did not come to fruition, but we went the distance in overtimes. So it definitely could have happened depending on how well match number 2 that we had played on out. But stopping to talk about the theoreticals, we'll go into another break, get map number 2 set up, and we can see if we will finally have a third map on our hands, or if we'll just, again, see another 2-0 for UAH to take another victory, essentially.
Sell online tickets directly from your school's website. Scan digital or printed tickets with the Hometown Gate app. And get immediate access to ticket revenue with real-time reporting at no cost to your school. It's that easy to bring touchless ticketing to your hometown. Hometown. Fast scans, happy fans.
What sound experience would you like today?
I'll have the fantasy pack.
Good choice.
And could you make it a Cloud 2 wireless?
On his way, sir.
Sounds amazing.
Once again, Orbital, UAH, just a different division of them, I suppose. They're taking the reign of things, winning map number 1. Now, the big question is that you and I were kind of referencing before we actually get into map number 2 is if it will be a similar story. Will we see it to be another 2-0, maybe a very long bout in overtime, or will we go to right to map number 3 perhaps and actually see a full best of 3 rather than a short one?
I I definitely feel like it's going to be a little bit closer than the last one. Last one was extremely close, right? Or not extremely. It was average, right? About I want to say 6 to 8 rounds. I can't remember the exact score, but it was there. However, UAH, it feels like they took a few more situations where they didn't need to. It was the chances that they wanted to and pushing the limits, which I really, really like. I like to see teams push the limit. It makes for funny scenarios, right? It makes for great situations, but I like to see the limits push. And if they buckle down, I'm sure they could probably run it a bit cleaner. I want to see them continue to do that. If that elongates the game, great. I still think UAH have an upper hand in terms of winning this game.
Yeah, especially since they were bringing much more meta-based picks, because for UBC, they had a lot of rounds where they were actually fragging out of their minds. They were hitting some great shots. They were getting upset rounds against UAH, but then it came down to something so simple as, oh, we can't stop the Viper from doing her thing. So now we're just kind of at a stalemate, essentially. And that was their biggest concern. Maybe this time around it will be a little bit different, but for the most part, with the side of UAH bringing out some meta picks, they've got Asher on board, they've got Sky, they're even rocking a Breach, which isn't played all the time, but he is, I don't know how you put this. He's very annoying put into the right hands. And FD, he was doing his job pretty well on the Sova pick, and I don't really know what could be stopping him from playing as well on the Breach. I think the only thing that I don't like about the fact that Breach has been substituted for that Sova is you are definitely lacking in terms of information, but you have Killjoy to try to make up for that at least a smidge.
Yeah. For their composition, they're going more on the aggressive side. It's a tendency of not gaining information, but denying the information from the enemy team. And those are two very distinct directions that you can go for victory. It's harder to pull off 100% because it's relying a lot more on your individual skills, but it's very, very doable because, again, there's, I want to say such a thing as too much information and too little information. So if they can utilize some of these combos, we talked about it, the Sky's finally in play for UAH, utilize these smokes plus the blinds plus that rolling thunder or anything that you want to do with the Breach, you have potential to completely seal every piece of UBC Teal's of sightline, information gathering, and just about everything in that course. So a lot of opportunity. If they're going to be able to pull it off, only time will tell.
Full push being attempted. We saw this on Ascent when it was first picked for the second matchup. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, especially on pistols. You just kind of run in, hope you win your gunfights, get a plant down, and then you can repeat that process. It appears, though, that really too much utility being put into A for UAH's own liking, so they will rotate around just a little bit, trying to go for a B push perhaps. They're basically fully committing at this point now, having the Killjoy on flank watch, along with Astra, who is just watching mid currently. Hellcat might try to find some success in that area, but other than that, it'll be now a B commit in towards main to try to get that spike down once again and just hope to God that you can keep the sight in your hands for a long enough time to reach 000 in that first plant. Here comes the push by Retrograde. Chills to get that first pick. Retrograde, not knowing that Sundown is actually inside of boat, will allow for him to sit there a little while longer. Goes up for another pop shot, but will not be as successful. Chillers is there with a wall bank headshot. Plant now down. It's just Chick, and really not much you can really do there. In a 1 versus 4, you might meet your maker sooner rather than later. You get one frag, but not another. Hellcat is there to stop you from continuing your reign of terror, and round 1 will go the way of UAH.
Yep. Solid start with a great entry, and that rotate gave him the opportunity. And we didn't even touch on the fact that UBC Teal has swapped out 2 of their members, or I actually want to say 3, germinating. Okay. So I'm a little bit crazy right there. So it is only 2. It's still going to be very interesting to see how they play out, because those are also the only 2 members that did pick up a frag in the last round. So what are they going to do? How are they going to make it work? Basically, High is going to launch a couple. Ooh, shock bolt landing on the top edge of that overview. So not getting left out.
Yeah, landing a little too short. Unfortunate there, but not that big of a deal, really. Sky Heel comes in through. It'll, girth up the rest of his team, and they're ready to get a plant down. 5 on 3 already. Another dominating start by UAH. The best option here for UBC just hope that they can find some kind of exits. Talk about it a lot, but that is really the best option you have when you are so far down on the man count. Sundown tries to land some shots on a mage, but just misses by a hair. And I don't think he'll end up really having all that much success throughout the rest of the round. Already looking to be a 2-0, but hey, at least he finds one for his troubles on a retrograde. But other than that, not looking to be that helpful of a kill for UBC.
You know, you take what you can get and might get a second. Yep, takes off another low health target, and FDC says, you're done. Not allowed to do that anymore. Round 1. 3 alive into the meat and potatoes of things, right? This is where I want to see these players kind of step up. Sundown so far has 3 kills to their names, so with the full loadout, maybe has a chance to really clutch things out. Chick as well has 1. Germinating basically High and Gaw. I feel, again, with the weapons in hand, it's going to be a bit different, but they should be able to step up here, should be able to get a couple frags, and should be able to even this out 2-1.
That is the whole aim of the game, especially rifles against a bit of a mixed bag for UAH. It's just going to come down to how well they can hold down the fort and also maybe stop a post-plant situation from getting too hectic. Just a very quick and simplistic retake, perhaps. They've got everyone set up on the side of UBC in powerful positions, and it'll prove that point quite well as Chick will get that first frag. Down goes the player watching it through mid. The rush comes in through, and German just does not have any eyesight. It'll be a quick set of right clicks for retrograde before he'll fall down 6 feet under. 3-on-3 situation here. UAH, they're getting ready to go for that spike plant, but Hellcat is just full kicking it down into B. It's a full-fledged rotation, and UBC, I don't think they're aware of this orbital.
Oh, they are not a well-timed rotation. Now they're going. It's a little bit late on the draw, though. And if they get the plant, that could actually be huge, because, again, B site, in my opinion here, on Ascent is one of the easier ones to kind of manage, right? You have 2 very obvious entries. They're going to take that chance. Spike is down. The question is where they're going to go. Only 2 members ready for UBC Teal. They need all 3. They need to manage it properly with the Alladrone. They have information. Gotta have all 3 members. They want to take the chance, but basically High says we're not waiting for anyone.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, Mage! With 2! Just 1 more is required. So low in HP though, and Gar, he has a rough idea as to where he is. Doppelganger will reign supreme, and luckily UBC, they get their theoretical round win. But what a close call, and what a masterful rotation by UAH. If only it was a 3K clutch for Mage.
It was so close. It was so good, and I actually would have preferred if Mage had danced it, but Mage didn't have any information. Right, Mage didn't have any information on where the last person was, so had to take that risk, had to just sit behind that wall and give it the best shot. So, good attempt. Still 2-1. You did the best you got, and now you get a forced Sundown into only a pistol, right? Hoping for an orb pickup to get that Blade Storm.
Yeah, at least Mage has a lockdown as well. At least it was enough for him to secure that one ultimate ability. We are kind of close to a Rolling Thunder or a DeBaby ult as well, since he just screams out, let's go. It's really funny to hear when it actually comes through, especially since Breach is not played all the time. But speaking of Breach and also Mage, they'll start out the entry game. 5-on-3, UAH, although they had a bit of an upset on the last round, they aren't looking to follow it up with another upsetting loss. They'll start out ripping heads quite strong and effectively, but they are still questioning as to how they want to play this one out. They're looking to maybe go for B, at least for a plant, as FD across the map in A tries to just rush into the site, but basically is there. Chillers, though, has no idea that Sundown is waiting there patiently. He rips out the Blade Storm, but Hellcat will deny it from having any success. She gets tagged up quite severely, but the fact that basically is across the map in A main, there's really nothing he can do to stop it from becoming a post plant. And now we're in a 1v3, but this time the tables have fully turned. Yeah, he knows it's over. He's as terrified as that dumpster fire, which I guess you could call this round to be as well. Oh man, the tables turned. UAH, they're actually in the 3-on-1 favoring them. I think Sova's aware that he's just vibing in wine.
Yeah, I love it. I'm I'm so happy that sprays are a thing. I loved it all the way back in some of the old games, and it makes my day. So to see that there's actually a full dumpster fire spray entertains me to no end, and you can see they're checking corners everywhere. But again, round win over to UAH White, and they're kicking these off in a solid attempt. Once again, 3-1. Very, very nice and smooth so far. And with 4 full ultimates, this is where this composition actually kicks off. This is where, if they want to force a single site, no one is going to stop them, right? Absolutely no one. Cosmic Divide goes up. Everything comes down, and you are locked and loaded in a situation where if you are on site defending, say bye-bye. You aren't getting a chance to react.
I mean, what do they have to stop UAH? Quite literally nothing. They've got a Phantom and From the Shadows, but that's not a great ultimate to stop a plant. More or less to initiate a plant. So it's not going to be looking all that good. Seekers come out, some great information to be gathered. Sundown is completely blind, doing his best Stevie Wonder impression, and there it goes. UAH just rushing on in once again, but they have nothing to counteract them, really. Garl inside of Market will get eradicated by Retrograde. There's a shock bolt by basically, so Mage will get finished off. You're in the post plant, 2 versus 4 situation, and you are just getting ripped to shreds by everything you have to fear about. Multiple stuns as FT just rushes in with a stun of his own and a guiding light to seal the deal. UAH, they just smash through a eco with their full buy just being fully effective.
There was no hesitation. FT was so done with that round. Said, listen, we're just going to push it to the limits. They only expended the Seekers as well, right? They only needed one ultimate to be able to pull that off. Yeah, just piggybacking right off of you. That was a phenomenal setup, and they can just do it again. Right now, Sundown might have a better chance, but with the op all the way on the other side of the map, this could be a huge chance for UAH White to continue their rampage here in the first half.
Well, this time it'll be a lockdown to start out the ultimate game. Hunter's Fury will try to stop the push inside of B main. Gar will get one on the retrograde, but Mage is simply better on the draw. Chillers is there on top of Germinating. He shuts him down. 4-on-3 situation. The Hunter's Fury not doing a single thing to stop this B supremacy. Chillers getting that plant down as well. It'll most likely be confirmed. The spike fully on the ground now. It's once again a lost cause. The full buy not working out in the slightest. And just Sundown with the operator. He might win this gunfight against Mage. He'll do just that, but he's down to about 5 to 10 HP. It'll be 10 health to fully confirm that, and maybe try to find another long shot in towards Heaven. Missing out on that key kill, though. He's basically going to have to go for the full save, making sure he can keep that very high-valued weapon in his back pocket. And UAH, they're well aware of that. They'll probably try to hunt him down, maybe. But you are playing a very dangerous game of cat and mouse, where you might just die and end up losing a rifle of your own, but it might be worth it if you actually do end up killing Sundown, but you have no idea where he's playing at.
No real reason. You just need to get far enough away to, you know, get out of the blast zone. Right back in the dumpster corner is the best way to put it, right? That's where the tag was first.
Yeah.
You gotta hang on to the op, though. That's the big thing. You're still zeroing out, right? Had to purchase that armor and is actually gonna, I think, take a chance. Yeah, actually goes for the light armor to pick up the rest of the utility kit. With Sheriffs in hand, though, I love whenever I see Sheriffs in, you know, some of these save rounds, because it always feels like teams get kind of that confidence booster for some reason with the Sheriff. It seems like there are glorious moments where the Sheriff just absolutely wreck through everyone. So these are all one-shot kills on UBC's side, and UAH knows that they go ahead, drop the Cosmic Divide, give themselves a little bit of a breather room, and rush into A as quick as can be.
Yep, Rolling Thunder as well. Things looking great for UAH once again.
Retrograde,
now
are you
down,
kidding me?
and the entry game is dominating. Oh man, there's nothing you can do to stop Retrograde. Gara will finally end his reign of terror, but Mage is there on top of things as well. 2 to his name as he denies Germinating, finding 2K of his own. Mage now trying to win it out with the operator. He'll miss the shot on the leg. The Hellcat will be there to get a quick trade. I think she can maybe grab the operator. No.
Nope.
It'll just be left to, nope, it'll be left in the dust. Not horrible, because maybe UBC could grab the operator back, especially since they have the better ultimate eco and have rifles now. But it doesn't hurt, right? It really can't be that bad.
I also don't think it kind of suits their style, right? So the operator was actually picked up off of UBC's side. With the composition UAH are running, there's really no need to have an operator on the attacking side. At no point really should anyone on their composition be sitting back. They should be pushing forward. And in those scenarios, it's better to have a full clip, better to have the Vandal or Phantom. So I can definitely see it being worthwhile to keep it down as FD just goes ahead and snipes out basically.
I mean, Little Boz with the operator, match 2, did incredible work. He was doing God's work, quite literally, especially on Ascent. But I guess this time around, we're not going to see a repeat of Little Boz's work so far. UAH just, once again, starting out, finding countless entries. They are not done with their bloodlust just yet. FD will be put into timeout by Carl, who's been the only one really stepping up for his team. Finds another one, but Retrograde, once again, he's there, finding plenty of frags for his team. 7-1 for UBC. I feel like we're getting a sense of deja vu, Orbital, but this time around, UAH, they're not making any mistakes.
Yeah, this is much cleaner, much more surgical, and I really, really like it. And some drastic measures do have to be taken, and that's why I like seeing that judge come out, right? Sundown is giving his best attempt. Double judge, actually, all right, going full force forward.
Oh, man.
And if they pull this off, this will be a hero play, to say the least, right? Double judge up, gonna give it a shot here. And they're actually met with the full force of the B-side pushes, one of the few times that they're gonna give it a shot, and immediately Sundown has to run.
Oh, he can maybe hide. There is a corner open up in the lockout. He can maybe do it, but no, he'll fully commit on out. Finds one, and he did split out that corner, so he'll be able to sit and not be detained.
Oh my gosh.
This is perfect. And what is going on? UBC, they are obliterating UAH. Oh no, and Mage has no idea that Sundown is there still. Still wins that gunfight, but is on such little HP. It could be an easy trade by Germany. He's just running into Mage. It'll be an easy one for him, like I said. It's up to Hellcat 1v3, and the thrifty round with double judges. It actually works, Orbital. What a play.
Oh my gosh, I am surprised that actually worked, and you have to feel UAH are kicking themselves a little bit, but it's rightfully so. That is the type of play that you need to break the momentum, and rightfully so. Cry your way to a win. That is ridiculous to be able to get that round. It's surprising, it's sneaky, it's downright devious. But when you're playing in a situation where the normal is not working, you better pull out that cheese playbook, and you should know how to execute it. Well won by UBC team.
Revealing area.
Yeah, that was a very devious lick. I heard the word devious and like my mind just it clicked. I had to say it. I'm sorry, Orbital, for ruining your ears, but
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you gotta expect it. The tomfoolery. It's just it's out. It is really the 10:30 special, to be honest. So far though, UAH, I think they're a little bit wiser about just running in blindly. They're like, maybe we should just take a step back, let ourselves breathe a little bit. They do have the Blade Storm to help them out a little bit once they want to finally get aggressive, and they're just teetering on when they want to actually push into A. It's basically a full commit at this point, as they even have FD waiting near tree, trying to finish off the player near garden. This is looking to be a very strong A take. There are some second thoughts, or at least the Sky player will try to wrap around and get control towards mid. But so far, UAH, they had one hiccup round, and now they're back into just asserting their dominance up against UAH. Getting that spike down, germinating 1v4, post plant soon to be. Having to ace is only going to get one and finally be taken down.
Yeah, and even that hiccup, it's not that they gave it up real easily. It's not that they had any issues. It's just, again, UBC played a good round. And now they're just right back in the driver's seat. You know, UAH playing it well. They have a situation where it's going to be 2 hero rifles coming out. No, full purchases coming out for everyone. The chance, though? Are they going for it? You can see the hesitation on UBC's side, and I like this because it would only mean 2 to 3 members would have a full buy purchase. So instead, they're going to go for the hero rifles. A Marshall is not really considered a full buy, so you're good. You have the hero rifles in hand. You have that chance. Can you get a headshot? Germinating is going to take that option. A little bit of a shot. A nice pinch. FTC picks up Germinating.
Flash out.
Wow, what a perfect usage there for FD. Starting off that entry. High risk, high reward if it did happen to be a couple of rifle buys, but it might be a blessing in disguise that UBC did not attempt that. Oh no, Sundown, you have to hit those, man! Oh my god, missing everything with the Blade Storm. Garl is there to find some very impactful kills. But the fact that the B bomb site was opened up so well and the Bladestorm couldn't deny anything, UAH, they put themselves in the post plant, and the fact that basically is on such little HP and is just trapped with the gravity wall and also nano swarm, there might not be enough for him to do. Maybe he could be a kill baiter for Gaw. So far, that will be the truth.
Oh!
Big trade onto him. Only one more, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. That was a close call for Mage. He might be able to win this one out, though. Gaw, what? Gaw with 4! He actually manages to do it. What a clutch by UBC. They've got just enough time. It'll be close, but not close enough. 0.39 of 4K to his name. What can't this man do?
In the half.
Oh my gosh. And that started because both of those last two members did not have their weapons out when they first saw each other. They were both running, I think, with utility in their hand. So that could have gone very, very differently. A well-fought round nets them a third. UBC Teal might be able to pull the deja vu. You called it before, right? We are almost back to the exact same situation that we were in game number 1, UAH, with 8 in hand. One more down, this could be it. And UBC Teal want to come out with at least 4. That would be a great scenario for them to be in after kind of that early game shellacking that they had. And with a very, very quick attacker lockdown being used, Sundown is going to open on an FD who has been one of the first blood kings here in the first half.
Yeah, it's actually A. The lockdown was located towards B, but it's still a rotate into A. UBC was actually aware of this happening. That does not mean the spike still isn't going to be going down. Hellcat will begin that process of the spike being fully put down. 100% now planted. Cosmic Divide comes in through though as well. Retrograde, no, the Cosmic Divide will save their skin. Retrograde will still find one on a Germinating, but it could have been so much more than that. Its ability splitting the map in half directly towards A. It's working out for both teams essentially. Sundown needing to ace. He expects one near Hell. He's got to break that turret first, and that allows Hellcat to remove him from the process. 9-3 split for UAH, as it was a bit of a back and forth, but in the end, UAH managed to secure a 9-3 split.
Oh, and that was well fought on both sides. UAH, though, with a solid advantage here, they win the opening 2. They put themselves at 11, and just like that, you're questioning everything, right? So we'll see what they can do here. Again, on the defensive, they looked a lot shakier, right? On Icebox, it wasn't one of their best sides, I want to say, and questions abound. Questions definitely abound. Mage so far 16 frags. FD has also shown a huge leaps and bounds, and Chiller, yes, was one of the main stars of game number 1. In this, though, the blinds, the seekers, everything and utility and more has been on point.
Yeah, mostly his abilities of just letting his teams finish off to get kills, that's been really where he's been shining in through. Speaking of players shining in through, Chick has not been that much of an outstanding player. The only one really for UBC has been Gaw, and I'm hoping on the second half that changes because they could really tip the tide back in their favor like they almost did on map number 1. That definitely turned to be less of a one-sided thrash, but this is still looking to be very winnable for UAH. They may have lost that first frag, but UBC, they aren't completely decided as to how they want to approach this. It's looking to be like they'll fully commit their way in towards A, but there is someone watching near Garden. If they don't check this corner properly, Chillers could find a couple of frags here and there. Gives away his position too early, though. Patience is key. And the fact that Chillers had no patience will cost him his own life. But Hellcat inside of window gets 2. This actually could be a winnable retake now. This even man count. You have to break through the doorway, and that's really it. You could still bring this one back. It just has to be an entourage of a push coming in through by UAH, and they could still secure this. FD opens up the ground here as Chick falls to the ground, speaking of which. They've got that man advantage back secured. The Nano Swarm being removed, or pardon the, not the Nano Swarm, but just a way to stop the plan from going and be defused. Nope, it's not going to happen all that much. UAH, a perfect recovery, and I mean, I thought the UBC could have brought that back, but the fact that Hellcat brought it into a 3-on-3, that just... wow, 2 beautiful shots by her.
Solid picks, and honestly, the insult to injury was the turret kill at the very end.
Yeah.
I feel it was well thought of. Mage kind of knew, hey, someone's going to peek out from underneath the rafters, so go ahead and take a shot. and set down the turret. So well done, and this again kind of secures it. So you can see UBC, they are kind of forced into that scout by Sundown. One of the I think the main kind of operator player or sniper for the team is going to take a stab at it. A long setup here in the pace side. Retrograde goes ahead and just mows him down, and this is the push that you want. Look at the spray. 4 are dead. UBC Teal running for the hills, and a nice little snap on that stun means it's a flawless round for UAH to push them one away from match point.
Wow. Well, I didn't think that would happen. I expected them to win that one out. They had the better weaponry, obviously. But they hit pedal to the metal, full force against UBC.
Yeah, this is yeah, this was a solid play, and it's all up to UBC. They're going to take their chances here. A bit of a buy, and Gar goes ahead and just annihilates Chillers.
That was a great entry frag for UBC. They've got to do more than just entry, though. Really confirm that they can take this one back, because a simple retake and a nice set of kills for UAH allowed them to take round 1 back in their way on the second half, which, if that did not happen, UBC would have been in a much better position, obviously. But maybe now that they're able to fully buy, they could secure this round at the very least. It is a 5-on-3 once again, but you have to worry about the refrags, and Hellcat just waiting patiently, even having backup from the Jet of Retrograde as well. Still have to worry about that most definitely, but Sundown is preparing for a push in that direction. Hellcat, though, getting that first refrag, maybe another one to really soften the blow here from the previous encounterments. And here comes a little bit of abilities coming through by the breach as well. Retrograde with 1, looks for the right click, but cannot connect it. Garl is quicker on the draw. 2 versus 3. Spike is still fading away from a full-fledged explosion. FD has to bombard Chip here. He'll manage to do that. Picking up the rifle, he might be able to win this one out, even having backup from Hellcat, but she has to make sure that mid is not a problem. But no! She doesn't have coverage in towards A main. Basically, just to make it happen.
Very sorry, but yeah,
okay.
That was a silent one because we were too surprised as to what was going on. That was a crazy set of circumstances with that round. It was so difficult, and again, UAH, they're just 2 steps away from victory, and UBC, who is going to step up once again? They found that round. They found a miracle. Options are available. They're on this B-side attempt.
An entry by UAH. Top of things. I mean, definitely could still be well for UBC, but 2 entries back to back. Now you're starting to question things. Sundown, though, he wants to make this a possible recovery round once again, finding 2 necessary entries of his own. Already in the first half a minute of the actual action phase, we're seeing it down towards a 3-on-3 position, with UBC having all the time in the world to figure out, do we want to continue this B push or try to make a fast run through mid or even their own attacker spawn and try to go in towards A?
Plenty of options, plenty of chances, and you know someone's sticking around, but I think you wiped out most of the Killjoy utility on that edge, so I mean, you don't have to worry too much. And as long as the nanoswarms are down, I feel that's always kind of the utility that you gotta watch out for. If the nanoswarms pop, you're good to push, but they are going to take that chance. Moving over to Catwalk and going to take their options at A. With that Sky, though, they should have a bit of information that there are 2 defending B. If they can catch this Astra unawares, this could be a huge opportunity.
Coming back towards A as well, but no, Hellcat misses out on the first gunfight. That's huge for UBC. Bladestorm being attempted by Sundown. Might try to play this one a lot more conservatively, even though he has that ultimate at hand. maybe try to find some cheeky wall bangs in through hell on top of that too. Alarm bot goes off, that gives away some intel for Mage and
Player
so
standing.
Alarm as well, but not going to work out for him in terms of winning that gunfight. You have the intel to line yourself up, but you're just not quick enough on the reaction time. Chillers now trying to clutch 1v3, gets rid of Sundown, who's already on such little HP, but I don't think it's going to be UBC trying to overextend themselves. Double shock darts coming out, but does not do a single bit of damage to Chillers. Wins the first confrontation up against Chick, goes for the guiding light, but no, it's on the dead body of Omen! It doesn't go to basically, and it costs him the defuse. UBC once again, another round for the books that should not have been won.
I feel that one was a little bit closer than the others, right? That one was definitely a good play on the side of UBC. They baited out. And I'm having flashbacks again. UAH. They just need 2, but it seems like a monumental task. They're going for the double scout, or not double scout, double marshal this time. Mage and Chiller's going to take their hands at it. And UBC are slowly racking up a pretty rough estimate, right? The econ is still not in their favor because they're losing multiple members every single time. So with the knives out, Retrograde is going to try and make the hero play, maybe get a couple of resets. Sundown, though, holding down this mid. He's going to pinch in, and with that spike a little bit further back in the lobby, short run to B site. If they can figure out there's only one defending it.
Very bad news, but never mind. Yeah, my BMX was trolling me for a little while, but apparently it's back in action, so that's good news. Chick, though, getting rid of Mage, not good news for Mage. But great news, they keep forcing down this pain train to go in through all the way to its end destination, especially when you should have this round secured up against a complete save, essentially. It's just all UBC in the kill feed currently. They're ready to go for that plan as well, just adding even more money to their back pot. It's essentially FD, a little bit vulnerable here as well. He's just utilizing the open smoke to make sure he does not get pushed in all the way through.
And that is a round win again for UBC. It's well known that should have been the outcome. And now UAH White are going to get a second chance. Right, they are going to go ahead and pick up 2 Phantoms and a couple Vandals as well. And with those sets, the 3 ultimates are now available, right? The Cosmic Divide, the Rolling Thunder, plus the Lockdown. These are all 3 that should be able to secure either set that they choose to try and retake or to try and zone out UBC. With the Omen movement, though, there might be a fake attempt if they can't. Ooh, nice take out of the utility.
Looking a whole lot better for UBC, 3 in a row, hoping to make it possibly 4 because they are still one round away from having to deal with match point perhaps, so long as UAH has a very strong opening lead. Retrograde from mid will try to make that. Second have been nice, but Mage though, watching from middle directly, will get that second frag for their team. 5-on-3 already. We've seen a lot of 5-on-3 situations between both UAH and UBC, both of them being favored and unfavored in these current predicaments. We've also seen great recovery rounds when you're in that dire moment. And I think UBC, they're just trying to figure out, well, now what should we do? There isn't really a lot of options here. Maybe just trying to find a couple of picks here and there and then fully assess the situation and go into probably either B or A, because they are kind of sitting ducks currently as UAH, they're just collapsing upon them.
30 seconds left.
They were collapsing on them, but with that frag in the mid, it's a little bit harder to get. FTC, though, gets a great call out. They know that multiples are moving over to B, so this stack could be really, really good. Takes a couple shots, can't get anyone, is now going to fire back on. Is able to save on death, though, so they know they're getting pinched. This is now a force for the site. 10 seconds left. They have to move in quickly. They do get that nice teleport into the plant, so they do secure a little bit of extra time. That was a dicey, scary move, but they are rewarded with an extra 30 seconds or so.
Got Rolling Thunder to worry about, though. That could really make things easier here for the side of UAH on this retake. Ooh. And there it goes. It pops on out. Chick is close quarters, though. Gets one on a Retrograde before Chillers can find the trade. Seekers as well. It's a full commit. UAH, they want to go to match point, and that might be exactly what they need. It's just basically, as he pops the Hunter's Fury, It's popped to halfway, but can the frags? It's not gonna happen. The diffuser will be successful, and there was a lot of ultimate sacrifice, but in the end, it was worthy of match point.
Match point.
I think that is the best utilization we've seen yet of multiple ultimates being thrown down, right? We've seen in this series multiple times where they're sitting on 4 or 5 ultimates and we're like, how many are they going to use? They only use 1. They use 2 maybe. They used 3 that round to secure themselves a match point. And this does multiple things. One, it gives UAH a little bit more breathing room. That will take a large weight of, can we get to match point? Can we get to that point of almost winning the game? And that allows them to be a little bit more flexible in how they want to defend these sites. UBC now, though, are on that pressure side, right? You are sitting with full inventories, which is great, but you need opening frags now, and it means you have to be more careful, and that's a great way to be careful. Guard taking out that Killjoy mirror match.
No more lockdown either. Mage had his ultimate ability, but it's not going to be in the fight for this 19th round. And then you could possibly Empress ability come out as well. Might not need it though, as there's a few just a 2-on-5 situation currently. It already instantaneous for you. They can test it no matter what site you guys win us.
Easy takes. Move with ease through there and picking up Hellcat on the back end. She is not going to have a good time. Chillers, though, gets the revenge. So a pretty nice setup here. Chillers is just going to look for 1 or 2 frags. I don't think they're going to be able to find too much. So round win. Over to UBC. Wolf coming out. Can't do too much. Get it straight down. Chillers gets 2. Can he make it 3? Nope. R says, no, thank you. Round win. UBC up to 7. Just got to do that another 6 times.
Yeah, that's the big part of that sentence. Just
right. Like from here on out, it's always just you got to do it 6 more times, 5 more times, 4 more times. You do the countdown, and eventually, if it works, you're at that point. You just need to win 1 more. And it's the slow steps, right? It's the slow, methodical movements as you move forward. So UBC Teal, once again, full inventories. Operator is out to play. Chick is going to try his best. Little shot with Eris, though. Yeah, welcome back, though, fellow. You are back for what could be this match point. UAH taking this as slow as possible. Full stack of utility over to B for the Killjoy with a little bit of a cheeky bait retrograde. Moving in and out, trying to bait out a shot.
great opening frag for Chillers. Might not be enough to obviously seal the deal, but starting off strong is really a good factor of all things. Hopefully my internet will remain strong for this last segment. You can only hope for the least part. Oh no. Oh, there it goes. The quick re-frags for UBC. 4-on-3 now as they're looking to get full coverage of A. Nothing really here to stop him. A flash by FD will not blind out Chick, but he will still win that gunfight. Sundown is there though with a quick re-frag and re-attempt to go for that plan now. Even finding information of their own. This is looking to be a great post plan for UBC.
Yeah. Now the question is, do you want to bait out the Killjoy lockdown? So this would actually be a good time for UAH to actually bait an ultimate out, and Mage taking out Sundown is actually really strong. Can they get the second headshot? No, Gar is gonna get just right out of the way. See what they're gonna do, but up in the corner they go, peeking down, peeking out, full clip, not hitting anything. Quick swap back is just gonna try and bait for the kills. Can't find it. Gar is gonna pull that one. So it's manageable, right? UBC winning with 2 or 3 members alive each time. And now they get to double up on the ultimates. UAH hurting for those big ticket opportunities. UBC Teal, right? They have the Empress and the lockdown for themselves, so hopefully the next round or two should be fairly quick for them.
Yeah, both lockdowns being on the board here. It might just come down to which ultimate for each Killjoy is going to be a lot more valuable, to be honest. Which one can clear out enough space and which one could also probably stop a possible post plant, because UBC has been putting themselves in a lot of positions to actually get that plant down. But speaking of the plant, Spike was left inside of the attacker's spawn. A little unlucky, but no one's obviously going to be in there, so it's just a little bit of a time waster, not that big of a concern, as UBC there a bit scattered currently, but that's not a big concern as it is still the very beginnings of this next round.
You should run.
And actually using that lockdown early does secure them an entry point. I like the chance as Germinating goes ahead, takes out Chillers. That's the frag that you want again, but Retrograde is there to fire right back. Nano Swarm opens up and slows it all down because, again, the split was good, the call was made, and a huge boost in means Retrograde takes out Sundown. It was a risky play, and it does not pan out, so now UBC down a member, only with the Empress available. It's do or die here, and Hellcat, oh, can Hellcat pull it off? If she gets the kill, no, Germinating! Germinating wins that headshot duel.
Spike down A.
Well, that is a very quick finish to the rest of the kills. Out of nowhere, it feels like UAH close out the series 13-8. Very, very solid job, UAH White, showing off that they, too, are going to maintain a solid advantage. And welcome back, fellow. We are good to go. Phenomenal play, though, out of UAH. I don't think that can be stated enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are having a good time here. Yeah, it's in and out. Fellow, go ahead, take us home. It was a great series. What more can you say? I love it so much. I'm gonna no, I can't keep doing that. So we'll go ahead, go to a very quick break. We'll try and fix Fellow's internet, or we'll get some new casters up here, one or the other, because we are moving on to our last series of the day or evening. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more NECC action here for some Valorant here in Week 2. My name's Infernosis, joined by the wonderful Orbital. You guys have had the pleasure to listen to all day today. How you doing tonight, Orbital?
I'm doing okay, you know. Listening is a subjective word as I traveled my way through the stratosphere every so often, but I mean, over the course of the last 2 series, it was an absolute blast to watch, and this week 2 only gives me hope for even more exciting and entertaining games in the future.
Really excited for tonight's as well. We have 2 great teams to show up. We have the University of Victoria, who's going to be our top team that's listed up, and they'll be the team who actually gets their first ban in pick. And then we have that immediately followed up by UBCO Serpents Blue, otherwise known as University of British Columbia of Okanagan. And they're going to be a team that's a force to be reckoned with, because they're actually with a record of 1-0, unlike UVIC, who had lost their game via forfeit to Purdue Gold.
Yeah, and something that I always like to point out is forfeit teams are actually the ones that I'm most scared of. Reason being is when you forfeit, you don't know the reason for a forfeit, you just know they did, and so you really have no information on them. You don't know if they're going to be able to pull some crazy stuff off, you don't know who to watch for, but you don't know what kind of compositions they're going to run, so it's a brand new squad, and that can lead to a lot of kind of chaos, is the best way I put it. So I'm very, very interested to see how UVIC Blue are going to pull this one off, or if UBCO Serpents Blue will go ahead and just kind of stomp through the competition.
Chaos is a great way to phrase that, Orbital. I mean, it really and truly is that way, where they're not a team who's kind of unprecedented, doesn't really have a history, right? The black horse of the situation. You have no idea what they're going to bring to the table, and that's something you got to be very fearful of. But already going into it, you can see your agent select screen is underway, and none too shocking, we'll see an Astra come up, and I think that's a very smart decision. Astra has a huge amount of utility that can be dumped on site. You obviously have the Vortex that can suck a player in, stop them from getting that plant down, force them off of it for the defuse. She has a lot of viability, and for the longer the round goes on, the more and more extreme her utility usage can be.
Yeah, and combine that with the rest that you have here, this is actually a pretty offensive setup, right? You have the Reyna, and it's a double duelist composition with a little bit of utility in the back.
Choose your agent.
This is going to be a highly aggressive defending squad, whereas on the flip side, it's a little bit more open for manipulation, right? The Sky coming out for Kevin on the side of UVIC Blue. They're going to be managing their utility a bit better, but I expect the side of the Serpents to come out of the gate swinging no matter if they're on the defense or on the offense.
One of the biggest factors as well is obviously with VCT having just, occurred about 2 weeks ago. A lot of teams are really starting to favor that Jet, Cloudburst, and Tailwind onto site. A bit of a distractionary play to keep the enemy sideline more locked onto you, and it's something that I've seen a lot already in the collegiate scene. I saw it last Monday, I saw it today for another scene for collegiate, and I hope I probably am going to see it here as well. It's extremely strong for an attacking team to go for it, but there is seemingly a small bit of a difference between what these VCT players and these collegiate players are doing, and it's the utility that's being used around that. When you go for that Tailwind and Cloudburst combo, it's usually a distractionary play. Then you let your Jet player walk out of that Cloudburst and gain sightlines into sight, and that's where they start to go for their duelist role and take that to heart. You need utility around that, pump and dump on a sight, cut off sightlines, whether it be some more smokes or a leer to get off the eyes. Whatever you can do, start to pummel that defensive presence and make your presence known as you attempt to attack.
I think there was a tweet running the rounds a couple months ago that was basically like, duelists are the true initiators of the game, right? If you're not entering in and trying to take some of these fights and you're not taking a 1-for-1 or anything like that, you're probably not playing the duelist, right? Don't expect them to win the duels all the time, but at least expect them to try and take those initial fights. So we get the opening panel shot here as UVIC are going to... They took a chance over on A site and are now opting to rotate out, as they do believe that it might be a little bit more secure on the B site instead.
That's not too shocking. You play a little bit slow. A lot of teams really favoring that type of composition. They gather the information, whether it be audio cues or maybe just a reactionary, idea behind it. Maybe just intuition for a lot of regards. But whatever you can do, try to bait out the opposition and force them to step away. And unfortunately for the side of UVIC, they'll have to walk into the turret of the Killjoy, which gives away a lot of their position. But now they start to engage forward. Saucy finds a nice right click to Schmeltic. Bad position now, trapped over by Stairs. Has to worry about a lot of the opposition, but it'll be No Heart who's actually going to put the plant down and force us to kill post plants in area.
Smoker gets a couple shots and Krako's back. Really solid play there, and Kevin follows in off Homelander. So
Out of the
that's
one
flying
enemy
very
remaining.
quickly. UBCO Blue though, Splinter with 3 in the back. Photo is finally able to finish off Saucy, but Splinter takes a 4K. Be able to net the defenders their first round win.
A very important one at that. It almost guarantees you a second on top of it. Pistol rounds kind of swing the, you would say, momentum in favor of the side that wins it, and that second round where you can force out with some SMGs to contest against the, no bots other side, fairly strong. It's almost a set in stone kind of ordeal. It's really going to come down to what UVIC want to do, because there are some collegiate teams that say, hey, let's just bring stingers, let's not go full Spectre, let's sit a little bit further back, maybe some sheriffs across the board to, keep things a little even and actually try to put up a full defense here, but in all honesty, I'm not necessarily sure that's anticipated. I don't think that's a smart decision. They need to save, need to be ready for that third round where they can swing in with those rifles, have a full set armor, and make sure they stay alive and hold on to those for round 4.
And the opportunities are available to them, right, to try and pinch, and this time they actually full-on set up for an A push once again. I sometimes call this the ripping of the Band-Aid, right? Just rush in, you know what you're going to meet. Yes, you want to get a couple frags, but sometimes it's better just to meet your end. Instead, they do go ahead and deja vu once again. They're taking the rotate. However, the difference is that the defending Jet is currently positioned straight in B main. So this could mean a lot of pain headed their way. One scout to the head could spell the end. Doesn't see anyone. A very nice recon bolt is going to reveal that location. So Splinter immediately backs up to a little bit of the reinforcements.
Dangerous position for Splinter. Obviously has a lot of outlets to step back to, can sit on side and kind of play their own, but you have UVIC breathing down your neck and just kind of getting ready for a full frontal assault. You have to be wary about a couple of options, because they still have some utility they can kind of go for. You can say, hey, we'll just try to take a couple of the SMGs out of your hands, and that's something that really and truly that's all you're looking for. Instead, pull out the Sheriff. It'll be Toto who's attempting to do so. He's looking for an option to try and find a long-range kill. Instead, they'll pull out the Trailblazer and still give Splinter the option to actually peek out and work with it. Toto's going to officially step forward. We'll have the alarm bot go off. A second one jumps out. He'll find the kill into Gavin. A nice flick up to it as Saucy completes onto Toto. And Splinter's continuing the rampage going forward, finding another, a 3K to their name. Capping off that round, UBCO with a supremely dominant position in that round. And it's all Splinter with a 7-0 scoreline.
You know what? I know UVIC Blue, we're gonna have an issue trying to get the plant right. 7 seconds left. They're flooding into the site. I didn't expect it to go down exactly that way. Splinter with some beautiful, phenomenal flicks to be able to end some of those situations, and connecting with them is crazy to me. So, like you pointed out, with that Blade Storm available, tossed away that Marshall is going to go full ham mode here with the defense here on the site. And for a third time in a row, UVIC Blue are feigning towards that ace site. Are they going to commit this time or not? That is a big question.
They've taken control of mid, which is a really good outlook, but it also is a bit dangerous because you can watch for that marketplace rotate if it were to come through, but you're also forcing your 3 players coming from A main to actually push in with a player disadvantage. And however, it does work out for them. They'll pick up 2, and unfortunately Homelander was able to find 1 before being felled in return, and now Splinter is still sitting pretty up on this Raptor side, looking for an opportunity. They'll have the Sheriff in hand, maybe hoping to tag 1 player off if necessary, but in all honesty, when you've already expended your ultimate and you don't really have anything left and expected that, it's not the right play. Driss finds 1 more. Now it's a 3v3. Player disadvantage no longer in factor, but time will have to tell for the next kill to drop. Schmeltic will start the plant, initiating finally into a post-plant scenario to put the clock on this defensive team's throat.
And they had the HP bars to kind of deal with this, but they don't have much utility left, right? You have a couple orbs for Cyclone, but you have to enter first, and Splinter with a nice headshot. Smeltic is going to net 1, but Toto on the back end in that hallway is able to gain a huge advantage. And coming through that doorway, is a no-go, but Driss didn't really have an option. So first 3 rounds boil out as usual, and as per the standard, round 4 is up, and we finally get to play some Valorant.
Finally get to play some Valorant, huh? Is that a bit of a jab at some what's happened so far? You can't jab at this team. Splinter's 8-1, man. Like
No. It's the fact that pretty much the first 3 rounds, 9 times out of 10, are pretty much solidified, right? It's always 2 to one side and then 1 to the other. It's a pretty standard setup, and then we get a full gun round. That's what I meant. No hate to either side.
I see how it is. No worries, no worries. You know, I understand. I understand. It really does feel like sometimes the game doesn't get really competitive till round 3 or 4, and I think that's definitely the case here. But push does go forward. Splinter's got the operator, none too shocking. Jets and operators go hand in hand. Name anything better you can. But pulls out the secondary, gets the job done. No Hurt will cap them off in return. Headshot kill to clean it up, but still a 2v2. Driss finds Greco. Still gotta get this post-plant situation. 2 players looking to try and contend. 1 player's gonna have to come in from market. The other one already stepping up. That's Saucy. Gets it done with a Bulldog. Takes out No Heart. And it's a 2v1. Both coming from this upper side. They're looking to step across the catwalk. And Driss just finishes it off. Toto was trapped in Boathouse. Nothing they can do. And once again, UBCO will find themselves another round win.
That was just a very, very clean feed coming out of UBCO Blue. Played it right. The retake was solid, even though they were down a single person. Able to clean it up, get 3 left, and you're set in pretty prime position to now start catapulting UVIC Blue into an economic sway, right? They do have the ultimates available to nullify the economic disadvantage, but if they're not willing to throw in that Hunter's Fury, if they're not willing to send Smeltic on kind of a one-man wrecking crew situation, they're going to have to say this one is probably going to be 4-1 at the end of the day, unless some craziness can occur here with this ace.
Get out of my way!
One of the biggest problems you see as well is the lack of information to follow suit with the Hunter's Fury, but not a problem! Another operator kill for Splinter who takes one off the board, and that's another ult that just got popped and is now relegated out. No chance for it to go Orbital. That's a little devastating. That's a big mental drainer, so to say, but as I was saying, you gotta supplement that Hunter's Fury with information, and they don't have, I guess, the greatest lineup to do that. They don't have a second, person to hold that. No Killjoy. They're going to have to rely entirely on your Soba with the Recon Bolt, but they'll make their way out of sight. They took one of the process. Splinter caps off another one in return. Krakow is out for the count. That operator is too much to deal with.
It's terrifying, but now it's taken out. So Kevin gets it. Oh, Driss with the spray! Driss takes a hard guess and is able to find one through the smoke, but Kevin with the 3K might have a chance at an ace. Saucy, though, takes out Kevin. A couple more sprays. No Heart down below with 36 and no armor. I mean, what more can you do? You pray that they don't enter in together. Hope for a 1v1. And you're hiding under the rafters. Not much to do. All down to that chance. They got to push a little bit quicker. LeBron way. Can't find it. So Saucy takes him out. And that's a round, right? UBCO Blue, and a huge thing to take a look at is the fact that Splinter was able to get some quick snapshots off with that operator, and that's someone that I really want to keep track of through the remainder of these rounds.
I think we knew to keep track of Splinter after round 1.
Yeah.
Just put it in the notes. Yeah, put a tack in it right there. Just like hey observer, only spectate Splinter. All right. I mean, I'm sure everyone else would be really happy with that. It's one of those players that's like, hey, we could just watch them the entire game and just catch 90% of the kills, which is really what it's turned out to be. But ultimately, UBCO are playing spectacularly, and a couple of these rounds getting close, despite it being a fairly dominant performance from them. Obviously a 2v1 at the end there in a round that was a fairly big eco for UVIC. That was a good round for them. Even if they can't take the W, you got Plant, you got a good position to deny. There's a lot of supplementary information that has to go forward, but we recon both the opposing side that gathers the info. Homelander had to sit still, laying with the cherries in his hand, but still couldn't find the kill, but got a lot of damage on the board.
And that's what you hate to do. This is something that I actually feel like a lot of players should know more, is the fact that once you get into the middle of the game, right after the rounds 3 and 4, you should pretty much know at all points, if the enemy team has a Sova, that B side is off limits to full stack with 5, right? Don't take that chance. Don't allow the opponent to get damage on you. And Splinter, again, this mid is no one's playground right now.
Yeah, it's securely in Splinter's grasp. There's really nowhere to go with it, and Splinter is playing that spectacularly. It's kind of like, I'm just going to go the other way. It's kind of a game of where Splinter, let's go to the other objective and really pray for that.
Oh.
It'll be the fact that Ares is just mowing down the opposition, finds 2. Homelander's looking for a third, but Kevin will finally be able to shut him down. It'll be Krakow immediately felt after. Only one player left standing. Kevin will be able to tag 1. Needs a second and more, but can't get the job done. Kurt steps up, finishes what his teammates couldn't, and does lead UBCO to a 5-1 scoreline. UVIC are starting to get a big loss bonus as it starts to pile up.
no matter what, though, that loss bonus, I don't think will ever be enough to get them 2 full buys in a row, right? It's always going to ping pong unless they're able to break kind of that spell. And you can see him even guessing right now, right? That's going to be kind of the question mark. Are we going to full buy? So actually, the people that I want to look at is actually UBCO Blue. At this point, they won, I think, 3 in a row, and you would expect them to have a bit more econ in their belt, but they don't. A lot of them are sitting with just a few. So not really being able to stack up the econ as much as out of it afterwards, but with a full buy, it's still a question mark, right? UBCO Blue want to start winning these rounds a bit more convincingly, want to have a few more players alive at the end.
First kill will drop. This one will favor UVIC, who actually finds their doppelganger, Kraka. The Reyna on Reyna violence will reign supreme there for UV, but it'll be immediately refragged back. So both Reynas off the board. No Leers will be thrown out. Will also disallow any opportunities for an extra duelist to be on the board. Instead, it looks to be UVIC pushing through market. A bad situation for Homelander has to spray and pray, but Schmelting finds it instead. A bit of a quick scope Call of Duty style. It'll be the Marshal to complete the job. And with 3v4 on site, UVIC have a man advantage, looking to finally give them their second round, but Orbital, they're already starting to bleed a little bit in between. Saucy finds one as they attempt to push towards defender spawn. It looks to be all 3 players trying to decide where they need to push from UBCO.
Siri actually coming out from the back of the site, and no information was given, so you can expect UBCO Blue to take this chance because they had the Blade Storm. Why not go ahead and try and hard split it? But with this lockdown, this is all the ultimates being used at once, and this is going to call into question how UVIC are going to manage this. They're actually going to go on the offensive, but that means the Blades. The reset has been made. Second reset is there. Toto on the back end is going to dance all the way to the back. Driss finishes it off. I think this should be plenty of time to get the fuse, as UBCO Blue net themselves their 6th, and they are quickly making their way towards that finish line.
This map is so much fun, Orbital. I'm just going to say it. When I was working a little bit earlier today, this was the map that I was working on as well. I love this map. It is so much fun. I'm so glad teams really love this, because it was kind of a sleeping giant last season, right, for the NECC. A lot of teams were kind of hesitant to pick it up because it was the newer map, right? They didn't really want to try their hand at it just yet, and I think that was a bit of a failure on their part, because this map has so many setups, has so many lineups, whether it's the Showa Recon bolts and shock darts on that B site for the over-the-top throws, whether it be the A site setups for your killjoys and defenses. No matter what it is, there's so much possibility for it that I think that this map is one of those ones where if a team gets really good at it, they will lock it down and they'll feel confident on it, and that's what UBCO is doing right here.
Yeah, and you are calling it as they go. Saucy actually gets a Nanoswarm kill. Homelander is able to take out Toto, but Schmeltic fires back at Homelander. Saucy finishing off a second, and with 2 alive in the site, really, what can you do, right? You want to plant, but you have to be so worried about someone peeking you just like that. Nice little jiggle baits out a shot, and Kurt is going to walk forward a bit further with the Empress down to about a quarter left. Gets a quick headshot. The snap is good. Around the corner to go. A nice little pull in. Splendor finishes off the double. And that's 7. UBCO Blue are starting to get that extra advantage. You have the 6 in your pockets. Might as well go for some more.
Well, let's digest exactly what went down there in the last few moments. You talked about it. I didn't necessarily call the Nano Swarm, but, I called up their setups that they're going for, and it was spectacular. And then talking about their retake right there, where you go for the Vortex, pull them out just a little bit further. You've got your Reyna there to be competitive and aggressive and in your face. That factor, as they try to push forward and get that last man standing, the opposition's Reyna, they played that spectacularly. You fade out of existence, no chance for them to fight back at you. You've got 2 other teammates rushing forward as well as that Vortex to move them. You are going to guarantee yourself that kill. You're going to do it with a high level of safety, so you don't lose a single player in that last few moments, which has kind of been one of the reasons why UBCO has been dominating, but yet don't necessarily have the ego to continuously buy in every one of these situations.
Oh. Well, as we're talking, Drish just says, I'm done with this. Gets, I think a collateral kill was that, just to spray through. And that immediately says UBIC is not allowed to do anything else here. So far, UBCO's a map to run, and jumping straight into the line of fire. Homelander not taking any chances. This is going to spray down along the side. Gets 1, Toto finishes off another, and Toto takes out 2. So in a 3v2 situation, this is going to be a large question mark. Kurt unfortunately shoots a wall. It's now going to be a little bit more difficult. No spike down as the rotate is going to be called.
looks to be taking a step back. They're still playing it slow. They're worrying about the player in mid, which is exactly what UBCO needs to do. They've brought Saucy over to watch that sideline. They're sitting behind stairs when it comes next to Fountain. They're looking for the opportunity to catch them as they rotate towards B main, towards B lobby, and that's exactly what we're going to see here from No Heart. So that information is going to be gathered, and they're going to go ahead and try to bait out even further towards this A site. Saucy needs to stay true. They can toss the Nebulas on B side, bait that out in that direction, or they can go for a recon bolt on A or a shock dart to make them think they're still over there when in fact one of them still is. It looks to be Toto is actually getting aggressive with it, looking for more. Has already found 2 and is looking to try and continue that level of presence, but Saucy is almost ready to catch the player crossing and will see them, but it will go off with a smoke cutting off the sightlines. Should be aware to a degree there's a player, but Toto steps up to find Kurt. 3 seconds left, looking for more, finds a 4th. Toto will not get the ace in time, but he has chance here in mid, but picks up the operator and can't take a shot in time. UBCO will escape with a round loss, but sorry, a round win, just because UVIC failed to push in time.
That one hurts so much for UVIC. That was everything they did right, just not at a fast enough pace. And you lose out on a round that you feel like you could have definitely had. And with with 2 members actually alive at that point, that hurts the econ even more, right? You don't get the death bonus. You are now out your operator that you were trying to save. And it hurts so bad. So sitting with an SMG, you have the ultimates available though. 4 ultimates versus 1 should be plenty to kind of cover that difference to a certain extent. So it will be up to UVIC Blue if they can get the flow of the game.
You see, the flow has kind of been dictated a lot by UBCO's presence, but with more and more of their players losing each and every round and the loss bonus kind of favoring UVIC, obviously, with that credit boon, but it's going to start thinking towards their favor, and it's going to continue to do so if they're not able to shut them down. And they'll do just that. Kurt may have found 1, but Schmeltig's going to get the Blade Storm kill to Homelander and try to even things a little bit closer. Kurt misses the operator shot onto Schmeltig and is now looking to be wary of that play. Gets baited and finds it through the wall, shutting down Schmeltig. Devastating loss to UVIC. That is going to burn for the rest of this round.
That was being Icarus a little bit there. You fly a little bit too close to the sun or the operator in this sense, and your wings are clipped. That one, you said it right. It stings so bad, so you lose that ultimate. You lose that reset capabilities. And you put your team a man down for this chance in A. With the spike down, all members are rotating towards that top side of rafters, so I'm not sure if I like the full stack on top, but it works. Of course, Splendor and Saucy say, yeah, whatever the analysts say, we don't really care because we do things our own way. And Kevin actually says, I'll do it my way too. Goes up to the top side, is going to try and take a peek, gets 1 headshot. Can they get the other? Has the utility out though and doesn't have the gun. So Saucy goes, what are you doing? 9-1 UBCO Blue running this first half.
Well, an interesting decision there. Goes for it. I mean, you kind of have to, right? You want to get that money, but at the same time, nasty shot into Splendor. Flicking over, finding the kill, does it with the sheriff instead, and so there's High Noon somewhere in the world. And I think it's closer to midnight, but, you know, we're not really going to nitpick too far, but it's got to be High Noon somewhere, and it's obviously High Noon wherever he's hanging out, because that was a nasty flick. Splendor couldn't even bring the operator up in time, and he was looking in that direction first. He was probably already staring at that Raptors play and waiting for that player to lie, but just didn't come through. And instead, you're going to have to see how this next round will fare, and it'll start off fairly strong. Schmeltic finds the operator opener, which will allow for his team to kind of step up in a different direction, but they'll unfortunately lose their opener of Kevin, who popped off last round with a sick flick. He won't be able to do so this time around.
Made sure that with that chance, we hear the roar of the operator in mid. That's going to be Schmeltic taking every shot that they can. And it hits this time. Good connection. Puts him in a 3v4. B-site completely removed from the game as the entirety of UVIC Blue is going to start making their way over to A. No one's looking inside a site, so they might have a good rotate, but with 1 all the way back in a main, this could be a bit dicey. The sniper war is made as Splendor gets 1. Oh, Kurt follows up with a second. Splendor said, I got that one. I don't know what you're doing there. 3v2, a nice night straight to the heart of No Heart. 1 more shot might do it. Splendor, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Krako is dead. 10-1. 1 round left. UBCO Blue are saying, we just want a quick night.
Yeah, it's definitely seeming like that. They want out of here. They want out. I mean, they're having fun and they are just popping off. I will bring this up, though, all right, because Orbital, I was in a game earlier, and my own hubris kind of fought against me. Caster's curse, so to say, where one of the teams proceeded to go up 10-2 at the halftime, and then lost. And it was bad. It was a slaughter in the second half, and it was completely not indicative of how the first half went. So I'm a little scared after that performance today to give UBCO the nod this early, just because of how dominant that last one was. But let's already start by pushing out some pain early on. Homelander finds the opening operator kill. That's been very pivotal to UBCO, and I don't think I can imagine them without an operator in hand anymore, but Splinter doesn't need an operator to do it. Finds one, and now a second, updrafting above and right-clicking down another. Only 2 players left standing, and Splinter tries to go for the peak, but Toto is just a little quicker.
Makes a whole new meaning to getting stabbed in the back right there. 5 straight to the shoulder blades, and evening things up. A nice pick coming out of that Empress Steph Reina. Krakow hoping to make the opportunity available and at least give themselves a slightly wider net. A little work. Oh, a miss! Saucy! Can't find the pick. Toto a little bit slow on the reaction, but still is able to pick up the frag. One last chance. Driss is going to dance back and forth, spins around to take out that shot, and Toto calling for reinforcements here. This is the right call here. I definitely think don't take any wide chances, and up above they go. Krakow finishes it off at the end of the half. Deja vu for you, Infernosis. It's 10-2.
Yeah, it's not the 9-3 curse, right? It's not the 9-3 curse, but 10-2 has been a bit of a monster for me today. I mean, that was a nasty game. There's one player who just lurked. They started off on the attack. They just lurked in mid every single time. They found 3 kills almost every round. I think they had about 6 or 7 3Ks by the end of the first half. It was insane. And then they immediately turned it around to the second half and got like 3 kills total, I think. They just couldn't rely on that player anymore. And then it just completely turned the game on its head. And then the other team, as they attempted their defense or attack, they just thrashed. It was very scary. And with the way that we saw UVIC play when it came down to them previously, I think there's a pretty good chance to say that their defense is probably fairly strong. They weren't necessarily losing every operator battle, so if UBCO lets them get enough rounds and doesn't end the game immediately, there could be a chance that UVIC pulls an operator out and attempts to work with it in the same way that UBCO brought on theirs.
That's a chance, and Krakow says, yeah, we really want that chance. Opens up with a nice dismiss after that frag. Comes around the corner, gets a second, and a beautiful setup. Can't make it a third, though, as Saucy takes out Krakow. No heart following up on Homelander, so 2v4. UBCO Blue not enjoying this second pistol round.
It's just not looked that hot for them, and unfortunately, it's starting to get pounded down. Saucy finds a kill with a frenzy. He's able to maybe get the man count a little bit closer, but Saucy still needs to find one more. Driss will start the plant. He's also extremely low in the process. One player will peek over. Schmelting finds it with a Sheriff. Saucy is unfortunately down, and Driss is just completely pounced upon by the remaining 3 players, and UVIC are going to sneak out a round in the first pistol round, which Orbital, as we mentioned in the first half, will almost guarantee them another. We'll probably see this one go for a nice 10-4 opening.
Yeah, that's what you want to have. That's what you want to be able to maintain. And if they can continue doing it, again, on the defense, some teams just excel a little bit better. And, you know, some teams also falter on the attacking side. If that's actually going to be the case, I'm very interested to see if this does end up being one of those long-haul games. That's going to rely on whether Splinter can kind of find those frags once again, right? 21 so far in 13 rounds, 14 for Saucy, so well above that mark. What more can you ask for, right? Well, Miss Krakow holding a very wide A-main angle.
Recent hand for Toto. He's looking for the wall bang on this B-side wall, attempting to shoot out through Dog, but it's not really going for it. Instead, it'll be Kevin who's going to trailblaze. Immediately gets spotted out, and now you've got to decide if you're just going to full rush forward, and it looks to be that they initially anticipated to do so, but that Nebula is going to be able to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer. And now you're going to have to see whether or not UBCO decide to take a rotation back. From the looks of it, they will. They are bringing Krakow, however, to maybe contest in mid by Courtyard, and it will in fact work out for them for one, but No Heart finds 2 elsewhere, completely spreading open the UBCO's attempted assault, but Saucy's trying to keep them back and involved, but extremely low in HP and running out of chances.
I mean, they're okay giving this one up. It's a question of how many more can they take with them to the grave. Right, UBCO Blue, 1 very low, Saucy on 15. So, trade 1 for 1 is a solid stake, and in that very, very back corner, one is lurking. No Heart. This is where they got to last time. They hear the bouncing, hear the walking. Patience is a virtue, and that's the spray down. No Heart finishes off a very, very nice 4K.
Oh, what a very nasty shot as well. The spray, it does exactly what you needed to do. Trigger discipline, playing that spectacular like you called. You need the audio cues. And that's something that we saw them kind of work with and when they were on the attack previously for UVIC. They played the audio cues towards A side a couple times, then made the rotations around. In that one round where we saw UBCO win based on time, there was a big problem when it came down to UVIC just not gathering that information quick enough, and they did everything else right. It's just a matter of speed. And for that situation, they just needed to buy their time. They have Father Time on their side. It's that sixth player on the field when you're on the defense, and you can already tell they're going to want to use that going forward. But Splinter's going to push forward inside B main. We'll take out Kevin. Now they're going to start looking to cascade onto this B site, and a little bit too quick for them to fight back.
The scan going out, so they know the rush is on, and UBCO Blue for the first time have an opening, which they should have, but Toto with the spray down is able to take 1-2. Schmeltic, ooh, on fire with some of the shots. Krako as well. UVIC out of nowhere are opening up, and it's evened up 2v2 to end things out, but with the spike down, it's up to UVIC Blue. They want to take this chance. They're a little bit low in the HP department. Kurt and Friend. Give it their all in the backside. A nice little vortex is going to draw him in, and No Heart finds the pick on Kurt. It's all down to Drift. Full HP with a vulnerable status. Sprays back and forth, sprays in, gets one headshot. Can they get the other? Or just bait out time. That's all you need to do. Here's the footsteps, walks in. That's going to be a couple shots ahead. No! Krako with a singular pistol is able to maintain the third round in a row.
3 seconds left as well. That was a dangerous situation. You saw that he actually had the player first. Just saw. He sees the shoulder come out. That's a bit of, one of those situations. Like, peeker's advantage is a real thing. But when they're both jiggling back and forth to peek through these doorways, whoever can find those shoulders and whoever is, more aggressive on their entrance is at the disadvantage there because their leg, their shoulder is going to go through first before their sightline does. And he saw that, but he just couldn't hit the shots, which makes you incapable of finding that kill. And that's where UVIC is going to start to squeak through it. They're going to find these rounds. And if UBCO continues to let them go, it's going to start draining on their mental, draining on their confidence, and it's going to start making it extremely difficult for them to continue to find the same level of success they did in the first half. We can already see that happening here. 2 kills have dropped, 1 from an operator second, when Vandal in the hands of Krako, but he's unfortunately going to take a lot of damage in return, but not really in a big dire situation. Instead, it's still a 5v3, and UBCO are kind of hemorrhaging at this point in time as the wounds are starting to come unfolded.
And this is not what you like to see, right? It's your match personified once again. It's coming to life all over again. UBIC with a full man advantage, and UBCO Blue, they are looking lost here on the attack, right? Every single chance that they're taking is being shut down, and a nice shot by Schmeltic gets a third. It made to look so simple. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, and Driss is like, well, nowhere's safe. Do I even move from my spot?
Why do you need to move, Orbital? Why do you need to move? They're walking into you, right? Like, why does he have to move away when they're just going to walk into his loving arms? And that's kind of what they're trying to indicate here. And that's kind of what we're seeing. And unfortunately for the side of UVIC, they'll lose one. Won't be a flawless, not necessarily the biggest thing, but if UBCO can continue to take these small victories, it's going to start adding up for them. And they definitely need any bit of help they can. And Chris is starting to look in bad position. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a kill onto Schmeltic there. Literally just pixels above his head, but Schmeltic finishes it off strong, finding the 4K. That operator is just as deadly as I thought it would be.
Yep, it's getting there, right? But it's still a pretty decent uphill climb. This is going to be one of the few times UVIC have a full buy option. They are going to run the 3 Vandals and 2 Phantoms, so a little bit, I want to say a little bit more spray and pray power behind them. So the options here is you need 3 versus, I want to say the 7, I think that UVIC needs. So it's about a 2-to-1 round distribution if you're trading in the round counts. So UVIC Blue, the more that they can rack up here, the more that they can keep it in this kind of rough economy setting. UBCO Blue, they're going to be in a good position, but with the attacker lockdown, moving into position, who is going to get caught, who is not, every single defender out of the zone.
divide is super deadly.
Oh my gosh.
Krego steps out and still finds one, despite staring at all 5 of the players in the opposition. Still managing to find a kill before it. That's exactly what you need. They're waiting for this Cosmic Divide to dissipate, but it is not going away, and finally will go away. I mean, timing is definitely of the essence, and Heart's going to eat a shock dart. Very bad positioning for him. They're starting to add up. Homelander's going to put a recon bolt up above, catching the Raptors' position, which will give them sightlines, but they'll also have to spray from below. Dangerous position. Whitish Melting push that. Doesn't matter. He's felled to this wayside. Saucy's felled in return. It's starting to cascade forward. Kurt's stuck down below, and a bit of a dismiss. Does turn, finds the kill, gets their 3K, and UBCO will scrape by that round by the skin of their teeth. UVIC did everything they could, but it just wasn't enough.
All right. Props to Kurt for that one right there. That ending fiesta is the only way to put it. And Kurt was the only ringmaster knowing what act came next. Quick thinking with the dismisses to keep him out of harm's way, and then a flash straight to Billions, making sure half the body was out from that wall. Getting a great clip. That is how you pull your team out of a little bit of a rut. First round of their own in the second half. They are now 2 rounds away from getting this first game.
Name an operator, an agent that you can see that level of skill kind of come out in any given round. Yeah, Jet can have that like every 5 rounds when she gets her ultimate, right? But Reyna can do it every round, right? The dismisses, the plays, everything. And Reyna's such a high-level skill operator and agent, and man, you just love to see plays like that. And Krako was able to step up early, but unfortunately fragged back in return. But UBCO still a man down. Guiding light to go through. Kurt will be able to narrowly have their eyes avoided to be removed, and always be worried about their health being removed as they get rushed down. Toto gets up with a shock dart. Homelander's on the flank. Trigger discipline. Schmelting is ready at a moment's notice. He's found 2, looking for 3 now. Toto turns in time. It could have been drastic, but saved at the last moment. Toto will stop it short. Saucy will be the last to fall.
Oh, that's, I think, the second close to glory play I've seen thus far. That is just, it's hard to kind of guesstimate when's the right time to pull the trigger, right? Who do you shoot first? How do you do it? And unfortunately in that scenario, right, you had to almost dump half a mag into the first kill, so you can't get the clean transfer over. However, if it's traded back and forth at a 1-to-1 status, UBCO Blue will obviously have the advantage. So UVIC, with their econ, is feeling really, really good. You can see UBCO Blue are hemorrhaging. They're stuck on 2 SMGs. So UVIC are going to try their best to net at least 2 in a row every single time that they get the lead or more.
Why don't they just get every single round win, Orbital? Why not?
Yeah.
Why don't they just win every round? You know, it's one of those situations that you kind of have to play that mental game, that mind game. And I think that was actually, it collated a little bit and did a little bit of damage to someone behind, but it doesn't seem to matter. The rest of them are falling very quickly as, you know, Kevin and Craig will be able to find 2 of their own, and Kevin's going to be able to cap another one. Will be felled back by Saucy, who has been a very pivotal player for UBCO, but the rest of the squad just hasn't been able to pick up in a lot of these regards, and it's been Saucy as one of the last players remaining in each and every one of these rounds. Lear will go out. Whoa, the shot with the Krako's head. Now Schmelting is looking for an opportunity. The operator is in their hands, but their HP is low. Needs to find this kill and turn towards stairs because they just peeked there. But there was no ammo in the gun. Had to reload and couldn't get the job done. UVIC will go to their 8th round.
Oh, that feels so bad. And the worst part, it's the lesser of 2 evils right there, right? You are hoping to get a little quick pick because of the fact that you can't make any noise. You can't make the reload animation noise or else they know where you are. And it's such a tough call. So best of a bad situation, you take 2 with you before you fall to the wayside. And again, that's 2, right? In the scenario, if UBCO takes it and the trend continues, they're going to be okay. It's up to Schmeltic so far, who has been the main playmaker, the main fragger, that's annihilated some of these entry points against the defensive squad.
Homelander's coming with the Owl Drone, and it looks to be a lot of UBCO is looking to step in towards A, but I think it would be smarter for them to actually wait it out, and that kind of tends to be what you should. You found a kill now. I mean, you get a kill from Puppy all the way over towards Tree, take one out, that's Kurt. rotate to B site. Honestly, you've left one over there. You have the option to do so, and they'll do just that. You've made tons of noise on A. Now there's more than likely one, maybe two players on this B site. And there's only one, and that's Boathouse Toto, who's now going to be stuck between literally a rock and a hard place, and is going to have to deal with so much that's going to be brought forward by UBCO.
Yeah, Saucy, of course, clearing it on the back end. Toto, though, with a nice break, gets 2. Can he get 3? No, Homelander's going to finish that one off. But the damage is also very, very good. Homelander gets the plant down. UBCO Blue, they want to go into this with a pretty nice man advantage. Instead, it's only 1. That does cause a couple problems. A little 360 right there. Trying to go for a little bit of fancy in a time where fancy probably isn't necessary. Driss goes ahead, finishes off 1, a trade of 1-for-1. 2 members left alive, and no Mark in the back corner. Gets a nice spray, can't follow up, so close. And that just means UBCO Blue are currently sitting on match point. UVIC need to win 5 in a row. They want to be able to take this home. Thankfully, they have the weapons in their hand to do it.
Maybe one of those moments, and it sucks to say this, Orbital, really does. You may need to start looking towards the next map and start kind of formulating a strategy. Because UBCO, they've got money. I mean, yeah, they've got a couple players that don't have full armor and SMGs. So if you do manage to beat them in this round, then you've brought a pretty good chance of, bleeding a couple extra rounds off of them. But eventually they're going to get that money back, and you've got to be flawless. You can't make any mistake, because any mistake you've been making, UBCO is doing a phenomenal job of jumping on those. And it's the only round you're really seeing drop to your side is when you're capable of making no mistakes for yourself, a near flawless result, and you're winning those gunfights because of it. And that's what they need to be doing, but you can't rely on perfect every single time, because eventually the mental will start to drain, and it's going to be a lot harder to keep it up.
Yeah, and I think you are correct, right? In this scenario, you're down quite a few members. Driss with a blind shot, gets a headshot on Schmeltic. That leaves it in a 2v5, right? This is not what you want to be in, but you don't have a choice. Kevin, Toto firing back with his own Hunter's Fury, doesn't catch anything. So it's just taking that chance, right? The probability of where do you want to go. And this is the perfect time to use that lockdown Kurt on the back end, forcing everyone out. That is going to be tag back. Toto sprays down 1. Toto sprays down 2. It's a long road ahead. Can they get any more? No, the detain comes through. No, not the knife! Oh, Splendor! Splendor is so mean, but well fought. Ascent goes the way of UBCO Serpents Blue.
Man, that was a game of cat and mouse towards the end there. Oh, just so close to stepping out of that lockdown, but it just wasn't fast enough, and you just not able to get the job done. And unfortunately for the side of UVIC, they just weren't capable of getting the job done in its entirety. And you see a very phenomenal performance from UBCO, who ended that half 10-2. I mean, they were handily in control of it, but they started to bleed a lot of rounds, and UVIC kind of adapted. They learned what they needed to do. If they played that way the entire time, it would have been an entirely different game. We probably would have seen overtime for a very long time.
Yeah, and it's something that I really like about Valorant and about FPS in general. It's something that teams do have the capability, no matter what, I want to say 2 to 3 rounds, no matter what, unless you, for some reason, buy SMGs pretty much every round whenever you have money, you will have a chance at a full attempt to kind of reverse it. It's how strong is the mental, how strong and resilient are you to those scenarios. So I think it shows a lot of gumption that this team, who obviously had to take a forfeit, doesn't feel good, and you want to come out on a win against a team who is already 1-0 and already shows that they have the capabilities to make it to the top of the charts. You have a chance, and keeping that into the second game will be all the game-changing difference.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how Map 2 fares out. It's Icebox, if I remember correctly, so you'll have to see how, this very aggressive map is actually going to pan for them. Vipers are very prevalent, but we'll have to see which side and what agents they'll pick. But unfortunately for you, Orbital, you won't be able to see it as close as necessarily I will, as you'll actually be getting subbed out finally towards the end of the night. You'll get your well-deserved. Yes, it is a job in the end, but you also need to take a couple breaks in between of doing spectacular the entire night. So we'll have to unfortunately bid you goodbye, but thank you very much for being on tonight, and thank you very much for joining me for Map 1 while we had to wait for my co-caster coming in to get off his other gig as well. But thank you very much. Thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for Map 2. It's coming real shortly. This is the NECC with Valorant in Week 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This is week 2 for Valorant. My name's Infernosis, joined with a new co-caster, Vincent. We're really excited to show you guys some more Valorant action. Now, Vincent, you missed game 1. You got to watch the latter half of it, where UVIC actually got their bit of a comeback. And I'm going to change the way I say it. It's UVic, as apparently they like to be called, so I'll change it there. UVic attempted a bit of a comeback and got pretty close with it. And I kind of wanted to hear how you would necessarily digest that info.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I didn't see all of them. I came in when it was like 10-2, and then I saw the attempted comeback, we'll just call it. So fantastic attempt, you know, that's fair enough. But the real question is, I actually don't know whose map was whose. Who's picked what in Burnosis?
I'll pull that up for you right here. It was, in fact, the choice of Ascent was UVix. So now we're actually heading to UBCOs.
So bad news.
Bad news.
for those UVic fans in chat, which there were a lot of, by the way. You gotta
There
give
was.
credit where it's due. I was over there, and we got a lot of UVic fans. So, listen, might not be the game for you, but at the very least, it's going to be.
Icebox is a fun map. I'm just gonna say. First off, Icebox last season for the NECC, barely played. Literally, I think played 3 times. Like it was not played. I think I did 2 of those. One of those was the UNA versus UAH game, which was a banger, might I? Yeah, that was a big game. It was funny as all get out because that's a huge rivalry for them. But Viper was what kind of came out for back then, and it kind of was an agent that was like really just out of nowhere, because Viper had just recently received that buff that she got. She wasn't picked like at all before then. Now she's a must pick. She's extremely strong. She is good on almost any map. Her full utility dump that she can do just cuts off sight lines, divides objectives in half, and she can just work with that as a bait and switch in so many different positions. I'm really looking forward to how they're going to play it in Icebox.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It is indeed a must pick, like you said. But I'm actually really impressed. These two teams right now, with the obviously Kurt not quite locking in. Okay, we got the lock in. This is a mirror matchup, number 1. And number 2, this is the classic North America meta pick. You got the Sage with the Viper, double duelist, and Sova to add on the back end. When that particularly powerful on the attack, obviously the Sage, the wall plant, everything that comes with that. And, well, on the other side of things, you just talked about the Viper and how it can really shut down sightlines. Very much so. Really, really good look, and I'm excited to see, especially since it's a mirror matchup, which team is able to get the better.
Obviously, one thing to note would be the box on B site that got a little bit of rework and no longer can wallbang it, which kind of leads to a bit of a safety net, a little bit larger of a safety net, I would say, when you're actually trying to plant. Kind of makes the Sage wall a little bit stronger as well. And that's going to be pretty important if you're, I guess, a roster that hasn't necessarily prepped for that, because that's a big update. That's a big change. They changed a box in Ascent. They changed a box here. I think they changed a box on Haven as well for C position. I mean, they changed a lot in that update, and I think this one was the most important.
Definitely the biggest, in my opinion. It really does, make it a lot different. You can kind of really structure your plant a little bit differently. You don't have to put the wall down in the same position. And this is the 3rd time I'm seeing Icebox today, and I think that I've been seeing that consistently over all 3 times that I've seen it.
Obviously, it looks to be from the side of UBCO. They're looking for a chance to push onto this A side. And if you're UVEC, you're kind of biding your time, waiting for the information to go through. There's not really any utility that UBCO can dump towards B to bait them. And it's just trying to play the long con, trying to wait them out, wait for one more player to make the rotation away. Instead, your Sova still sitting in mid, waiting for the opportunity to rotate if necessary. But the audio does come out, and it's going to be a very quick run forward. Unfortunately for the side of UVEC, fortunately for UVic, they'll find one, and Schmeltic will be able to kind of get away with a little bit of extra assistance to cap it off, but UBCO will need to take a step back and run the other direction.
Fortunately, Schmeltic couldn't actually grab the orb, so there's no overheal for him. He's going to have to fall back just with that 15 HP that he had, but it's a full rotation here for UBCO. They are pushing in towards the B side. Ohart nearly gets caught out in the open, but it's good hide and wait them as Snake Bite goes through. Plant kind of go down as well.
Spike has been planted. The Sage wall placed a little bit more aggressively than old strategies nearly dictated, but it will still be successful, and you will have a post-plant situation, so time now against them. It'll be really up to how well can UVic decide to push forward. Recon Bolt will go out. They'll have to turn and shoot that one to get rid of the information, but that Snake Bite does not matter for much longer. That's going to go ahead and take one. No heart will be felt. Krakow is able to get one with the Ghost, looking for another option, not really given the space to do so. This yellow barricade is not being a friend for them, more like a foe, and it will in fact fall in favor of UBCO. Last 2 and Saucy to finish things off.
Solid post plants. You saw the shock darts denying the diffuse for just a little bit, and on top of that, you had Snake Bites should have been necessary as well. Big post plant scenario for UBCO coming out victorious. Marshall in the back here of Splendor is we're gonna see the full purchase in with Spectres across the board. Otherwise, UBCO blue on off the victory, looking to just convert the 2nd round. It's the anti-eco round, and we have a couple of pistols spotted, and I saw a Sheriff in one Frenzy. I think one Ghost as well. So UVic with a little bit of upgraded weaponry, looking to maybe do some damage.
One thing to point out was last map, Splendor was at the end of round 2, I think 7-0, maybe 8-0 by the end of it. I mean, was a monster to deal with, and Hasn't been able to pop off as much. Got filled fairly early, but still looking to step forward. Instead, it'll be Kurt now finding Krako, and that site's kind of split wide open. UBCO have taken full advantage of this A site, and now it's up to UVic to try and play on this retake, but they're going to have to deal with a lot. I don't think they have the utility nor the weapons to really kind of contain with what UBCO is bringing to the table.
Certainly is going to be a difficult thing to find. This little snake bite there from Driss to deny entry of Toto. Driss is in a fantastic position there underneath. It's a bit of a crossfire setup. He can then peek out and deny entry on the other side as well. Speaking of entries, those entries are coming in. Go denied by Kurt. Driss following up. Toto the only one to find a frag. For Kurt, it's the 3K. UBCO, the nice little anti-eco, only losing one player. Exactly what you would like to see.
Whew, that's not a good look. If you're UVic right now, you say, hey, we got some rifles, we got something to work with, but you haven't really found enough kills, right? You don't really have a lot of money, so you can full buy, you can get rifles up, but two of your players can't really get full armor, so they're going to have to walk in a little bit weaker, and that's going to be pretty dangerous for them, because if UVic lose this round, then UBCO have a lot of wiggle room to play with. They can kind of mess with a different strategy. They don't have to necessarily show their best strat when it comes to round 4, and they can just say, hey, maybe we just rush A again and try to play in that direction, but instead, a swift take to take control of this B main, looking for an option to step towards yellow container. Have the space to do so. Splinter still looking with that sniper, has had it since round 2. His teammate had picked it up after round 1, and he's trying to find an early pick with it to give his team an advantage to try and take this site.
Very interesting toxic screen right there, being put down by the defense. UVic, I'm not sure about that. It's very unorthodox, but it's actually pulled all the rotations. UBCO just going the other direction. They don't want any part of that. Krako, now the sole defender of the site, finds the opening duel. Saucy falls, and that is a nice little find. UVic in control.
UBCO has opted to go for a very spaced out and fleshed out push. They're waiting to gather the information to go off of and then decide to push. This is something we saw UVic do on their attack on map 1, and it worked out for them fairly well, but it just came down to losing those gunfights, which UBCO obviously lost the first as they attempted entry towards A. Now they'll find a kill. It'll be Kurt who found the 3K last round. Now looking to wait for his team to step up, but unfortunately a recon bolt placed a little bit out of the way and unable to tag it off in time, and it'll be Kevin who finds the next kill for his site. Now taking out Splinter. Top frag for last game. Drone will go out. Toto's going to try to gather the information, but can it'll be Schmeltic who finds the kill into Kurt, finding a second on top of it, and this round finished as quick as it started for that post plant. Finished off with a very nice kill from Toto, and UVic or UVic will find their first.
Yeah, and it was a bit weird for UBCO, in my opinion. And the reason that I say that in Prognosis is they were pushing A and B at the same time despite having a man disadvantage. So very, very odd to make that decision. It was as if they were trying to like find an entry onto a site. Well, they found one at A, but they still pushed B, and it ended up being, a push that didn't actually amount to anything, and actually was a bit of a negative. So either way, questionable decision there for UBCO, and UV take advantage precisely on time. 2-1 the score, as the buyback in is good for UBCO. They have an operator on hand, as well as rifles to follow it up.
I really hope this operator works. I was gushing over the operator play on map 1, and it was gorgeous. The first half was just purely domination for UBCO with Splinter in that op, and they're looking to do that again. Oh, catches the foot of this opposing Krako. Now they're going to step back into it. Splinter looks away a moment too late, but Kurt will find the kill instead. Does manage to find one. Saucy follows suit with their own. Unfortunately for Kurt, Kevin's there on a refrag. It's still favoring UBCO. They're able to keep the man count favoring them. Saucy's attempting to step up. A quick flick by Krako attempting to quickscope. Can't get the job done. Saucy would clean him up with a Vandal. The spike will go down. Post plant, guaranteed.
Yeah, making some space there with the snake bite as well and the re-entry. That wall, of course, making life equally difficult. Spam coming through. Kevin's life is a little bit more difficult. There is a Hunter's Fury. Viper Pit if you really wanted, but that's certainly not going to be utilized just yet. Those players coming from the same direction for UVic as the sonar comes out, delaying once again. Scenario that you don't want to be in, but there we go. No heart. Going to catch out the opposing Viper, but this spike has been tapped. Rather, it's not been tapped, and it's just been ticking so far away. Wasn't going to be a defuse anyway. Everyone dies, and UVic is back to the drawing board.
big boon for UBCO, not just taking a round win, but also keeping your operator. And that was a problem that we saw in map 1, where they were taking round wins, but they were only escaping with 1, maybe 2 people alive when it came to their second half and towards the latter half of their first. And that's where UVic started to squeeze a couple rounds out, where they're saying, hey, their ego's not that hot. They're not getting this loser's bonus that we're getting. And it seems strange to brag about the loser's bonus, but they were taking full advantage of that in a lot of the situations, really getting those couple rounds, setting themselves up, and then starting to swing to their advantage. Orbital called it out. They just need to win 2 or 3, then lose 1, win 2 or 3. They were doing so, but just didn't find them when they necessarily needed to. And they need to keep this half very competitive. And that's something UVic's going to put a lot of focus on. Save where they absolutely need to, and commit where they absolutely need to as well. Because this defense against UBCO, who have full weapons, have an operator, and Splinter can pop off, it's going to be very difficult to contend with.
100%. Difficult to contend with is pretty much the name of the game at this point. A fantastic fight and just threading the needle between the toxic screen and the edge of the wall there. As Swinder takes the opening shot. You just got done talking him up, and he's showing us exactly why. Now he's looking for more. That time a missed shot. Spike not quite going down just yet. Now being planted by Homelander. Saucy, the one to take Rocco. It's a 2-player advantage for UBCO as they've already got the spike planted. Their defense looking strong.
They don't really have to worry about this. They just have to defend their own post plant. They've got ultimates if they necessarily needed it, but I don't think they're going to need to go for it. Instead, just find these last few players. They'll do just that. Homelander finds one. Driss able to take another in tow, and Kurt was a little caught out in the open, trying to run for that middle rotation, and Toto will find them. But it's short-lived, as Driss finds a very nice kill to clean them up, and actually a wallbang to go forward, and also a little bit of tap onto their Echo right there at the end, but a very successful round for UBCL. They didn't lose too many agents. They didn't set themselves up to waste a couple of their ultimates, but now you look at this and they've got 4 ultimates to work with. They need to start using these. They need to not wait for the perfect timing to wait for the ultimates. They need to create the perfect chance for those ultimates. And that's a big problem that a lot of collegiate teams tend to struggle with, where they just wait too long and they lost a lot of opportunities because of that, and they could have had their ultimates 2 or 3 more times if they had just popped it a little bit sooner.
Revealing very much so. You got to use them or you lose them. That's kind of what I say. And ooh, nice shot. Schmelting. Showing Splendor, who's boss, saying, listen, you thought you were the king of this house. No, siree. It's going to be me. But that is a nice res. Saucy bringing Splendor back from the grave. Equivalently fast. But it's Toto. Really equalize things. Another 5-on-4 favoring UVic. As Kurt finds one, no heart, another, and no heart with the double.
Attacker spawn.
Bad position. If you allow Novart to just step in from B and just cap off 2 players like that, then you really fail to watch your flank. And it's not R6. You don't have to set up a flank watch for every situation, but you have to have a flank watch. You can't just bide your time and wait for that situation. That's where you're going to start having mistells and unfortunate situations for you, and that's exactly what we've seen. Recon bolt will be thrown out, and an operator shot from Homelander will flick onto Kevin, and we also saw the bang on the opposing side to try and damage out the opposition's Reyna. Tagged a little bit off, but not able to complete the kill, and this will give space, though. Homelander can rotate all the way over to B side, get the spike down, and get a little bit extra cash in this round, despite it looking like it's going to go to UVic.
I mean, this is a 1v3, but let me talk how this is big winnable right now. As, he's... oh, that's a classic right there from Homelander. 2 players coming from the flank, looking out for it, taking the shots. Now it's all about the trades. This shock dart could be good and does big damage. First frag is his, but no, Homelander cannot take the second. It looked like it could have been real good. Draco gonna get the defuse no matter what.
Oh, that was about to be really spicy. I was excited for that situation. I could hear you building that up. I'm like, yeah, get into it, dive. That shock dart really was about to be huge, but unfortunately, just wasn't enough damage to finish off the player he had previously damaged. And that's just something that's like, just a little bit more on top of it. It's just so close to perfection, but just not enough to get the job done. But UBCL, they're not technically in the worst position. They'll still be able to buy. They, in fact, have full kits. If they lose this, then they probably won't be able to buy the next time, but it's not going to be all she wrote. There's still plenty of room for them to try and work with. Maybe some soft armor to go for, but they'll have to get this round handled and done. And now the opposition of UVic have an operator in the hand of Schmeltic, and it's no longer going to be that weird fight engagement we saw prior in A between that Mav and the operator. Instead, you're going to have to deal with it on B. They're looking to find themselves a kill instead.
it's not just the one, but two operators here for the UVic defense. As they've doubled down on their sniper rifles. A very expensive investment, though, to be fair. It's like Kurt's going to throw down the Lear, but it's a very, very tight angle for Krakow, and he's got everything that he could ever want. That frag looking very, very solid. The push continues to come forward. That Splendor, who's popped the Blade Storm, remember, changes to this Blade Storm. Right click no longer resets your knives, so you've got to be precise. And he's being just surrounded from every single angle. Every knife misses, and the pit comes out for the attackers. It's UBCO who have to try and pick this up from the depths of defeat. They're down by 2, but it's Homelander who fights one back.
Viper's Pit, ready to go, rearing in, will in fact be popped, and that's going to allow for them to sit on this side and try to work with it, but unfortunately, Homelander has felt quickly afterwards. Saucy attempted to plan, but it's actually going to be Driss who finds 2 and is the last person standing as well. Has to face off against 2, looking up on boxes, is going to drop now onto site as the Spike can kind of fake this plant and allow the opposition to step into the pit, their own domain, but Schmelting just fires into the pit. It says no, finding the kill. I'm just as shocked as you are, Vincent. What a spectacular pre-fire spray chance. Maybe he accidentally clicked when he reloaded. I genuinely have no clue.
I mean, you could call it a spray, but he only shot 2 bullets. He only shot 2 bullets, dude. Like, I just don't know what to say. Sus? Question mark? No, obviously not. But I kid.
He's a knower, bro. He's just a knower.
He is clearly a knower. I mean, I wish I could be a knower of those of that magnitude. But yeah, UVic with a fantastic round and what was a fantastic shot there at the very end. It's UBCO, like you were talking about, down not quite out of money, but they're certainly not looking great. Jimmy Schmelting here on the site, taking the first shot but missing. That one, though, it hit. He gets back to safety, question mark? Not so safe as Homelander takes him out through the wall. It's no art with 3, though, on the round, helping out as the res comes back in to keep everyone healthy.
Yeah, this is, oh, and the recon. Yeah, all right, Splendor, I'm sorry to break it to you. It's not happening. You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Sorry to bring it to you. A devastating round, and UBCO now are, you know, they're able to bring back. And their attempted rush, they did that, what, in round 3 or 4, where they just rushed towards B, and it kind of worked out for them prior, but it's not going to happen when UVic can just full stack with their lineup in hand. They had a lot of money. They had 2 operators at a point. They're rolling in dough, and you're sitting here trying to come at them with an eco. I'm not necessarily going to give you a nod for that or anything, but it definitely was all she wrote for that round. But looks to be for UBCO. They've got to decide where they would have pushed. Putting a lot of the eggs in their basket towards this A site. Have 2 players ready to entry, or a third waiting just outside in that attacker spawn, but they do have their Viper kind of teasing towards this mid site, towards Tube. Looking to step up. No one's actually fighting in Kitchen.
That's a position that might be very exploitable if UBCO kind of figure it out. Right now, though, there's 3 players committed here at A, and this is a pretty devastating decision if UBCO actually commit to this site. For now, just UVic on there. Krakow going to be the first to take the duel. The leader comes out, but it's a fantastic reposition, and Krakow has 1. It's traded by Homelander, but still 4 on 4. The advantage of the ultimates, UVic just need to fall back, but this is actually netted a UBCO rotation, and this is a good one. It's going to be one player who finds that frag Driss, who is lurking up in Kitchen, to open up the B site and allow for the entirety of UVic to come in, or rather UBCO.
Those situations where you just baited your team out on A site, you just stayed towards B, but it works out for you because all you gotta do is just play for that retake, and they do that spectacularly. Unfortunately, just won't live for much longer, but Splendour's there instead, kind of rearing their head, and something that we maybe haven't seen as much of in a lot of these rounds for a rifle, but definitely has been the case for the operator, but can still do it well, very well with it. But UBCO, take it. And it was a round that I was kind of iffy around after that first engagement. We obviously saw the phenomenal shot of the Lear that was attempted to go through by Kurtz. I mean, that was a sick flick, and then rotating back to find the shot on the opposition pushing forward. Ah, magnifique. It was a beautiful, beautiful play, but ultimately UBCO just outsmarting and repositioning themselves too quick for UVIC or UVic to actually contend with.
put it this way. He's been playing on the aim labs. We see what you're doing, my friend. Getting in there, getting the practice in. Splinter, just nearly getting casually shot through multiple walls. That's what you love to see. But this is a very interesting showing here. UBCO, this is their pick, but you know, they're looking fantastic, way better than they did at any point over on Ascent. Remember that 10-2 half is well, put to bed here by a 4-5 score line in round 10. So really good showing thus far from UVic, but still lots of game to play.
One down.
They're starting it off fairly strong here in this round. They'll find an opening pick onto Kurt. It's going to be that operator that has been so deadly for both sides, and UVic are kind of getting a better hand with it. Maybe it's because you're playing defensive and kind of sitting turtle, and it is the more advantageous position when it comes down to it, but a preemptively placed Viper Pit over on B is going to lock down a lot of this and force Splinter to kind of rotate away. They're not going to push you. No Heart says, no, I'm not too worried about it. I'll just sit pretty, and it's kind of working out for them because UBCO are starting to bleed. It's a bit of a hemorrhage. They've already lost 2, and that rotation they've got to make towards B site, they really haven't gained any sort of safety net because Splinter has been incapable of actually pushing forward and getting past this green, and he can't actually drop down below to No Heart to find that kill. This Decay is just ticking away at his HP. Now stuck at 1. Anything will get the job done. He's got to be extremely wary. 10 seconds left. He will find him, but UBCO are looking at the end of this round.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Right drop, no chance to get back in, and what a fantastic shot from Schmelting at the end, just to put the nail in the coffin. As 5-5, the score line now all tied up once more. And UBCO, I mean, they got so enamored with the Viper's Pit. They just waited far too long, and they gave up the site because of it. It was plenty of time for rotations to come in, obviously. And Schmelting clearly putting those to bed with ease as he does. So, that 5-5 score line, it's another save or at least half purchase. You know, a couple sheriffs and a bulldog for UBCO, but otherwise low money.
Every time we've seen UBCO do an eco, they just sprint B. So I'm already liking that they haven't just sprinted B. They're probably going to go B still, but they haven't at least just funneled in through green and garage. And that's something that's a positive. We can give a little bit of a bonus to him. But however, you're going to bring an operator extremely close forward, and you still have an operator actually set up on this A site, sitting towards the side of Vent. Maybe Pipes could be an option if you want to step up. We've seen the Sova for UBCO actually pop up there a couple times to get good position for a recon bolt, but he'll preemptively fire this one off. Krako's going to have to shoot it out. Can't get it done, and will be tagged off from it. Gives him the idea that the Krako is no longer sitting in that more aggressive position, instead taking a step back, sitting up by Raptors.
Using those lures to great effect. Come back in. Splinter already with 1 frag. For more, there on the entry is Kurt. Splinter has the Blade Storm popped and coming back in. Spike is planted. Kodo with the frag. Kurt falling. Still decent. Kevin coming back in. Got the 1 player on the site. He's looking for the second. And he has it too. The Hunter's Fury now committed to deny the fuse, but the question is, do you really want to utilize that? You can look at the push, and Splinter has the back of the player, but it's not going to be enough. Homelander not close to the defuse, can't deny it, can't do anything, and now you got to think, Infernosis, how much you've utilized in that round if you're UBCO to get nothing at all.
You dumped a lot. I mean, it kind of works out there. I guess you take a couple things out of you, Vic, but it's not really enough. It's not the performance you necessarily want. And in my opinion, if you're UBCO now with you have to buy. I mean, it's last round, full buyout. Purchase 12 operators and throw them on the floor, right? Just flex. But you gotta play the super smart, and a lot of what you've been doing to try and face off hasn't been that smart, and neither is that look. Why are you walking in the open there, Kurt? I mean, you're just lining up for them, giving them your eyes, and saying, hey, take the shot. I'm right here. It's like it's the deer in the headlights, but instead of it being a headlight and stopping, they're just looking at you like, uh-oh, I made a mistake. Because at this point, he realized he messed up. That's exactly what we're seeing from UBCL, but they're still committing. They've decided to go ahead and throw out the toxic screen and find this objective in half and start to push forward with the Viper's Pit to follow suit.
UBCO, another nice plan. They have the pit to deal with. One thing they didn't utilize last time out, but they're already down by 2. Resurrection comes through on a Kurt. As the push comes back in, still a difficult spot to be in. The Empress being popped. Oh, and Kevin finds the victory. It's Homelander with 1 trade, but Toto and Saucy get involved with one another. The trades continue this way. It's Uvik with the victory. But still much to find, and Saucy has it. Chris on the site with the double kill. Gives the victory over to UBCO.
Wow, a 6-6 split at this halftime as well. I mean, it's much different than map 1 at the very least we can say here. It's actually fairly rare in my experience to see an Icebox go 6-6. I typically see it more along the lines of an 8-4 is typically where I see it, maybe a 7-5, right? But 6-6 is, a pretty good margin, I think. For now, the UBCO are going to have to defend. It's going to be a big question of, well, how do they really want to split this? And for defenders, this isn't a map where you're going to be rocking a Killjoy or a Cypher, right? It's just not something you see. You can't let one person typically defend an objective. Instead, you have a bit of tertiary assistance on the background. We saw that when UVic was playing the defense, and now we're going to have to see whether or not UBCO can kind of replicate that same level. But they're going to full stack A, which is a smart decision because UVic happen to be pushing this exact direction.
Yeah, big call for sure. Franco trying to take that first duel, and it's Homelander to win it. I'll take this 1 trade back. Homelander falling. Snake Bite goes out. Toxic Screen making a bit of a difficult push in going.
Spike planted.
Now, Spike going down. Cool for Kurt. A little bit of help needed by Driss, but the overheal is still good. He's looking for more. The Ghost in hand. Schmeltic getting tagged. Not quite getting bagged just yet, but that's Schmeltic coming around the opposing side. He also gets the overheal, so UBCO in trouble. Down by 1. And Saucy comes over the top. Right click is solid. Driss with the same. 1 player left to find, and Toto is on the on the right side of that screen. Driss goes down. Uvik, they might be down a map in this series, but they're up around in this game.
The play there to sit close to the toxic screen, not to sit in corner pocket, and actually hold in that direction. No, smarter decision to hold close to the toxic screen. It's a second level of coverage. Yes, it probably would have bit you in the rear if you happen to walk close to the wall towards screens and rub into you instead, but how often do you see a player, because he's kind of blind when he steps through that toxic screen, right? It still probably would have gone in your favor. Say, hey, who's touching me right now? And you could probably take that shot instead, but, I mean, it was still a very good decision making from them. And now, going to have Uvik who are teasing towards this B site. Splender's the only ones really holding out those 2 Cloudbursts to give themselves the ability to step away, but they use their tailwind to not great success as they unfortunately get into a wall, and now there's not much utility for them to actually hold and defend this B site, but a very quick rotate for UBCO will come through.
Quick indeed, trying to deny the plant there, Splendor, but it's not going to happen. Franco, Schmeltic, Toto, all getting frags. It's a bit of a who's who of Uvik as they look for more. 2 players left alive. Evan in the corner, going to get fragged out, taken down. But that's just out. Yeah, Toto comes in to swoop down for the triple. The attackers taking that one. Uvik up by 2 now as they take control off the back of their pistol.
6 is your scoreline. Nothing too shocking. Now maybe UBCO can pull by their rifles and try to fight back Uvik's SMG push, but it's kind of going to depend on where they decide to split up. We saw previously for the first 2 rounds of this half, as we had just seen for round 13 and 14, it was Splendor that solo held B side. Now they're going to move their Viper player over there instead. Obviously with Toxic Screen, Pits, they have a lot of options for Cloud as well. They can really lock down and deny an entry towards that B side, towards Green, and they can try to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer when it comes down to pushing around that yellow box, but I think there's going to be a big question up in the air of whether or not UBCO can actually find 1 or 2 picks off the start. They'll start with 1, being able to take out Krako. That's Kurt who does the job. You've still got 1 player teasing towards B. You gotta keep up the momentum. Kurt with a nasty shot to Schmeltic, setting them up with a 2-player advantage, and now Uvik have to decide where to go. And Driss is just continuing to pound on the hurt.
Well, I mean, listen. You said there was question marks. I think those have been answered pretty substantially. In all fairness, UBCO taking that early victory in this round. 2 players left alive. That's No Heart and Kevin. They're lurking their way here into the kitchen, maybe searching for something to eat. Dark gonna miss his mark, but this is a nice little slow orb that's gonna make things a little bit more difficult to re-enter. As No Heart and Kevin both make their way in towards mid, getting flanked, but in fact, the flank is taken out. Splinter to win the duel, but he does both as well. Sort of equalizing the score. 8-7 now. UBCO only down by 1.
Down by 1, and they didn't lose too much. I mean, they're going to have a bit of a problem now when it comes to these last 2 weapons. They'll be able to buy for each other, maybe get, no armor, maybe soft armor, have someone else buy for them. They'll be able to spread the currency thin, though, and actually be able to get everyone with armor and a weapon. Smarter decision, I think. Maybe not going for the save and playing for the operator, waiting a little bit longer. They'll keep Splendor, who will probably have to have it bought for him because he is broke. 0 credits to their name. It's going to be interesting to see how they continue to hold this one out. Still, Viper being the only player to hold that B site, and it won't be Kurt that finds the opening kill this time around. It'll be Schmeltic, the Doppelganger, Reyna. Now you're going to start to see UVic cascade toward the objective in a very quick manner.
Move quickly, indeed. Dog Dart's coming in, but Schmeltic denies it. Homelander a little bit forward on that positioning. Saucy with a frag, but, well, Schmeltic with this third, this Empress, putting in work on this round. UVic in control. 2 versus 4, and, well, make it a 1 versus 4. Schmeltic confirms the quad. He's looking for the ace. Can he get it? No, Saucy gonna deny. Get heal on for himself, but still 1-on-3, a tough spot.
It's just not a good look. I mean, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's not just the Sage Wall rock that I'm talking about. It's just the entire opposition. That's been as solid as a rock. They've been a very solid half for them so far, only facing that 1 loss. They'll keep 3 alive by the end of this round as well to deny UBCO, and UBCO had to extremely spread their credits thin last round due to losing 2, and now they're just not going to have the money to work with it. It's going to have to be another eco for them, which is more likely an indicator that UVic is going to go up to a 10-7 split, and it's going to have to start making a lack of wiggle room for UBCO to make these mistakes. Something that we saw them do in map 1. They made a lot of mistakes. They started to let UVic come back, and they were able to, I guess, finish the job that they had started fairly late in that game. But this time around, there's no wiggle room. It's a very even matchup. These 2 teams are neck and neck at each other's throats, and the slightest mistake will be acted on, and we'll start to put this game closer to its end.
Well, and the other thing is Splendor, who, is not playing very badly or anything, but not having the same impact we were seeing on map number 1. So definitely a difference maker, definitely something to be of note. UBCO on their eco, pushed back once again. The beat hit for UVic, good. Kevin doing massive work here. Double looking for a 3rd. Saucy for the 2nd time in a row, the last alive.
It's not happening.
Oh, you nearly got knifed. Kevin is his savior.
That's weird to say that the enemy is the savior there, but I think you're right. We saw a knife kill last game, though. I mean, we saw the lockdown kind of tag at the last moment, and they're too back to be a melee in the game that way as well. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty entertaining. These sides are cutthroat, as one might say. Full pun intended there in that situation, but oh man, when you're talking about the players that are showing up, it's going to be Toto and Schmeltic. Schmeltic had that one really good round where they found a 4K. That's what really has driven that margin and separated him from the rest of his roster. But Toto's been consistent throughout this. He hasn't been this player that's getting aces or 4Ks every single round, but he's constantly getting kills, constantly playing with that utility, and just completely devastating the opposition that they're not really giving them any wiggle room to even breathe comfortably. And that's kind of been a big deciding factor for why UBCO are struggling in a lot of these situations.
This is a huge round for UBCO. They don't win this when they're really looking at a bad spot. Oh, the Blade Storm gonna be popped. The right click. Now he doesn't get those back, remember. And he's pushed off the back of it. Grace knew that was the case. Kurt is still there, and he's taking names. Empress is online. Overheal is there. Draco, who has continually found success. Now, all left alone. Dodo. 1 versus 3, 22 HP. And I don't think he wants any part of this potential 1-on-3 scenario. He's falling back and just looking for a gift on the push.
I don't think UBCO need to get aggressive here, right?
Oh.
They don't need to, right? They can
30
play their
seconds.
time. They can do
Wait.
what they need to do. Just wait. He has to walk into your arms. He has to walk into your, snake-infested nest that is this ace side. All pun intended for Viper as well, and they'll do just that. Toto, the player that I was raving about early on, is capable of clutching it out. None too shocking. It's a 3v1, and Kurt was playing spectacularly, had the Empress up as well. The dismisses were perfect, and really just started to be unrivaled when it came to engaging in that situation. And when you're talking about UBCO, they're very consistent right now. Their entire roster is very close. 14 for their top kills, 10 for their lowest. That's only a 4-kill differential between them, and it's been a very consistent team. They're playing very well regimented. They've got themselves in good positions. They're just losing to these extremely, extremely competent gunners on the opposing side for UVic. Toto and Schmeltic are monsters to face off against. I wouldn't be shocked if they're shaking on their mouse arm if they see them in their line of sights.
Yeah, I think UBCO kind of getting a taste of their own medicine in the last game with Splendor popping off. And now it's UVic who have the pop-off players. Not sure why exactly UVic walked into an open site, but UBCO just gave it up for free. Nobody there, none at all. So A-site is now the place of destination for UBCO on the retake. 5v5 in Pronosis.
Yeah, not good. Not good at all, especially if you're UVCO. It's going to take a lot to get the job done. Recon Bolt will spot one who's sitting down below rafters, and he'll deal a lot of damage in the process, but it'll be Kranko who actually finds that first kill. Now dropping down below, Homelander will take out Kevin, but Schmeltic's there in the refract. Driss does find one more, trying to go on the rappel. It's trying to get stuck on the ropes. Driss needs to reload as well. 4 bullets in the gun will pull out the pistol. There's one sitting by screens. Splender's tagging the diffuser. One player's low. He'll find the kill, but No Art managed to get the damage off of Splendor just in time, and it's not going to happen. That post-plant situation, too much to deal with, and UVic will find themselves that round win. Schmeltic was actually capable of escaping away from that explosion as well. So it is one less rifle in their hands, but the Rico is actually pretty nice. It's not the biggest blow.
Well, and, in Pronosis, you spoke about mistakes in the last game from UBCO. This was a huge blunder. They've just given away the game in essence on that one. Look at the money. Money for UBCO is trash can. It's garbaggio. Nothing really to buy a couple of upgraded weapons, sure, or those shotguns to be threatened with, but they just gave up the A site for free on a gun round. I just don't understand what the thought process there was. I don't know if it was a mistake. They got out of Swan early, but massive little drags there from Homelander, putting that judge to work, and actually Splendor doing the same. So maybe UBCO can fight back their mistake by winning out a round that should never have been theirs.
Ecos are just weird. They're up in the air, and it's exactly what we're seeing. Splendor has been able to step up, just managed to find Schmeltic. Oh, what the hell did we just see right there? In the middle of falling down, finds the one-click tap. Oh my god, my hands are up after that one. UBCO are somehow alive after that in a very stringent eco round, and yet are still alive and ready to go. Unfortunately, they still have a couple of their eco weapons in their pocket. They're going to have to toss those on the floor. Bit of wasted money, but I'd rather take the round win, right? Play with the full rifles, throw things, because you got no rounds of wiggle room. UVic gets one round until they're at match point, and then it's going to be even harder on you because it's something you're looking at going, oh god, like, we make the smallest mistake and it's over. And we don't even have to make this mistake. UVic's a good enough team that they'll just capitalize on anything.
I mean, hey, listen, UBCO, maybe huge mistake one round. They turn around impossible situations the next. A team of many faces, of, many attempts, and we're looking good for now. Resurrection going to come through onto Saucy. Or rather, from Saucy onto Highlander, but guys, stop. Just don't duel Schmeltic. He's winning.
Yeah, I think winning's a great way to put that. I mean, Greco finds one with the Blade Storm, is able to take one's head off, and now UBCO, very much so looking at a dire situation. They're going to have to be carried with the players pushing out from Kitchen. Does manage to find one. Saucy's like a verse second, but Schmeltic is just continuing the rampage, putting the hurt on with the Marshall. He's going to be able to lead it now. One player is left standing. That's Driss, because Drake Greco just is able to continue to pile on as well. It is about to be a buddy ace, as Fellow would like to say. Two players have been really popping off right now for UVic, and it's just continuing to go in that way. Driss is getting tagged through that. That's got to be demoralizing on top of it. And it's a spike planted, post plant situation. Driss may just be playing for an exit frag. I think that might be the smartest decision, but UVic are very well spread on this side. They've got 2 players actually towards Snowman. They've got 1 player towards that yellow crate. They don't have a great way to deny sightline. Schmelting is getting aggressive with it, possibly really hunting for this last kill, and will in fact find it. A 4K in a very successful round for a thrifty team of UVic.
I'm going to go back to what I said before. Prognosis, don't fight Schmeltic. He's winning. He's just is
better.
Winning. 26-15. What a performance from the Reina of UVic. And now, even worse. UBCO, a bye they have, though somewhat limited one. The bad news is that there's 4 ultimates for UVic to play with, should they want to utilize them.
The options are there, but oh man, do they even need it? UBCO are just bleeding. They're really bad right now. They're just not handling what they need to do. And unfortunately for Splinter, not able to find that opening pick is going to probably be a big indicator for how this round may unfold. That also tells UVic, though, operator on B sites, be very wary. And instead, they're going to do that, sending 2 players towards A. They're going to have to try and face off against that operator player for the opposing side. And they're going to wait for the rest of the team to push forward. The spike is nearby, and Driss is as well. And Driss has been a very clutch player when denying this A rush.
That said, he has been playing here, or rather, multiple players have been playing there quite often for this UBCO defense, so a bit of a interesting approach considering how often there. Hunter Suri now committed. It'll be Saucy who's tagged out, but good dodge from Saucy means that Toto's left with nothing. Celtic in the entry. Here comes out, but it's going to be dismissed. And Driss finds the timing. It's only good for 1, though. Saucy comes in for the second. Good trades, allowing for UBCO to stay up top. How long can they make this happen?
Bad situation. We've seen UVic fall victim. Sorry, UBCO fall victim to that time constraint, and now UVic are facing that as well. They're going to be able to find 1 on site. Now they're going to make the rotation away. They need to head towards B, and UBCO are very aware of that. They're going to start making the rotation early to maybe catch them off guard. 2 players will be there beforehand, but it may be a little bit too close. Splendor will have 1 opportunity to go for a shot. Will throw a Cloudburst down. Has the shorty in the hand. May go for this very quick peek. Jumps for it and actually gets it, but Toto's there to refrag. He's not able to hop off. UBCO will find it in a narrow victory, stopping it. They stop UVic from taking this map. It's 12-10, Vincent.
What a heads-up play there with the shorty. Oh, knows that there isn't enough time to get that plant back down. As long as you kill the planter, you win the round. You have the players left alive to do it. Really big for UBCO. They stay alive at the last moment. And with that, I mean, listen, UVic, they're not out of this yet. They still got to buy. But the key will be next round. If they do not pick this one up, UVic, their money is not nearly as guaranteed.
Look what UBCO is doing. Kurt specifically now is actually playing super aggressive, hyper aggressive towards this mid play. You haven't necessarily seen that, but you also haven't necessarily seen UBCO find a good round win after an opening pick like that, because UVic's able to find 1 early onto this A site. They're going to go ahead and jump in. Viper's Pit will also be popped, locking down this A objective, and now UBCO are looking in dire straits as they got to face off against so much of the opposition, what they're bringing to the table, what they're trying to deny, and they don't really have any ultimates besides Splinter's Bladestorm, and Splinter hasn't been the best player when it comes down to this Bladestorm, has failed to find a lot of kills with it. Instead, Krako will find 1. Saucy's able to get a refrag back, but it's not to be outlived for much longer. Steelheart's there to step up. Revive will come through, but it does not matter. UVic finish every single player off, and they still had 4 standing here, Vincent.
Wow, what a turnaround. Map 1 to map 2, the difference is booming. And well, UBCO, they unfortunately can't close things down. UVic send us to a 3rd. I mean, I'm a bit flabbergasted. Map 1 kind of threw me for a loop in that, you know, it looked like we were going to be watching the UBCO show. Well, we're going to have to rethink that, sharing the channel, because UVic's here to stay.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you wanted to see. I said I wanted to see a bit more of a competitive second game, and I said that from what UVic was bringing to the table at the end of map 1, it definitely looked like they had adapted. They had started to go forward. And I mentioned to Orbital, I said, hey, if we see this happen, if we see UVic come in after this adaptation they've made, it's going to be a much more competitive game. It's going to be way more even, and it has been. You're 6-6 at halftime, and UVic managed to find themselves a flurry of round wins in a row that separate the distance from UBO, and ultimately is what gives them that edge to find themselves a victory, and that's pivotal, and that's going to be a big factor as well for the next map we're heading to, which is Breeze, but we'll be heading to it after a short break. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Vincent, and we'll be right back with some more NECC action. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Vincent. And after a spectacular map 2 for Icebox, it's really a big question up in the air. Who's going to take map 3?
Yeah, and well, listen, we're headed to the beaches of Breeze here. First time for us here at the NECC, at least on broadcast, and I think this is going to be an exciting one. I love it. I said I've seen a bunch of Icebox today. I've also seen a bunch of Breeze today, so I've got the entire gambit of Valorant. That's pretty much what it is. I live Valorant, Infernosis. Hello, my name is Vincent, the Valorant guy.
Hi, Vincent Valorant Casts. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
It's full name. If we're gonna have to mix that, then I'm gonna bring all my games, and it'll be Infernosis, R6,
boy.
Overwatch, Rocket League, Splitgate, Valorant. It's just gonna be this giant thing. No,
boy.
stick to first names. Figure it out. But I'm actually really excited about. I'm gonna be really honest with you here. I love this map. This map is so much fun for me.
Oh yeah.
I love to see this map played. I love to play this map. Like, it's one of the few maps where I'm like, I will take this any day of the week, right? I am so bad at casting this map. I'll be pretty honest with you, Vincent. The callouts, I got no experience with. My callouts are bland. I got no player callouts. It's just straight strat callouts. I don't got the
no. Listen. You got it. Here's the real strat callouts. Okay, it's back left over at B or front left. You know, that's all you gotta know. Or back right, like, and then there's like CT. And that's it. That's all you gotta know.
It's this whole map, right? Like,
yeah, like mid. It's a huge area. Just all mid. Trust me, it's easy. I've got it down pat. That's what I can say for certain. But we are underway here with the agent selection, by the way. I think that obviously Viper a must pick here, and I think Sky kind of a must pick here. Everything else a little bit up in the air.
This guy is really fruitful. I remember watching that ton of VCT when it comes down to pushing through B, because it is really hard to get through to back B. Same thing with Wall, because you can just hold that fairly well with an operator. I would say an Astra's fairly strong if you want to cut that sideline, but she's kind of weak in maps that have a big open range, like big sidelines.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't try to bring her up. Viper with those, obviously with her
Select your
walls, can be
agent.
extremely strong with those toxic screens. You mentioned that. That's a must pick, always in my opinion as well. Sova's a strong pick as well. That's just a must pick for 90% of all maps, but we will see for the attacking side. They'll have a pretty generic lineup when it comes down to it with the addition of Sky. And then for the defenders, as they're looking for their last few, they're not going to bring out an exact mirror. They're not going to have the stage. Instead, replicating it and pulling out Arena instead.
Yeah, I think the big difference here, because obviously the defense is playing the same exact comp that they've done on Icebox, but the big difference is that we have the Sage in this one. Krakow on that. Not normally going to see the Sage. Not typically at the very least. And I say exact comp. Obviously, Sky for Reyna, but et cetera, et cetera. In this case, Kurt's still playing the Reyna, but he is he was fantastic on it, to be fair, on that Icebox pick.
Vincent, I bring up this question. You caught the end of map 1, and obviously you're here for map 2. At least I hope you were. Now that we've seen the players really start to separate themselves on the scoreboard and how they like to play, who do you think are going to be the two standout players on each side that we have to really look forward to?
Well, I think it has to be Splendor, especially here for the defensive side. But in general, I think we saw Schmelting really come into fruition in that Icebox map. So those are the two for either side that I think really need to make a move. Otherwise, it might be a one-sided affair.
I think that's definitely a good case to go, and a very swift rush will come now onto this A site, and it'll be separated by a toxic screen looking to go forward. It will be some utility that is dumped in the process, but nothing really working for, I guess, too much fruition for it. Instead, it'll be a shock dart from Homelander that actually manages to tag out Kevin. The second will be quickly followed by a third. Splendor and Driss each picking up one of their own. Sashi's looking to step towards the backside, rushing onto Dodo, and finding it with a second right click. Gets the job done. They only lost 2, but not that it matters. Very, very successful round, and they'll cap that thing off swift.
Very nice little start there. And, you love to see it, right? Nice little defensive beginning. I don't know I don't know exactly what sided this map is for the time being, just because I feel like it's a little too early to tell. I'm sure I could go look up the stats like over the VCT or whatever, but that wouldn't even be helpful in this case. The pro players are obviously going to be a little bit different from anything else or everything else for that matter. But with a nice little start, UBCO on the board, we'll see if they can close this down. Man, it would be fantastic if we see UVic, pull the reverse sweep from under UBCO.
Long sightlines really have to be gathered when it comes down to pushing this A side. One of the biggest factors to kind of worry about is going to be that long able towards bridge. You also have to work towards switch. There's a lot of sightlines you have to worry about. And right now, when you're trying to step in between this bridge section, you've got to find one kill. And Splinter's able to do so. Now looking towards A main, they'll be felled and determined by Schmeltic, the two players we said to watch out for. They're in a battle for wits and skills, and Blair will go out to continue to blind. Now having to worry about a second player. It'll be Homelander who takes out their doppelganger, now making it a second into Krakow. Kurt stepping up to maybe find Schmelting, but the Mavericks not able to get it done. Kurt finds it instead. Now rushing forward, a blinded player, both losing their eyeballs, but it does not matter for much longer. No Heart may have found it with a ghost, but Saucy's there on the refract.
UBCO good 2-4-2 on this one. They find their second round. It was a little bit dicey. That spike plant's nice if you're UVic. You get a couple of frags off the back of it too. So as eco rounds go, that one was okay, and they definitely are not hating things as they stand. But this one's gonna be the bonus for UBCO. They gonna keep a hold of a couple of these SMGs, the Bulldog, and to me, like, Kurt still has a classic. No way he keeps that. Yeah, gonna quote unquote upgrade to a frenzy, if you can call it an upgrade here, and what will be a gun round that they're playing against.
position. Honestly, in my opinion, if you're UVic right now, it's your round to lose. When UBCO, man, it just doesn't look like good odds for them to win this one, but it's like that every single time. So it's not a loss that's going to be weighing down on you, right? It's something that's fairly expected. Play well, get 1 or 2 picks, and you're going to set your team up, and that's exactly what you need to do. And from the looks of it and the way that UVic are playing, they're playing this extremely slow, and it's allowing for UBCO to stay on A side a little bit longer. This may be a misplay for them, but they're also playing a flank player coming back now through A lobby, looking to step through mid-bottom, and trying to also find themselves some kills on top of it. Instead, 2 will be felled for the side of UBCO. They'll be able to find 2 of their own as Kurt and Driss step up big. Kurt's felled by No Heart. A bad situation. UVic have the man advantage, but one of their players is extremely low and now having to rely on this Sage heal to get the job done. Now rushing towards back B. Krakow finds Driss, now with full control of this B site. It's only Saucy flanking, who finds Krakow in the attempted plant. Will throw out the blind, looking for an opportunity, but a 1v2. Things don't look good, but still, this one to stay.
Spike planted.
Saucy is in position, but oh man. Now that one of those players, I think it's Toto, that's fallen all the way back into the spawn area, the CT area, has made life miserable. And what a nice shot from Toto, really threading the needle there. Very end of things. UVic take that round, and like you said, it was UVic's round to lose though. So they don't lose it, and UBCO now pick up the pace, get the real weapons online, and look to step up as they move forward. A good round though from UVic. I think what they did well is that take. They made those trades work very, very well. Once they got into the 1v3, it got a little bit sloppy, but that's mostly because Saucy was finding a good timing on the flank. Saucy had found that second frag. It could have gotten very scary very fast.
And what a great position. They flicked all the way up from Hall and down rope through A lobby. I mean, they had so much, I guess, positional advantage when it came down to that engagement. It's just all coming down to timing, just knowing where they needed to go. In a sick flick, Splendor looked away for a moment, almost looked like Schmelting could have gotten away with it, but no, the flick will go through, the kill will go through, and you'll see UBCO with that man advantage very early in this round, and UVic are looking for any outline they can to decide where to push forward, but 2 more are quickly felled after as No Heart and Krakow take an L facing off against the opposition, and it's just the 2 left standing, your Sky player and your Sova. A lot of information, a lot of potential for blinds, but you're going to lose that information as his life is cut short.
Yeah, and Kurt knows. Kurt's aware. Kevin standing stalwart, not going to fall just yet. Driss, the next to try and step up, but well, Kevin has rotated around, actually in towards the B area, taking this duel. Kevin wins it again. Another big victory. 3 players now, and finally taking some swings, double swings rather. UBCO allow for an easy start.
Oh, wow. I mean, let's talk a little bit about what the right decision there was. UBCO started to bleed a little bit, right? I mean, you're prodding at the open wound. Kevin's able to find pick after pick in a situation where it's kind of unwarranted. It's that last man standing. You shouldn't be able to keep getting away with this. And it's a very smart decision to say, hey, wide swing this, double peek this, go in with 2. If he even finds 1 before we kill him, okay, but we cannot risk him to continuously engage in these one-on-ones where he's somehow coming out top with this, and that's a very smart decision for them, and that's going to be very, I guess, indicative of how they really want to pace themselves in the up-and-coming rounds, and the way they're going to do that is by having Driss gather the information, bunny hopping over the corner, gathering some information from back of B, and also putting down their toxic screen to cut off sightlines as they rush onto this B site. No Heart starts the plant.
Well, starting that plant, but it's not going to finish. Kurt comes from the back line. It's a nice frag from Homelander. Follow-up is good as well. As Driss on the site, looking for a second. Does just that with the right click. So, UBCO, another one. Bites the dust, and they've got an easy round in hand.
An easy round for sure, Vincent. I mean, wow. You only put 1 person on that site. Yeah, okay, that's fairly normal to play with. And Driss played that spectacularly, right? Playing in the hopping, gathering the information, drop down your screen, you've cut off sight lines, and then the flank. That's something that UBCO are unprecedented on when it comes down to this. They always have a player ready to jump back through B main, cutting off the rear that UVic is doing. They need to start watching their rears. They need to start doing a flank watch. They need one player to maybe stagger a little bit behind. It's like UBCO love to do that in map 1, and we need to start seeing UVic do it here in map 3 if they want to find themselves any chance to secure any level of safety as they attempt to take these sites.
Some information there. Splendor up close. He's gonna pop out the blades, and maybe a bit of a frustrating position as he's spotted out immediately. Ball goes down. Linder with a frag. Meltic does return fire. That operator to work on the site. Plant not quite in just yet as Krako, who had a really good map too, comes in for another. Toto, Hunter Shuri online, finds a third, meaning that UVic is in position to potentially win this out, but it's 2v2.
Sage Ball is dividing. I mean, a narrow opportunity to find one player towards Cave, but Schmelting is just narrowly able to keep his eyesight away. And the flanking player, Driss, loses the fight to the operator, and Saucy's ready, but Toto swings the corner and finds it instead. One tap to the head gets the job done. UVic will escape with a round victory. An extremely successful one at that to come down through to the end. Not something that I necessarily anticipated the way that UBCO has been playing. UVic were able to pull out around a win. They were able to keep an operator in their pockets. And that was another situation where UBCO had the flank, Vincent. They had the player going on the rotate. And yet UVic says, hey, they probably got someone behind us. And finally adapts and finally learns, which is something we saw them do in map 1 and definitely do in map 2, which led to their success.
I did not know that was there. That's a nice studio. I'm a big
Cool
fan
area,
of
isn't
that.
it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I shove my face in that window when I play.
Oh man, UBCO looking for more, and well, they got less. One pick traded for another. UVic out onto B as the spike goes down.
Bad position. I mean, when you lose Driss in a very good spot, it's not where you want to be. And now on top of that, you've lost Splendor, your go-to top fragger in most of these maps and in most of these situations. You do have some information of player on site, and it will work out for you as Kurt does find one, but you traded Saucy's life in the process. And now Kurt is in a bad position where they have to decide how do you want to swing this, and they're not given the space to do so. Toto is sitting by corner wall. Toto is able to find yet another on top of it. It was just dominant performance after dominant performance there for UVic. When they find that opening kill to deny the Viper's Pit, throw in one of their own, that may just be all she wrote, and UBCO just were at their wits' end about how to deal with it.
And now it's UVic nearly equalizing things, and I mean, this has been a, maybe a slower start for UVic, but listen, 2 rounds in a row, they're looking for the third, and look at the money. The money's broke for UBCO. They're on, I mean, a half by at best, you could call it. Bulldog, a Stinger, a Bucky, a couple Sheriffs. Really not a lot to work with. I mean, we've seen them do more with less, but that's a rarity at the best of times. And you can see the sack over at A. Ain't nobody home. To be hit for the 3rd time in a row. UVic, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I guess that's what they're thinking. And, well, I can't blame them.
I can really feel your Georgian coming out when you say it ain't broke, no fix it.
Yeah.
I can really feel it. Yeah, that's got that Southern hospitality, snuck in there and sprinkled on top. But great position now in B main for Toto. He's able to find not just 1, but 2. And this window play, Driss is attempting to play for it. He's doing some bunny hops, and eventually Toto just says, hey, stop it. I'm putting you out of here. We're going into the books. And it'll be a 3K for him. Rego's able to clean up the last of the Saucy. A very successful round for UVic. UBCO, I mean, what are you expecting to do in that situation for Nico? We've seen them do it. We saw it last map here, Vincent, but this map's a lot wider. You can't rely on these close angles with the judges, and it's just not going to happen this early for him.
No, you're right. It's a good point you make about it being a lot tougher. That's kind of why we see those like 4 or 5 Marshall buys being so effective, because the Marshall is a fantastic weapon on this map, and you do, you tag one the guy dies, you pick it back up, you do it, you try to go again. But yeah, with the Bucky, with the Sheriff, with all those types of weapons, it's a lot less effective. But here we go again, back to the old faithful. But Splendor, he's here, he's ready with the operator, and there's actually a 2nd player here as well. So UBCO, they're not just sitting back and taking this, they're actually making adjustments on the fly.
Will get the revive out. They'll even the man cap out, but Splendor is still ready with the operator at a moment's notice, but it'll be Kurt who actually finds the kill, taking out Schmeltic, and it seems to be they're readily aware that the rotate does have to come through. Kurt's going to drop the Empress. This toxic wall is going to, I guess, make things a little bit harder to deal with. He's going to throw out a blind, throw that outside a toxic screen. It will go out, and Kurt will find the kill with the Empress, taking out No Hurt. The Viper no longer available for UVic, but Kurt's not long to live either, as Kevin is able to take them out in return. Sitting pretty in mid on the other side of Stack, and looking for an opportunity to push through these mid doors, but we're still finding some damage. There's 3 players left for UBCO. Only 1 now as Driss takes out Krako for UVic. That Sky player, the one we've talked about so much, where Sky's pivotal on this map. She's extremely strong, a lot of viability. Trailblazers and Guiding Light, super fruitful. In a position like this, where Spike's in complete control for UBCO, the time is close. UVic are going to have to say goodbye to this round, and UBCO will stop the bleeding ever so slightly and go up by 4.
And time playing 6-man, as you like to say, in that position, unfortunately for the attempted 1v3. But again, not going to happen. Very much a difficult place to be in. And UBCO, like I said, they're not just resting on their laurels. They're making adjustments. They're making good decisions as well about how to adjust. It was 3 rounds that UVic found, no more. And so we're going to have to see if that continues to be the case, as it is plenty of money to buy back in UVic. They have an operator. We'll see where that goes. It's actually over at B window, and well, it was a quick dash away for Splendor, who was initially swinging that, but immediately is going to reposition here in mid.
Splendor's looking for maybe an opportunity with the operator, but it's not really going to have any sightlines available. Instead, your Sky player for UVic is holding close around that corner of elbow and looking for maybe an opportunity to step out. There's 2 players there. Kurt almost put their maker. We saw it happen previously, but the toxic screen was able to keep them alive, and a shock dart will also tag the opposition. They'll have to heal themselves up, which is a great expenditure of utility, and UBCO were able to trade util for util, and I would say that the util for UBCOs was less important when it comes down to it. But Schmeltic and Kevin, first 2 to put names on the board. Kevin finds a second. Kurt and Splendor meet their maker, and UVic have a huge man advantage. 3 players down for UBCO, make it a 4th as Kevin cleans up for a 3K. This is dire straits. UBCO just needs 1 last kill.
Saucy is trying to make this a bit of a different story, as he found both those frags in quick succession. Unfortunately, he's only got 8 HP, so this retake really not on the cards if we think about it. But it was cool. It looked awesome, and at the same time, another kill or 2 here would not be bad for the UBCO side. The UVic economy, remember, is still relatively strong. They've only lost 1 round at this point, and it's actually just going to be the recovery of that operator. Didn't know it was there, but Saucy certainly did, and it's a good call from Saucy, keeping the economy as healthy as possible as you save out for this one. UBCO in an interesting position, and I wanted to kind of add on to that. We've seen some back and forth, ups and downs. Krako was a really pivotal player in that last map over on Icebox. Currently, not so much, but who's stepping up? It's Toto once again, and Schmeltic, who we were discussing at the opening, at the outset, and on the other side of things, Splendor. UBCO, not quite making it there. Again, not necessarily having a bad game. There's there or thereabouts, but you expect that Jet op to really set the tone, and we haven't been seeing that from the UBCO side.
It's weird to see Splendor on the bottom of the board, Vincent. I don't like this. What weird alternate reality have we dropped into? Rick, I don't like this multiverse, Rick. Like, I don't like where we are. This is not it. I don't want to be here. Like, there's a lot of confusion on my mind. I'm so expected to see Splendor just play out of its boards, and that's just not something we've seen until now.
There we go.
Step on the other side of Pyramid finds one towards Cave Corner, and will take 1 out, and unfortunately be immediately refragged back by Krako with some great assistance from that Owl drone, but the operator picked up by Homelander, and despite the quick rush on the site for UVic, I think UBC have a good chance to play this retake.
That they do. Not a question about it. 4v4 in position. Homelander has the operator. Gonna throw the Owl drone out, get some information. Knows that one's sitting and ready on the pyramid. Shock dart going in, and that's a bit of a weird angle. Good frag from Homelander on the entry. Site now potentially theirs. 2-on-3. Uvik with the disadvantage, but Kranko has his third. Homelander with a trade. Kranko looking for the ace, and that's what he needs. Homelander versus Kranko, and the pistol not going to be there. Kranko with the ace. They're clutch it out for Uvik.
Not only clutching it out for Uvik, but picks up the operator. I know it's not a big deal. Right? It's the last round of the half, right? And they got plenty of money, but it's demoralizing for UBCO, right? That is demoralizing. And there's a chance, Vincent. There's a slight, little tiny chance that we see UBCO come up and tie the 6-6. Yeah, smidgen, so to say. That we see them come and tie it up. Nice otter there. Tie it up 6-6 in this half, but I think Uvik has it. Uvik is playing spectacularly. They've got everything around it. Really and truly, UBCO only have the Blade Storm, which they have popped, and they have Hunter Spirit. So if they can get supplementary information, they can act off of it, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like they have that just yet. So they're going to have to decide when to use it and what's the prime time to actually, expend it. And they're going to go and do it now. Tagging some damage off. Does force him off. Does find one. Tags two. Finishes two. Taking out Toto and Kevin. Two of the best players for Uvik in the side. The Blade Storm is still up for Splendor.
Two players on the flank, but are they ready? Therez is going to come in. Big one. And big find. That's Schmeltic going down. Saucy coming back in. Only good for the one. Splender's gone out. One player left alive. That's Saucy. Trailblazer going to be committed. Not enough, but that's an easy frag. Denying that Blade Storm. Seeker's now committed as well. Last round of the half, so it's totally fine. As now the guiding light comes in, denying the plant, or rather diffuse once more. But Saucy hits the shot and allows for UBCO to take the round. And that does tie up the game 6-all.
And in that situation, you got to think about what would have happened if they decided to sit still instead, right? I mean, Uvik had the place, right? Yes, you're scared of that position. It's a dangerous spot to be in. And if I'm Kevin, I suck, right? Not Kevin, he's good. I'm saying I suck, right? So, I would pick that out and kind of run out. But, as a caster, Vincent, we can kind of nitpick every little minor thing. You could have sat back there for a little bit longer, right? You could play for years. You can play for audio. You can stay back a little bit further. You don't necessarily have the information. Your Trailblazer's gone, but you can still play for time. And there was only 4 seconds left. You probably could have bought that. But unfortunately for Uvik and fortunately for UBCO, they knew what to aim, and they got the job done. Saucy with a very clean round to save his team and bring them into that 6-6. I said it was a smidgen chance, and Saucy is really going in. Maybe we should have said it's like a fourth of a cup chance, because now we're going through cooking terms, because Saucy was everything in that round.
Is it tablespoon? Is that where we're going next?
Go, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Outrageous here as we are here. Late night, back into the day. Uvik and UBCO. Very spicy situation, and Kevin with a double. Looking for more is Toto. He's missed his shots though, and Kurt takes both. And that means that this has been evened up just a little bit. Unfortunately, this guy down pretty low and obviously unable to heal herself, so it's going to be that way for now.
Talk about last map. It was really Uvik taking the second half's pistol rounds, and obviously round 2 as well, that really split themselves and really gave them that extra round edge that actually gave them that half and gave them the map. And that could definitely what we see here as well. But it'll be Kurt who finds a 3K. Could be a possibility for an ace if these last 2 players line up into their line of sight, but I don't think you're going to want Kurt to do absolutely everything. Have the rest of the side show up. They're going to be able to do that. Splendor finds one, taking out No Heart. He's taking a little bit of damage in the process. Here's some shots and trying to act off of it as the opposition Sage is sitting up by Tor. They're looking for an option to try and contend. Not really given the space to do so. Needs to be wary as they drop onto the site, near the site of wall, and only dropping down into pyramids. Kurt peeks that corner. Greco needs to get aggressive. Kurt knows he can just take a step back, and the second he crosses, player from over by Cave finds the shot across. Cleans up that round. UBCO will go up 7-6.
There we go. UBCO retake the lead off the back of the pistol. It was a bit of a tumultuous half for UBCO. They were kind of fighting with the lead, then they lost the lead, then it's tied, and then later on they finally tied it back up after losing the lead again. So back and forth, very much in a difficult situation. But now UBCO, they confirm their stuff, and it's going to have to be another round for them as long as things stay reasonable. Dodo. Oh no. I'm not a fan of just having a shorty on this map.
I think I can agree with you there, but a bad position for No Heart being rushed upon. Driss will be the one who actually finds the kill, and UBCO, 2 man up, have themselves a very dominant position. Post-plant situation, they've got a toxic screen that can divide the half. Just need to wait for that recharge up for the Venom to go through and be able to keep these 3 players that are standing. Nope, make it 2, in fact. I was never incorrect. Don't comment out, and they're going to be able to keep them at bay for just a little bit longer. And fortunately for UVic, they'll find 1, but just a consolation kill as Kurt cleans up the last onto Kevin, and UBCO with another dominant round performance, but nothing too shocking, Vincent. We say it a billion times. We repeat ourselves as casters about 9,000 times a night. You're kind of expected to win 2 pistol rounds in a row. You're expected to win that eco afterwards. It's just this 3rd round that really starts to get things spicy.
Listen, you are right all the time via caster math. And if you didn't know, that's a special kind of math for us casters. You know, where we're never, ever getting anything wrong on the maths. UBCO.
Oh, caster's curse. How do you explain caster's curse?
But that's not maths. That's just statements, you know?
It's true.
It's, you know, never do addition on stream. You'll just become the dumbest individual
Just
ever.
don't do addition, bro.
Oh man, we're supposed to be casting collegiate players. I don't think we're supposed to say that, but
Listen, they're the collegians, not me. All right, I'm in college, but I try to act like it.
Oh man, UBCO up by 2, but this round is one of importance. So, talk about it like you said ad nauseum, but UVic, they have the weaponry into this round, and they are looking to use it. UBCO, who sort of have what they have, but they haven't forced back in. They haven't upgraded all of those weapons. And it's been a bit of a slow start. 53 seconds ticking away. And just now, some mid control being gained by the attackers. And it's a trade. Draco won, but Kurt is there to take him out in return.
For right now, for UBCO, it's just a battle of wits. They need to find that opening kill. They did, but they kind of lost it in return. You need to try to uneven the odds, so to say. Maybe get the rifle that's dropped in that position, and that's what they need to do. And unfortunately, it's starting to get a little bit more difficult, but a great position where you have Splendor and Saucy step up. Saucy's actually one who finds No Heart, and a 3v3 on the objective of B. Now you're going to have a retake that goes forth. They're going to go ahead and get the spike down. They have themselves a position on site, very default plant, and we're going to have to watch, but they put 2 players actually through towards that defender spawn, looking to contain. You're going to have the Sova player actually push in that direction. It's Todel, who does manage to find Splendor. Now Schmeltic is looking for an option through tunnel. He gets a little bit of damage tagged on, but also takes some in return. Looking for the option of Driss, but not really given the space to do so. Kevin's coming from the opposing side. Misses all his shots onto Driss, but Schmeltic won't. Saucy finds 2. Make it their 3K on a Toto, and Schmeltic looking for a long shot towards defender spawn. Saucy doesn't necessarily have the position. He can start onto the defuse. Kevin's sticking it at this point in time. Saucy's just going to step up, goes for it, gets the damage off. But Kevin still finds the kill. It's their time. It's plenty left, and it's handled in 2. Notice UVic escape with a round that UBCO thought they had in their clutches.
Oh boy. That's a big giveaway. Big giveaway. Losing a 3v2, you should never be losing that. You got to play the trades, and, well, UBCO, they are just a little bit dicey on those. Allows UVic right back into things. And, well, I guess it's not the worst case scenario, because UBCO still have weaponry to buy into this round, but still, not ideal.
This long shot capability, and Splendor will miss the opportunity to go for the shot over by right pyramid. Schmeltic will not miss, and the operator will drop into their favor. Aldro now going out, looking to gather information, supplementing what they can necessarily have to assist them going forward, but it's not really been a big problem for him. UBCO instead saying, hey, we'll take a step back, maybe head through A lobby, maybe check out a little bit of halls and tease towards that rope side, but they're going to step back through mid, looking for an option. Maybe one player through Snake, but you do have one player inside Cannon. They're going to be able to rotate away. That's a player on UVic who's in a dire situation, has to rotate back through B main, and is about to get pounced upon by the opposition. Does manage to put something down to slow him, and narrowly escapes with their life after a very fruitful chase.
UVic in position here to take this round. It feels like UBCO on a bit of a back foot. They lost the opening op duel, and then they tried to investigate elsewhere. Met with resistance, they fall back, and head back to, well, the same place they had left, over towards A.
30 seconds left.
Rerouting now towards mid. The idea clearly to try and create some sort of split pressure. You got to make the move. You got to make it now. Kevin is ready. Kevin has
Spike
a fantastic double spray down. That really solid. Putting UVic on his back, and UBCO
10 seconds
now
left.
sort of frustrated, really looking left, right, and center, and you can see Saucy
Enemy remaining.
is trying to really find the right direction to look. But Kevin has the frag, and that UBCO down, and UVic tied up.
Vincent, this is a spicy game. I think I don't think there's a single game we've seen today, or maybe even you've seen today, that's been as close when it comes to these last two maps. I know that you had a lot of games that went to map 3 and did go on for a long period of time, but I don't know if they were as close as this one. I mean, I don't know how they were. I'm
It's
not
a hard
you,
one.
but
I mean, it's hard to beat. I'll tell you that for sure.
This is
definitely a good one.
This is neck and neck, and no real team in this matchup has been able to separate the distance any further.
I mean, you look when we were hitting tab right there. At the one round goes one way, then 2 the next, and 2 back the other direction. It's just a bit of a pendulum swing, left, right, and never one area getting the better.
And that's kind of been very indicative of how the game is probably going to continue to go. I mean, yeah, UBCO has great position, great decision making, but it's been UVic that are swinging into objectives really quickly. The retakes have been fabulous, and thankfully for UBCO, they'll be able to find 2 early picks, complete control of B, haven't lost a player just yet. Krako is coming here on this flank, which could be very detrimental towards Kevin as he's attempting to... Sorry, not towards Kevin, so it's your Reyna player. It's Kurt, but Kurt just high noons out of nowhere, finds the headshot kill into Krako. Bye-bye, no more are you allowed to play here. And now UVic are left sitting like, okay, do we push this? Do we go for a kill? Do we hide? I think they're going to save, because maybe playing for an exit's the way to go, but there's just not a good chance when you have no ultimates, it's a 2v5, and you got an operator you want to hold on to.
Yeah, a better position there as well on Schmeltic. Playing for the exit and also allows for the comeback. Kurt. Wrong direction, guy. They're the other
One
way,
enemy
actually.
remaining. Thrifty.
Well, now he finds out the hard way. But indeed, Schmeltic staying alive. No, he's denied. Both players for UVic taken out at the last minute, and that's a big one. Looks like he's not going to deny the operator, but it certainly is going to deny a better weapon for No Heart or Krako.
Well, I don't think that was necessarily anticipated. The rundown. I think for UBCO in their minds at that moment, they're thinking, do we need to run this player down? Do we have to remove this weapon from their hands? And I think for them, yes, because if UBCO can take this round as well, UVic have to save. They're in a bad position. Even this round, yeah, they're able to play it out and they're able to play well, but if they lose this, it's probably going to be 1 or 2 more rounds until they're able to get themselves back into the full swing of things. And any bit of rounds at this point in time to separate that margin is going to be important. And UBCO, they know that. And so they're committing, they're getting aggressive, they're starting to try and, I guess, push themselves a little bit further, but they were unable to actually push through this tunnel side. Kevin's there with a very close angle to tag one off, and No Heart's actually sitting inside one of their own toxic screens, and maybe looking to tag one player as they step towards B main, but no, for the side of UBCO, take a step back. We'll play towards cannon, play around snakes inside attacker spawn, and play the long con, so to say, Vincent. I guess try and get one lucky pick, and they'll finally get it, but man, Saucy took too much damage in that encounter.
Yeah, that's the power of the judge right there, my friend. It is a fairly deadly weapon, even at range, and even when it should not be very good. Wow, what a spot there. Thunder just catches the blonde of the hair.
30 seconds left.
Finds actually the frag off the back of it. It's a double entry for Splendor. Meltic on the re-entry, looking for frags. And Triss is the first to fall, but it's 2v2 as they get this underway.
Operator shot attempted. That's Schmeltic coming from this tunnel side, and also going to pop the Blade Storm. Looking to step back towards back B. It's going to go ahead and tailwind on the side. Finds one, and Krako caps the other one. An insanely successful retake for UVic. What looked like UBCO had a better position. Oh my god! Oh, what a beauty of a play. UVic doesn't need just one player with the tailwind in the Blade Storm to get the job done. A second one there to come in from the backside of B main, finishing the other. And that's going to bring UVic back into this one. If we take a look right now at the econ, so to say, for UBCO, I'm not shocked if this is actually a pause for UBCO. I think they need to think about what happened there. I think they need to think about what strategy they need to do. They got to figure out what is going to work going forward. And Vincent, they got to figure out what's gone wrong.
Yeah, here we are again. That's what I thought as soon as that round goes for UVic, and I'm like, well, we're tied back up. It's just sort of been the sort of been the tail of the second half. Really, remember we started 6-6. It was 7-7 at one point, 8-8 as well, and now we're 9-9. It's one of those situations where it's been a back and forth scenario all half long, but nobody really breaking out of their comfort zone, and I think that it's honestly mistakes from both sides. It's whoever's making the least mistakes in the round who's winning out. And I guess in fairness, I want to go back and focus too much on ones that we didn't necessarily talk about, because I don't really think that's right for the players. But we'll discuss them as we see them, because there certainly has been some big blunders for both sides, especially here in the second half.
Now, Vincent, when you're talking about blunders, I think one of the biggest blunders we have seen from UVic was the couple rounds prior where they obviously were unable to escape with the operator, but that's kind of expected. UBCO kind of tried to megamind that, and it's now kind of playing against them because they're in a situation where they lost 2 weapons to that, right, trying to go for that, and now they didn't win that last round, so they need to win this one, have to. And it's not just to keep themselves ahead, it's because things are going to get really out of control for them if they don't. If we are going to continue to see go back and forth like this, it's going to be when UBCO wins this round and then UVic be able to win the one afterwards. But ultimately, time will have to tell. And from what we're seeing right now, B push is likely. There's 2 players over there, 3 on A. They're just biding their time. Looks to be a cave-oriented, maybe attempted assault. They do have a line of sight available to them, but Splinter's already popped the Blade Storm. Now looking to step out of the site and start to engage on this one player available near Pyramid.
Exactly. As you say that, though, it looked like they were ready to engage, but engage they will not. Rotate they will. And it's maybe the wrong decision. I'm not 100% sure. Now, it did cause some rotations towards A, that initial swing. Only 1 player fully committed here at B, but the dash goes forward at that place. And it's going to be the Viper Spit committed off the back of that. The spike going down and 20 seconds on the clock. That's plenty to contend with if you're UVic.
They'll be able to find one. It's going to be very important for them. But the recon bolt that's sent out from UVic's able to gather a lot of information, and Schmeltic can maybe act off of that as well. Going for wallbang. 2 players by screens, 1 by tunnel. They actually need to engage towards the site. UBCO have too many players, in my opinion, actually towards B main. Yes, they can have that line of sight, but the real question is, can they hold out against the flank that's doomed to come? Schmeltic steps up, does find Splendor. Saucy needs to be aware that the player's already rushed forward, and that's going to be the side of No Heart, who's taking a little bit more of an aggressive position. Will finally be felled by Saucy and Driss, who managed to take one of their own, but Kevin's still alive, but not for much longer. Things are starting to fall for UBCO, but Schmeltic is still alive. Driss, who had found a 3K, will not survive, but ultimately, a 1v1 at the end. Both will escape with their lives and their weapons, but the round will ultimately go to UBCO's favor in a great post-plant situation where either side could have come out on top.
Indeed. Nail-biter, if you will. And that UVic, they have enough money to buy back in here, mostly. You can see where their issues are lying, as No Heart having to go down to just share it. Kevin, 2250 as it is, really enough to do anything but Sheriff armor, and he'll do that as well. No, not to say that that's nothing. I mean, the Sheriff is very, very strong, especially on some of these rounds that we see these players playing with. But it's a tough spot to be in. UBCO in the lead, and they're looking to continue it.
Here's position. Smeltic is looking with the operator. Does manage to get it off. Will get spy darted out from that old owl drone, but it's not that huge of a deal. Kevin was just moments away from actually finding that headshot. Does manage to tag, but not able to finish the job on the opposing player of Driss. But Still, a 4v5 favoring UBCO. They just need to sit pretty on site, hold towards Cade. You can have one step through mid, actually go down hall to go through rope, but it doesn't seem to matter for him. Kurt and Saucy find one of their own. Saucy finds a second now, and make it a third with Kurt on the loop. A buddy ace, as Fellow would love to say, just cascading towards UBCO. They're looking about to step into match point. And with the money that UVic is bringing up, which is not much here, Vincent, I think UBCO are going to see match point, and it's going to be a 12-9 scoreline.
Fellow might call that a buddy ace. I call that a full house of frags. 3 for you, 2 for me. As Saucy certainly making it look easy with the Sky. 23-10, by the way. And this is 2 rounds in a row. We've seen a couple of those, but this could be the moment. This could be the time. This could be where the game is won and lost. Meltic having something to say. Marshall in hand has been good with this weapon in general. Plant gonna go down. No way to deny it. But Fury trying to do just that, but can't happen. A little bit too late on the uptake, if we're being honest, for Toto. This retake gonna have to be impeccable with UVic coming back in.
This is just not a really fruitful endeavor for them. Kurt's there to take out Schmeltic, which does remove one player, a very strong player as well. But that wall will dissipate, which allows for Kurt to be able to find the kill. Toto is there as well, does happen to get concussed, but there's really no sightline for them to work with. And UBCO have a complete lockdown of this position. UVic just need to play for the refrag. Kurt finds their third, but Saucy steps up and finds one of their own. Toto with a Sheriff does manage to deny Kurt of any more, but it's Saucy to find the last UBCO match point.
Yeah, like I said, that really was shaping up to potentially be the game right then and there. This is the game. UVic, I mean, they really have got to win this round. There's no doubt about it. We're at match point, 12-9. There's 3 match points for UBCO to play with. So they got a ton of money to deal with it as well. Look at the cash flow here in Prognosis. 7.5, 6.5, 7.5K, 4.3 on Kurt. I mean, they have a vibe for the rest of the game, UBCO, really.
Truly, I mean, they've got the money. And now it's just a matter of, do they have the ultimates behind it? They've got 2, which is still 1 more than UVic has, but it looks to be a very swift rush. They're just going to take control of B. They're going to say, we want the post plant. We want to fight this. They have the Empress. It's going to be popped. 100 Fury could go off as well. Splinter finds the first pick on a Krako, and now you're going to have to worry about the engagements left on the site. This post plant scenario, very dangerous. It's going to dissipate off. The toxic screen no longer available. Kevin's with the Trailblazer trying to gather the information, but immediately blinded return, which slows down their push. 2 players coming in from tunnel, 1 player coming in from defender spawn. Obviously, the 1 player coming back from elbow. Here are your Skies facing off against each other. Saucy will win the fight against Kevin. An engagement now going on side as they're attempting to rush through their own devices. Toto and Schmeltic will stop the bleeding ever so slightly, but Splinter had already found 1 before he gets felled. Schmeltic trying to stay away from the Seekers, but is giving away their position. Too much to do. Toto finds Saucy. Hunter's Fury does go out. They just bide their time with it. He finds Schmeltic, trying to tag the damage off. Can't finish the kill, but Dritz is there, finishing things up. UBCO find themselves a win, and it only took 3 maps to do it. 13-9, they become victorious over this UVic roster.
Only took 3 maps and a whole heck of a lot of rounds on those 3 maps. In addition, 13-9, that is a close affair if I've ever seen one. And man, UVic, they put up a hell of a fight, didn't they? UBCO just ultimately just that little itty bitty bit stronger, I think. And on top of that, I think if UVic had come out to playing like they did on Icebox from the very beginning, this might have been a bit of a different look. You know, the way we saw the second half of Icebox go, or Icebox, excuse me, second half of Ascent go, that really, if that we think that UVic from the very beginning of that map, that could have been a very competitive map, and in fact, it could have been a UVic win if we're being honest, and so I think there's possibilities here. I don't think that despite the fact UVic don't pull off the reverse sweep, they still put on a really good show.
Now, obviously, with a showcase like that, unfortunately, it has to end. But before we go, I want to talk a little bit more about the game, and I also want to bring up the question towards you here, Vincent. We got to give a player an MVP. We got to. It's something we got to do, and I really want to give it to Splinter. I mean, when he's able to pop off in map 1 and map 2 and just be like this huge pivotal player that's just swinging everything in your favor, right? No, I'm going to turn it around. I'm giving it a Saucy. Map 3 performance for Saucy, the player that steps up when you need them the most is probably the most important player you can have. And Saucy was that on map 3. And if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. The Skies were pivotal on that map. Like you said, they're going to be easily the best agent choice for them, and it worked out for both sides. But Saucy's the one I got to give the nod to.
A tough question for sure. I think that I want to go Toto actually though. The reason is consistency. Over the course of the whole series, I feel like you really put on a consistent. Yes, massive credit. I don't disagree with your Saucy pick in any way. I think it is incredible to be that big step up player when you need to be, but it's also good to have the stalwart defender, the consistent backbone of the team, and that's what it felt like Toto was over the course of all 3 maps, and really did perform in every map up to par. So for me, that's why I would say Toto my MVP candidate.
I want to I want to bring this up because I think it's actually really funny. I like what you said. I do agree. There's a lot of good points for it, but I'm looking at the caster info sheet, just soaking in the information while you're going and thinking about what they've been doing for us, and we got their interesting facts to see some of the info they give. Schmeltic, to no one's surprise after the performance we saw today, the only interesting fact we have for the UVic side is Schmeltic saying he likes to up. So not a shocker whatsoever.
Yeah.
I think it's very true to see that happen. But for the opposing side of UBCL, I mean, you had Saucy, who apparently cast 10-man events for their club. I'd actually love to hear how Saucy casts. It'd be pretty interesting to see. And then apparently Kurtz played for their CSGO team and also played Tier 2 Pro CSGO in Indonesia. That's a pretty darn interesting, cool fact. That's cool as all get out. And maybe that was the edge they needed to push forward to it, some CSGO experience behind them. But, I mean, if it gets the job done, it gets the job done. But this was a close game. These two teams were neck and neck. I couldn't give the nod to either one until it came down to map 3. And even then, I couldn't give the nod until I saw UBCO find victory in that one round where I said it was pivotal. They needed this next one to start swinging things. And that's exactly what happened. Follow the money. That's how the rounds are going to go. Follow the money.
Go. Just follow the money. Well, you heard it here first, folks. You got to go where the money goes. And, well, right now, I think the money's going to bed in Prognosis because it's getting hacking late over here on the East Coast. I do want to say a huge shout out and thank you to the entire team back here doing amazing work. We couldn't do this. Our beautiful faces on the screen, but it's Michael, it's Caroline who were pushing buttons and doing the observing. So huge shout out to them and thank you for being here. Also, shout out to all of you folks who have tuned in. We love to see you, and well, we hope to see you here for more esports action in general. Just tune into the NECC channel, and pretty much any day of the week, you're going to be finding something awesome to watch. So next time you tune in, we'll be here